To have you all back. We will start another day of panels, workshops, and interesting conversations. So just to remind you, on your badge you have a little QR code where you can view the whole program. There is the Wi-Fi. Also, the network is CoMotion LA25, New Mobility. We have panels going on here in the DTLA stage and on the other side at MOCA at the Spotlight Innovation stage. And on the other side. So thank you all for being back here, and now a really interesting conversation around operational readiness for mega events, and really appropriately to moderate this panel, Reid Alvaro, the VP of Major Events at WSP. Alvaro, Reid, over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Reid Alvarado. Good morning and welcome back to another day of CoMotion. We really hope you enjoyed day one. And as we head into that final day of this conference, we wanted to take a minute to dive into a conversation that captures exactly why we come together at events like this, to build partnerships that hold up when real-world pressure arrives. As I said, my name is Reid Alvarado. I am the Vice President of Major Event Development in Infrastructure and Advisory Services at WSP. So in my role, I have the privilege of helping connect the 70,000 plus industry experts at WSP and partners to the cities and agencies preparing to host some of the world's most iconic events. And while I know this is probably not your first mega event session, probably maybe not even this week, it's a bit of a hot topic these days, we're really aiming to focus on that connective tissue that holds all these stakeholders together. This next decade is shaping up to be what's probably going to be the busiest period for major events in the US market in maybe the 21st century. We're looking at the FIFA World Cup next summer, 2028 Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games. In the early 2030s, a FIFA Women's World Cup, Women and Men's Rugby World Cup, a Dodger parade, maybe 7 between now and then, the way we are going. And keep in mind, it's been over 20 years since we've last staged the global events, except those Dodgers parades, that I was just talking about. And so hosting these events is about more than just the event itself. It's a full system stress test of the region's mobility, safety, energy, and communications ecosystem. And we all know the world we're operating in is evolving very dramatically, as you hear in these sessions. So today, we're going to focus on operational readiness from the lens of transit, security, visitor experience, civic infrastructure, grid resilience, data flow, and interagency response. And we will focus on the stakeholders who make them all work. So fortunately, we've gathered 4 leaders who live this work every day and who collectively represent that full spectrum of stakeholders. So they'll introduce themselves in just a second, but very excited to have the people who help us ensure we keep the lights on, the roads stay moving, the city stays safe, and the system stays integrated. With that, let's get started. Alden, we'll begin with a short introduction from yourself. Okay. Pass it down.
Testing. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alden Bourdonnais. I'm the Deputy Executive Officer at LA Metro in the Department of Public Safety Department. What does that mean? Oversee emergency management, physical security, data analytics and intelligence, and our new Emergency Security Operations Center. Thank you.
Good morning, Jane Goslet from Arup. I lead our operational readiness, activation and transition business at Arup. We're a design, engineering and consulting firm and work with many agencies to ensure readiness of major infrastructure or major events.
Hi everyone, I'm Emma Kaplan with the Office of Major Events in the Office of Mayor Karen Bass, and I'm our Operations and Planning Chief. I oversee much of our work on security, transportation, city services, energy and water, and airports.
Good morning, my name is Chanel Parson, and I'm the Director of Clean Energy and Demand Response at Southern California Edison. I have responsibility for transportation electrification, customer solar and storage, as well as our demand response programs.
Perfect, thank you. Could I have a quick round of applause for our panelists? Thank you. All right, so I know I talked about a range of events and one recently that just happened, and I'm going to turn it to you first. And Alden, I'm sure you have some insights here too. But we joke, but we've had 2 Dodgers parades in 2 years, right? And each one is a live stress test of LA's safety, mobility, energy. I just heard one of your colleagues, Alden Conan, talk about, half the time we're doing bus bridges, but it seems like during these events we're doing rail bridges, right? Where you lose access to so many of those critical roads downtown and you still have to get everyone there. So I'm just curious, as we move into, closer and closer to these mega events, what are these back-to-back celebrations that are planned at lightning speed, teaching you about kind of the years ahead?
Sure. Thanks, good question. Thanks for having us here today. So between the start of this past year, 2025, and 2028, we'll have 10 major events in Los Angeles. Obviously, we know that includes the World Cup in 2026, the Super Bowl in 2027, the Olympics and Paralympics in 2028, but it also includes a number of other events, the NBA All-Star Game, Women's US Golf Open, and then of course the ones we don't exactly plan for, but we hope happen, and the Dodger Parade is one of those. So I think it was a really actually wonderful thing. Obviously, go Dodgers, we love it. But also from a planning perspective, to be able to go back to back in 2 World Series wins and see what we took from last year and put into this year in the parade planning and the planning for during the games themselves, and how LAPD and Metro and Fire and everybody else anticipated what could happen when we clinched, all of those things. So one thing that I think the 2 back-to-back parades really showed us is how important it is to have really good external partners. And I give a lot of credit to the Dodgers organization for doing a lot of early planning on the parade this year. Adjusting from last year, they moved much more expeditiously on the front end to say, this is what could happen, this is what this looks like. We took last year's parade route and expanded it to make way for the fact that we think we'll have more people. And that, I think, allowed the city and other partners to do our planning as well in an earlier way, in a more comprehensive way, and really plan for any externality. I'm not saying that it was perfect. I think every event we do, we have to adjust. I know, for example, I think there were some accessibility issues that I think we can take into some of our planning for 2026 and beyond. But it was a real testament to what early planning and what learning from past events can be, because it made it a much, I think, as successful as last year's parade was, this one was even better. And I see some of our Metro friends in the audience, and I want to give them a lot of credit. I don't know if anybody went to the parade. Raise your hand if you went. Okay, more of you should have gone. It was great. But I took Metro on parade day, and I got out at, I think it was Bunker Hill, and some of our friends from the Metro team were there, and the vibes were incredible. I mean, the wait to get out of the station was like 5-10 minutes, and nobody was mad. Everybody was in a good mood. It was organized, it was clean, it was happy, it was joyful. And I really think that's a really good lesson to bring into our major events, that we can do all the planning we want, and it's incredibly important, but we need to reflect, the spirit of Los Angeles and all the work that we're doing as well. And I think we did a good job of that on parade day.
Yeah, thanks so much, Emma. Thank you for just continuing to highlight the kind of coordination that happens. Although I think the station she mentioned is one of the few stations in the country where the access is kind of limited by those high-speed elevators that work really well, but I'm sure they're tested on days like that. So can you speak to not only the interagency coordination, but I'm sure the entire ecosystem within Metro that has to coalesce for success on a day like that?
Well, because, and just add to what Emma was just speaking to, we're gaining ground on the experience. And it actually went back to the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and the Super Bowl experience, the College National Championship, the Summit of Americas, that was a whole week and a half here in Los Angeles, the Rams Parade, and then everything else Emma mentioned as well, which all of these things are allowing this region to gain experience in real time. I'm big on training and exercising and planning with our different stakeholders. However, nothing beats actual events going on. And if you add in the 10 freeway incident or Hurricane Hillary or Tropical Storm Hillary, if you factor those in, as well as with the fires in January, I mean, we're up to maybe 15 total types of events and incidents where we have to plan. It forces us to forge these relationships with critical infrastructure entities such as Metro, as well as our utility providers, and as well as the city jurisdictions, which all 88 cities to some extent are impacted. So us having this overlay of, as each being our own jurisdiction, we have to be able to come together, sit down, create these plans, identify what our biggest gaps and issues are. We can look at our lessons learned from previous events, take those and be able to enhance our current plans. And then we have to then test and train those plans, make sure we can exercise them to see if there's any additional improvements that we can identify before there's the real event. Then from there, it's, you have to be fluid as water. Because a lot of times there's unexpected things, so the consequence management and looking at what else could go wrong with contingency planning is critical. So I think those are the main things there.
Yeah, we'll come back to that contingency planning, and he was just telling us about some exciting infrastructure builds in his neck of the woods that I want to hear more about. But Chanel, I would love to hear, from the utility side of the panel. Power reliability is a non-negotiable for any event and just for really our daily lives. So how is SCE approaching grid preparedness and energy resilience to ensure that these events can continue to build on each other for not only the event but for everyday users?
Yeah, like for most critical services, we have an advanced planning group at Southern California Edison. And this advanced planning group is looking at everything we need for all of these major events coming to the Southern California territory. We obviously had a Super Bowl in 2022 that went off well. And our planning timeline starts potentially years before maybe some others do. Because what's really critical is that if we need to make upgrades to the electric grid, some of those upgrades can take years to make. The reason that they take years is it doesn't actually take years to do the work, but sometimes we need permits and siting and licenses, and some of those things take years. Sometimes there's long lead times for the equipment, major transformers, and you order it and you may wait 6-9 months a year to get the equipment in. So there's a really long lead time to get some of these major grid build-outs done. And so for our piece, we look at two perspectives. One, for the sites where the events, the games are actually going to be held, what is the power need for those sites, and do we need to do any grid upgrades to support those stadiums and arenas? And then secondly, we partner closely with our customers, for example, transportation agencies like Metro, to say, what are your plans? Are you doing some building? Okay.
Just a quick reminder to silence phones, please.
So we partner with our customers to find out, what are your plans? Are you adding electric buses, for example? Are you building charging depots? And where do you plan to put them? And then we start to do analyses on our grid to see, do we need to upgrade the grid to accommodate what our customers are doing to support those events? And these things take place years out again. So we get all of the information that we need for things like the upcoming Super Bowl. We've done a Super Bowl. We don't expect that there's a lot of grid upgrades needed for the next Super Bowl, right? The stadium has already accommodated that. But what we have identified is that for the Olympics, there are different capacity needs for some of these same sites. And so there might need to be some grid upgrades for Olympic events at the same site that weren't needed for like a Super Bowl or a World Cup at the same site. So those are the things that we're doing to make sure that the grid has enough capacity and that we're partnering with our customers to make sure we are helping them execute their projects in time for the major events.
Perfect, thank you. And Jane, I think whether it's Arab, WSP, the whole kind of ecosystem, we're very aware that all of these folks have a day job and then they get these events, and it's like a whole second a job on top of that. And I'm just curious, you know, in your experience here in LA and elsewhere, how the private sector kind of plays that role in helping deliver on the planning and overall success of events like these.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Definitely, I think, as you say, it really impacts and stresses and tests the resilience of entire urban ecosystems. So the need to kind of have that integrated planning from the outset, and also just to Emma's point earlier, everyone was kind of proud, that LA proudness in terms of, you know, what is that shared purpose? What are we all working towards? So I think when private and public kind of come together to try and meet and drive towards that common purpose, we can get that integrated planning from the outset. And I mean, no pressure, you know, we're trying to deliver a seamless operation under global scrutiny while still maintaining daily city life. So it's not a small feat, and actually we're in the process of developing an operational readiness blueprint for the aviation industry, but the principles still stand. And just yesterday I was writing a section on kind of opening strategies, and what I realized, probably stupidly or naively, was actually for major events we don't have, it's the highest risk. You kind of have a hard opening date and it's a big bang opening. You know, with some infrastructure projects you can really base your opening date on readiness, you can push that date, but with these major events we're not in a position to do that. So that critical planning, the ongoing exercising and testing, decades in the making, is so critical. So private partners can support public agencies by providing the capacity within the teams. We were having a discussion earlier and saying, you know, everyone has a day job. So private partners can help bolster those teams and potentially have access to resources that enable us to do things differently, using different digital technologies, or smarter and much earlier than potentially planned.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree that sometimes some of those biggest lessons in major events are seemingly simple, like 20 minutes after you come to them, but it's testing them under the conditions that you're talking about that add that complexity. So diving a little deeper into just communication and coordination, and Emma, would love to hear from you, and then also Chanel and Alden, yes, you guys kind of tackle these communication tools across jurisdictions. The parade, you know, reminded us of how essential that real-time communication and coordination is, and I think you touched on that. But going into our next events, the World Cup is a perfect example, right? The Olympics is happening in venues all across the region. The World Cup, the primary event, is happening in and around the city of Los Angeles, but not in the city of Los Angeles. It's happening in Inglewood. Can you speak a little bit to how you're strengthening those communication ties and systems to make sure that as a region we're communicating effectively?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of last year, Mayor Bass created the office that I'm a part of, the Office of Major Events within the Mayor's office in the city of LA, and she asked Council President Emeritus Paul Krikorian to lead that office as the executive director. This office has not existed before, but I think that the mayor saw a hole that existed, which is that there was a lot of planning happening across the mayor's office, across city departments, across our partners, but there was no kind of central hub in which everything was kind of flowing through. And so there was perhaps less efficiency, not as streamlined, duplicate work, all of that. And so she created this office to be the centralized hub. And our charge is to put on safe, successful, fiscally responsible events. And again, these events span the city of Los Angeles, they span our regional partners. The Olympics and Paralympics actually have events all the way in Oklahoma City. So it's not just the region, it's across the country. And I think one of the things that is so critical is keeping those lines of communication open. We can't do anything else if we don't do that. So there are a huge number of bodies that have been created. I'll just speak, for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, since that is the big one. A huge number of bodies that have been created across different entities to streamline that coordination. I'm thinking of things like the GME, the Games Mobility Executives, or the NSSE, which is the Security Planning Initiative led through the U.S. Secret Service. And for something like the NSSE, that's the National Special Security Event designation that we have. We got it quite early during the last administration, and that includes City of LA partners like LAPD and LAFD and LADOT. It includes Metro, it includes SoCal Gas, it includes all of our federal and state partners like Cal OES. It includes our partners in Oklahoma City sometimes. So it's just a huge number of entities working, and we need these different bodies in order to get anything done. The Games Energy Council, the Games Water Council, LA28 has some organizational groups that they've created. So it really requires an all hands on deck effort. And sometimes I think it feels a bit like alphabet soup, like GME, NSSC, GEC, GWC. What does that mean? And it can be confusing, but we need all of those streams working in coordination in order to get anything done. I think everything is made slightly more complicated by being in LA, right? We have the city of Los Angeles. We, of course, have 87 other municipalities within the county. We have the county. We have our regional partners in Orange County. And all of that. And the games are going to be across, City of LA, Pasadena, Inglewood, Anaheim. And that's a very incomplete list. We're lucky that we've had successful games here before, 1932 and 1984. 1984 being the most successful Olympics in the history of the Olympic movement. And so we know how to do this. Of course, LA is bigger now. These games will be bigger. They'll be the largest games ever, the largest peacetime gathering in the history of the world, as they say. No pressure. But because we've done it before, we know we can do it again, and we're lucky that we have partners who are, jumping 2 feet in. Everybody's doing multiple jobs. So yeah, it's a lot.
Thank you. So Alden, I'm sure sometimes you go to bed with NSSE just repeating in your mind. Can you speak a little bit about, when Metro hears that term activated for an event, what that means practically for our transportation system?
Okay, so I'm gonna take it to the boots on the ground level, right? So what Emma just mentioned, that's definitely happening at the high level, the program level. But when you talk about the boots on the ground, as far as the different jurisdictions, how they're communicating and working together, everyone has some type of operations center, whether they call it a security operations center, emergency operations center, but all of these different entities have some kind of coordination center. The key is we may have 20, 30, 40 different operation centers activated simultaneously. Having the resources to have folks, liaisons represented in each of these operation centers is critical. That helps streamline communication when you're talking about coordinating with the boots on the ground resources that will be spread across the entire region, especially for the Olympics. But just talk about the World Cup, and I'll give an example, the recent Super Bowl, from the federal all the way down to the local. There was maybe 28 different operation centers, including mine, and being plugged in to see how the NFL Global Security Operations Center work versus the FBI's International Operation, ILC, I forgot what the I stand for, but Interoperable Operations Center, Inglewood's EOC, the City of LA's EOC, Metro Transit, even our utility providers. So from the boots on the ground, having those operational centers functional with liaisons to be able to help streamline communication all throughout the region, and making sure you have the software that's integrated or patched into a laptop or through that op center is critical. So that's how information is streamlined when you just talk about communication from the command level down to the field level.
Yeah, and Alden, we work with clients across the globe, and Jane, I'm sure you can relate here, that are constantly having to make these decisions about where, resources aren't infinite, time is not infinite, and you just mentioned all these EOCs. I think there's often a question, maybe with the Olympics, it's a no-brainer, but with smaller events, medium-sized events, some of the things we're talking about, do I participate in the EOC? Do we host an EOC? Can you speak a little bit to the advantages of multiple simultaneous EOCs and sometimes some of the cost and the trade-offs there about kind of owning that space versus participating in that space?
Well, first of all, depending on where a special event may take place, that jurisdiction has to own that event because it's in their area. However, it's cascading effects to where, or overlaying jurisdictions. Edison is an example, Metro, City of Inglewood, that's 3 different agencies, one event, overlapping area. We all have some level of responsibility when it comes to providing power or providing transit for spectators to get to the venue, compared to the city having to coordinate all of the aspects of everything happening with that event within their jurisdiction. So at the end of the day, everyone has to partake in their role, understanding their function. The great thing is, Metro, we're transportation, which is the essential support function #1, which that's the only ESF that we focus on compared to the city. They have upwards of 30, 40 different functions that they have to focus on, include transportation. So when you have these critical infrastructure systems, utilities, transportation, that works with these local governments that have to own all aspects of functions within their city, it allows for us to easily be able to know what our fit is, because I'm walking into the city of LA, I'm representing transportation. They're looking for me to own that space and to coordinate with their LA DOT as an example. So it's there's no really, not really a clash if everyone understands their role and responsibility and able to work together. So it makes it a little easier. Now with 2 cities, that's a little different. I won't speak to that. I think they know where their city boundaries are at, but for Metro, we have to cross over all of the different jurisdictions, so it makes it a lot easier for transit. But overall, that's how the coordination has to happen, and people owning their space, whether they're participating or activating their EOC. You have to do both.
Perfect. Jane?
Yeah, just picking up on some of the comments Emma made and Alden, I think what is so important is all those entities are kind of involved, but making sure that everyone is quite clear on what that governance structure is and making sure roles, to your point, Alden, are kind of streamlined and we're making it efficient for people to make good decisions in the moment. Often, in our experience, what we've seen is people think by scheduling more meetings and talking to each other more and more that we're doing good, but actually we're sitting in those meetings not necessarily fully appreciating what everyone's role is. And so being quite intentional with the fact that in these central kind of coordination centers, that those people need to operate as one organization for that event or series of events. So making sure that those barriers are broken down, that we kind of are intentional with ensuring that people know where the handoffs are, what people's roles are, I think is so important, because otherwise we won't be effective on the day. And what we've also seen is if we keep things consistent and structured in terms of our communication, that people can actually communicate more effectively under pressure, because they're expecting things in a particular way, with a particular style and approach, as opposed to just being quite ad hoc when things are pressurized in the moment.
Yeah, Chanel, I'm curious to turn to you. As I said with Emma, looking at kind of that interplay between jurisdictions, partners, all these things as we look towards the Olympics. How is kind of SCE approaching not only the venues in your own coverage area, but also some of those municipal utilities in the region?
Yeah, so SCE has 50,000 square miles of territory that we serve in southern, central, and coastal California. We do not serve the city of Los Angeles, so that's served by LADWP. We don't serve Pasadena, for example. There's Riverside, so there's a lot of municipal utilities as well. As it relates to planning for the Olympics, we are coordinating with all of the local utilities and municipalities that have events in their service territory to make sure, again, that we can seamlessly pull off this major world event without any hiccups. I'll also add that even though we do not serve for electricity needs, the city of Los Angeles, there's a lot of things that if they happen in LA, they'll impact SCE territory, and if they happen in SCE territory, they'll impact LA. And so 2 examples that come to mind is the LAX at the airport. So LAX sits in LA, but it's surrounded by Inglewood, and Southern California Edison serves Inglewood. And so one of the impacts we see, for example, of a lot of the build out of the airport, a lot of the build out of electric transportation is there are a lot of companies that want to locate EV charging stations or even self-driving ride-hailing vehicle stations right around that airport. And so that's driving a lot of the build out that SCE has to do to serve that Inglewood area that is adjacent to the airport. Similarly, shipping ports, the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach are just adjacent to each other. LADWP serves the Port of LA, but Southern California Edison serves the Port of Long Beach. And the ports have significant plans for not just increasing their capacity, but also zero emissions goals and how they want to achieve those goals through electrification. And so it's actually a great thing. It's a big part of my world is helping our customers electrify versus using less sustainable, less healthy fuels to support their operations, but it definitely drives the grid need. So we do a lot of coordination on that big picture planning and kind of prep. And then just to tie in a little bit of what Alden said about, kind of the day of or, event time execution, we do stand up an incident management team. We use the incident command structure, which is a common structure that's used across emergency agencies. So we have an incident commander, and we have some of these roles that Jane was talking about that are common and consistent across all of these teams. So we know who to talk to, who to go to, and there's protocols to make it really easy to communicate when events are actually going on.
Yeah, thank you. And so I think we've been touching on it a little bit, but the future-proofing that these events enable, right? And we look at Olympic Agenda 2020 or other components that are helping shape the way the games are. It's less about these mega Olympic parks far on the outlying parts of your city, and more about what we saw in Paris, right? Working these games into the existing fabric, not only for the athletes and the cameras, but for the folks that live there every day. So as we build out EV chargers, or we build out new safety and security infrastructure for transit agencies, Alden, I would love to hear a bit about kind of what are some of those investments we're making. I think you have a very exciting one that came online not too long ago, and how these events are shaping those investments. Are they helping unlocking funding and resources to help complete those at a sooner date? Are they completely happening independently of things like that, but that relationship between investments and the games?
Well, I'll tell you, Metro, we've done a lot of investments over the last 10 years. A number of our projects are planned out 15 years in advance. We just recently opened the Metro Transit Center, which connects LAX, once the People Mover gets open next year, connects LAX airport to the rest of the world through public transit of Metro. So the MTC, we just opened in July. In April, we had just opened our new Emergency Security Operations Center, $148 million facility that co-locates our Security Operations Center that operates 24/7 with our Emergency Operations Center. What does that do for us? It gives us a place, a home, a headquarters to be able to command and control the safety and security of our passengers on our system. How do we do that? Not just by having this facility, but having the infrastructure invested in that type of infrastructure in the facility. When you talk about interoperable communications, when we have the ability to listen to over 20 plus different 20 different law enforcement first responder agencies through their radio systems. So we have that interoperable communication. We also have mutual assistance with LA RIGS, the LA Regional Interoperable Communication System at the county. So having that ability to hear throughout the region, hear via radio what's happening on our system, having mobile apps that we've invested in where our patrons can utilize our Transit Watch to communicate an incident that's going on in real time that comes to our Security Operations Center, having tracking mechanisms through social media to be able to understand what's happening on our system in real time, or through positive or negative sentiment so we can adjust our deployments and resources based on the feedback from our patrons. Then there's still this other social media aspects as far as surveys and things such as that. But from a technology on the safety and security side, having those types of abilities along with the investment in, we have over 31,000 cameras on our system, live feed on our buses, and we'll be integrating live feed on our trains real soon. Having all of those different capabilities coming into our Emergency Security Operations Center, it gives us the ability to see everything with the radio component, hear everything, understand what our patrons are saying and talking through the Transit Watch app, through social media, and eventually we're having our mobile app through our video management system where we know where our resources are at. So all of our multi-layer resources that has been promoted by Metro, our ambassadors, our contract security, our Metro security, our crisis intervention specialists, our contract law enforcement, LAPD, the sheriffs, and now we're transitioning to our own transit police department that by hiring our chief of police and emergency management, Chief Scott, he's our first police officer, which now we're taking that road of having our own transit police. All of these different resources that make up our safety and security ecosystem, understanding where those resources are at and communicating with those resources allows us to be able to have a proactive response when you talk about calls for service, whether you just lost your dog or you have a criminal type incident going on. We want to have our finger on the pulse of our transit system and our passengers.
And Alden, it's very rare in this industry to be able to really operate from a blank canvas for a space like this. We often are told, okay, here's this room in the basement, 2 floors back from where you actually wanted to operate from and make that work. You were able to really influence every detail of the infrastructure you're operating with today. Down to the number of chairs, right, that you would have for someone in a meeting or different groups. Is there anything for folks maybe not from LA that you would say was critical to your overall success there, Metro's overall success? Anything you would have done slightly differently as you were starting that process?
Well, I will say I've been told now I have an engineering mind with a cop mentality, but I like to just call myself a sponge. Learning from a varies of different folks over the years, the last 20 years being in this industry, I've had a chance to be a sponge and learn from people on a transit side, different genres of critical infrastructure systems with our city and county partners. So I've taken the time to learn from individuals and cherry pick that best information and then be able to digest it and make it become something real, to look at it from a future-proofing standpoint when you talk about planning and infrastructure. So having that engineering background, being able to be a sponge and bring folks in that I can cherry pick information from, it allowed me to look at things with a safety and security lens and actually implement things, systems from a special event standpoint, but also legacy.
Perfect. Jane, I think as we talk about learning and being a sponge, it is such a value from a company like Arup to be able to kind of have that more national, global look. And so I'm just curious, I think with an event like this in any jurisdiction, I think a lot of the Angelinos will relate. Sometimes that meme comes to mind of the 3 Spider-Men all like pointing at each other and not knowing who is going to help take us to the next step. You talked about efficiency in meetings, right, and not assuming that just showing up is enough. Are there any other, whether directly in major events some of the work we talked about in aviation before, where you really see practical, tactical solutions in making sure that there's clear lines of effort, there's clear communication driving toward success.
Yes, so I think one of the key things, just picking up on the future-proofing component, definitely, I said at the start, kind of that shared purpose, shared vision. So Arab firmly believe that, resilience and legacy should be driving a lot of the decisions we're making, and I think we are moving towards that. And it's not just about delivering the asset or being event ready or game day ready. It is about what we are kind of leaving and the kind of community benefit that we're leaving. So whether that is the fact that we are able to get an awesome, kind of center that we can stand us the test of time for the next few decades, that is ultimately benefiting our community. So I think, moving away that it's just delivering an asset is so critical, that it's making sure that we're actually delivering agile systems that are able to perform under stress, but then recover quickly and then kind of leave a lasting benefit. Whether that is at kind of an individual airport level, you mentioned LAX, but it's then the cascade of all the other modes and that kind of whole ecosystem that we were talking about from the outset, kind of making sure that, again, I'll just go back to that central purpose and what is the ultimate goal and success we're looking at to achieve and take advantage of the opportunities that these mega events bring to our cities.
Perfect. And I think one thing that's really critical to that success, when we had our prep call, Alden was very nice to attend on his day off, because coming off of the Dodger Parade is a high intensity activity, right? It's a lot of planning. And when we think about, whether it's those really leading the charge or the boots on the ground and the kind of whole network of folks that are responsible for delivery, one thing that sometimes is forgotten is sustaining that momentum, right? And I think I hear a lot of really great tactics going on, but not only sustaining that momentum through the event, but also through the after action. We're talking a lot about iterative solutions that help lead, building on the last event. I'm curious from, any of our panelists, are your after actions growing and changing with the things we're learning from past events, and any things you've learned about keeping that momentum going through that capture process?
Well, I'll start. Metro, we have the most robust training and exercise program in the world. Most agencies do 1, 2, maybe 3 exercises a year. And exercises are tabletop exercises, full-scale exercises, 1 to 3 a year. We do upwards of 28 to 35 exercises annually. Don't ask me how we do it, but it's a program that I installed back in 2012, 2013, and we've been successful over these years. Now, you add on top of that all of these special events that we've been talking about. So now you have these training and exercise plans as well as special events. All of these different events and exercises begets a after-action report. Have they changed or been updated? Yes, they have. What are the outcomes? Increasing your resources, adding additional training, whether it's classroom-based, online-based, instructional-based, video-based. I've just invested in $1 million in a virtual instructional training, where it's a virtual environment of downtown Los Angeles, where you can virtually be, it's like Grand Theft Auto on steroids, but it puts you in this virtual environment for trains and buses when you talk about different types of scenarios and incidents that happen on our system. Or from a planning standpoint, if you think about what does 1 million people in downtown LA look like, because we experienced that with the Women's March back in 2017. I built a system to be able to virtually see that. I was just talking with the FBI supervisors that I hosted just last week, and concerns that they have when you talk about large crowds in urban areas such as downtown LA. So being able to invest in different types of technology Also leads to improvements in your after-action report, adding additional trainings, real world. I just sent my staff this morning, there was a guy with a knife at a rail yard in Northern California. And I just forwarded to my team and said, hey, let's add this to our annual exercises next year, because that guy held hostage in the Bay Area at a rail yard. It prevented those trains to come out for BART. So what does that do? It's not just an incident for the employees that's working there and the first responders, but those trains didn't get out. So that disrupted hundreds of passengers just being able to get to work who depend on that line day in and day out. So all of these different incidents or events has cascading effects, and as we were talking about with planning, Emma brought up earlier, planning with everyone involved, because we have our normal folks that just live in the community and want to get to work or get to A to B, and we have these special events that we still have to endure, which is a blessing, but at the same time, we have to ensure it's streamlined where the community is still impacted but unaffected, and we're charged with ensuring the best way that we're able to do that. My job is to make sure it's done from a safety, security standpoint. So the after actions have to steady evolve, and they're living documents, and you have to breathe them, sleep, eat, and breathe what's in those, and actually incorporate it into your plans, your budgets, and things such as that, and get the buy-in from your leadership.
Great, well said. Jane, did you have a quick?
Yeah, I guess maybe provocative. Do you think we actually, so in your agency, you might be learning from your lessons, but do you think we're effective enough in communicating externally to other agencies to learn kind of collectively from that and adapt moving forward?
Well, that's just it, and maybe I didn't mention this part. Part of those 28 to 35 exercises we do, our system runs through 29 different fire departments, 19 different law enforcement agencies, including we contract with our LAPD and sheriff partners. So for us, all of our exercises, all of our after-action reports, they're already embedded into our training curriculum, our training process, because they're the ones we're expecting to respond to our system. So to answer your question, I think we're doing a great job. We can always do better, because communication you can always increase, but they already are part of our overall program.
One other thing I'll plug for LA Metro is the recent completion of the SECO playbook, which I think was a really exciting opportunity for looking across multiple agencies, to your point, because you have to be learning from each other, you have to be communicating, but finding those ways for it not to be kind of a one-off, but an ongoing check-in after an event's completed. Because it's a quick period, and it's often full of exhaustion and other priorities to get back to daily life. So one quick rapid question for everyone, and then we'll have a couple minutes for Q&A. We're a couple months away from World Cup, right? It is. We're going to know the teams in a few weeks, which I'm sure will make plenty of us very busy. Talking about building on success of each last event, when World Cup is done, what's one thing you would love to say, wow, I'm so glad we made progress there, and this helps set us up the best for 2028? Alden?
Just to be able to have a safe and secure event with there's always going to be hiccups, but to just ensure we have a safe and secure event. That's what I want to be able to, the day after the last game, be able to look back and say, similar to the World Cup, the Club Cup we just had with the 7 or 8 games, hey, we practiced how we preach, and it was a safe and secure event, and now let's move forward and start planning for the Super Bowl.
Jane?
Maybe that we anticipated the different scenarios well, and we could react and respond in the moment.
I think inclusivity is really important, and I don't think everybody who's here is going to be able to attend one of the 8 World Cup games that we have, but I think we can make the spirit of those games come to every corner of the city of Los Angeles. We'll have more to say on how we're doing that before the end of this year, but I think it's a really good opportunity for us to bring the games to other people rather than bring people to the games, and sets us up well for this Games for All ideal that we're kind of building 2028 around.
Building off of what Alden said, I'd say safe, secure, and reliable. It's one of those things where there's a major event, no one after says, wow, that electricity works so good. But if there's an issue that is anyone and everyone is talking about, so making sure it's safe, secure, and reliable.
Perfect, thank you. I think, making sure everyone has a chance to view an event in a safe and comfortable way is overall what leads to event success. So we have about 7 minutes left. I know this is an issue that a lot of people love, so wanted to see if there were any questions. Hillary.
Hi, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing and how you are responding to the needs of not only current populations but visitors. And in 2028, we're going to have our very first Paralympics in Los Angeles. And I know Metro is doing a lot of exploration about how to meet the needs of people with disabilities. There are currently 1 million people in LA County with disabilities. What are you doing to help expand access and mega event approaches for stations for people with disabilities?
Well, I will first say that Reed brought up a great point as far as our Ready, Set, Go mega event playbook that Metro just released probably a couple weeks ago. So we're thinking about all of our passengers, patrons, folks that's coming from outside of Los Angeles. We have a number of different committees and planning groups, work streams that are thinking about this day in and day out. We have someone that's focused on ADA and how that is integrated in, because mobility is critical. So for us, obviously I'm in the safety and security world, however, I do see those other work streams being just as involved as I am and passionate about what I'm doing.
Emma, do you want to?
Sure. From the City of LA perspective too, I want to just highlight that over the summer the mayor signed an accessibility commitment, of ensuring, not just because we have the Paralympics coming, but because it's really important and critical that we make this city more accessible. Los Angeles is, I think, head and shoulders above a lot of other cities, but we could always do better. And it's imperative not just for our visitors, but for people who work and live and hang in this city day in and day out. So she signed the accessibility commitment. I'm happy to share that document, but you can look it up online and learn more about what that means. We also have an accessibility chief for the first time that's embedded into our Office of Major Events, and this person is across all of our operational planning and all of our legacy planning. So ensuring that this is embedded into everything. The mayor put together a legacy vision at the 1,000-day mark out from the Olympic opening ceremonies. Yes, we are less than 1,000 days out. And one of the 9 legacy buckets we have is accessibility. So again, this is operational, this is legacy oriented, it's streets, it's educational, it's everything. And we keep accessibility hand in hand alongside all of the planning that we do, because we need to. It's critical. And I was mentioning when our team walked the Dodger Parade route ahead of the parade itself, and it was great and successful, but I think the one thing that we saw that we could very cleanly do better was at one point we were routed up a staircase. Well, that's not possible for everybody, and we need to make sure that we have options for everybody so that LA is welcoming and open for the visitors, for the people who live here, work here, etc.
Thanks.
Yeah. Another question?
This question is probably for Alden or Emma. Are there any additional exciting technologies we're testing on the public safety front in advance of the event, such as weapons detection, etc.?
I'm sure you've probably seen the news, and our board has approved for us to conduct a number of weapons detection pilots that started back last October. So over the last 14 months, we've been testing concealed as well as brandished weapon detections at our rail stations. And we just started, or we're starting this week or next week, as far as testing on 2 of our buses. Our buses is part of is our biggest fleet, so we want to be able to see how does camera analytics work on when it comes to detecting small weapons or large weapons as far as for our bus riders. So that's one of the things, but other types of analytics software we're looking at. We also have embarked on a drone system as far as contracting, looking to bring it in-house to be able to detect folks that's in unauthorized areas. Copper deaths has been extremely critical, which disrupts our rail system, which can impact the special event. So things such as camera analytics, drone systems, and there's other type of technologies that we study looking into. The great thing is we have a lot of support from our CEO and our board when it comes to innovative technology.
Yeah, I think copper theft is something everyone in Angelino can, every Angelino can relate to. Any additional questions? At the moment, we have about 2 minutes left. I see one in the back.
Hi, I'm Matt. LA28 just launched their volunteer portal for folks that are going to actually help on the weeks of the games. How can you guys get ratepayers, residents, and riders involved on a volunteer basis to supplement the effort for the city, for Metro, and even for, Edison?
Yeah, I'll start off by saying our advanced planning group, thank you for the question, our advanced planning group is planning all of the things for all of the major events, and one of the pieces of the work that team is doing is looking at creating opportunities for employees and the community to volunteer and engage, supporting, maybe watch parties, for example. Like Emma said, maybe not everyone's attending the event, but you can still participate. So we definitely have that top of mind on how to get folks involved and engaged and make it a great, fun, community-safe event.
Thank you so much for your great panel. So as you know, the event is happening in the wildfire season, and LA is prone to wildfire. What are the steps and mitigation efforts are you going to do to prevent such a thing, like such a disaster or a similar disaster that happened in LA just this year?
Yeah, and the wildfires that we had in January were devastating and significantly unfortunate. For years now, Southern California Edison's been fortifying our system to prevent the likelihood that our system is involved in the ignition of a fire. In addition to all that we're doing to install covered conductor, for example, and underground a lot of the distribution lines, we also, as an emergency kind of break glass in case of emergency, use our public safety power shutoff. Obviously, that is not good timing for major events if we need to proactively shut off power to keep the community safe. But that is, in the case of a situation where we had earlier this year and other situations where we have really high winds and it's really dry, that is a lever that we can pull to ensure safety.
Perfect. And I just wanted to give you a chance to, I saw you go for the mic before.
Oh, sure, on the volunteer program, because I think this is really important. So yes, LA28 put out some information about their volunteer program. We'll be coordinated with them, but the city will also have their own volunteer program. This is the same model that Paris used really successfully, which is that the OCOC had a volunteer program, City of Paris had a volunteer program, and they worked in a coordinated fashion to actually get everything done. So it's not just the volunteers within the venues and right outside the venues, but it's the wayfinding volunteers, it's people, moving people through the city, through Metro, all of that, all the way, from the airport on down. And I think one of the things that's really important is that at the end of this, when everybody leaves, we're all still here. And it's really important that we, kind of bring out the civic spirit and harness that during the games. And one thing that the mayor is doing ahead of that is an initiative called Shine LA, where we're bringing people together monthly to beautify our city, to put together meals for people experiencing homelessness, doing all sorts of things to kind of spur that volunteer spirit and bring that into 2028.
Thanks so much, Emma. And I think for anyone who is in Paris, you can definitely agree with me in saying that the volunteers were the thing I remember most. So Thank you for that question. Thank you to Chanel, Emma, Jane, and Alden for a fantastic hour-long discussion. And with that, have a great rest of your conference.
All right, we've got an exciting day to continue here moving forward. That was thrilling to hear about all the plans. It is less than 1,000 days away. A lot left to be done, but very exciting. Next, we're going to move on to a keynote speaker. Mario Cordero is the CEO of the Port of Long Beach. 2 decades of greening the port, lessons from Long Beach. Yesterday, if you're all here towards the end of the day, Mayor of Long Beach came to talk about all the exciting things happening at the port, what the future is going to look like, and now Mario's going to give us a highlight of the port's journey toward cleaner air, reduced emissions, and greener supply system. Welcome, Mario.
All right, thank you, Vivian.
Okay, I'll let you.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, particularly on the topic of transportation, and specifically waterborne transportation. Now, many of you may not be too familiar with the San Pedro Bay ports, which consist of both the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles, but it's the largest container port complex in the United States, by far. Lately, you probably have heard about the ports as it relates to the tariff policy discussions, during COVID-19, the supply chain disruption. And I think what I'd like to leave you with is how important these ports are. California is the 4th largest economy in the world. It is not solely because of Silicon Valley. International trade is a big part of that GDP, both at the state and the national level. So if you've never had a chance to visit the port, go on our webpage. We do public tours because it's an amazing complex to see when you go behind the scenes at the terminals. Because everything you see in front of us more likely came from somewhere else in the world, whether it's textile, clothing, equipment, and it comes to the ports. So, right now we're celebrating 20 years of leading green. And that 20-year period commenced back in 2005, when at the time, I was a harbor commissioner, one of 5 commissioners on that Port of Long Beach Commission. And by occupation, I'm an attorney. And at that time, I was practicing law. I'm still a licensed attorney. And when I came onto the commission in 2003, I thought we needed to move cargo in a more sustainable fashion. Those of you who may not remember that period, there was a real activism on the environmental community, or by the environmental community, with regard to the pollution emanating from the port complex. And at that time, those of you who remember what the 710 corridor looked like back then, we had all these container trucks up and down the freeway, like we do today. But the difference is they were dilapidated, used trucks, and literally black smoke coming out of the tailpipe. And you would see black smoke coming out of the vessels in terms of the smokestacks at the port. So something needed to be done. And hence the evolution of the Port of Long Beach, moving forward with a green port policy formalized in 2005. That, at the time, was a cutting-edge policy. It was not only related to trucks and what we needed to do, the transformation of trucks, but also vessels. So it was transportation in relation to trade. Imports coming from Asia and cargo moving through the corridors of the state of California and beyond the state. At that time, the Green Port agenda was not very popular with the industry. Of course, I want to thank the environmental advocates who back then kind of forced that agenda, to be quite frank with you. And I want to thank the environmental advocates of today, which continue to advocate for a better world with regard to issues related to climate change, congestion, emission pollutions that impacts our communities. So after 2005, about a year later, November 2006 to be specific, the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach came together and formulated the Clean Air Action Plan. It was an action, and a very aggressive action, to move forward a partnership between the two ports to tackle a transformation of truck drayage. That is, these trucks that were moving containers on the freeway. And thus, we started really moving forward to accomplish a resume of leading green. And Long Beach at the time, I think, in my opinion, was really aggressive and assertive on this agenda. I had testified before the City Council of Long Beach in September of 2004 regarding a planned development at the time in the Port Complex. NRDC was opposing that development. And I spoke on behalf of the Harbor Commission, and I said to the City Council, whether you approve this expansion, it was an EIR that we were addressing, whether you approve it or deny it, whether you agree or disagree, either way, the Port of Long Beach will be a green port. And of course, at that time, people wondered, well, you know, it's nice to hear words, but where's the action? And I would represent to you, after 20 years of leading green, it's a resume of success. We moved forward to shore power the berths at the terminals where these international vessels arrive, so that they would hook up to electricity and not use the diesel engines and the type of bunker fuel used during that era that polluted the air. We moved forward with our partnership with the Port of Los Angeles with the Clean Truck Plan in 2008 to transform truck drayage. And today, it's a success. I don't think you see any container ports coming from the port complex that are emitting black smoke in the tailpipe, from the tailpipes. Now, you do see trucks, more than likely they're not from the port, because all we could do is move forward to make this transformation of container trucks. And I'll also say that we did this with the collaboration of the industry, the collaboration of the regulatory agencies of the state of California. So it was a collaboration of various stakeholders, private sector, the ports, and of course, the state and the regulatory agencies. And today we have reduced diesel soot in excess of 90% from the 2005 baseline. There's no other port complex that has accomplished that result, whether in the nation or international sphere. And I will tell you that the Port of Long Beach is known both around the nation and internationally as a leader in environmental sustainability with regard to transportation, whether it's trucks, whether it's vessels, harbor craft, locomotives. That's a little bit more challenging given that our jurisdiction with the railroads are rather limited, federal preemption. But I will say that the railroads are working today on zero-emission locomotives. They have that on the map, on their design. For the Port of Long Beach and the San Pedro Bay complex, we currently have a zero-emission locomotive in a demonstration form. So I think the future with regard to what we're doing in reducing emissions in transportation from the port complex not only is bright, because we're moving towards zero emission. Which brings me to the current era of the updated plan of the 2006 Clean Air Action Plan. When I came to the port in this position as CEO in the spring of 2017, we moved forward again with the Port of LA to update that Clean Air Action Plan, and that was formally introduced in November of 2017. And that plan was not about reducing emissions. It was about eradicating harmful emissions. It was a goal and a quest to move to zero emissions. By 2030, our hope is that we move towards 100% cargo handling equipment that are zero emission. And by 2035, all drayage trucks would be zero emission, either electric or hydrogen fuel derivative. So that's our goal, excuse me. And I will say, at the current time, the Port of Long Beach, we have about 22–23% of all cargo handling equipment at the Port of Long Beach is zero emission. It's still a low percentile. However, it's the largest percentile of any port in the country. I think one of the reasons I like to, one of the talking points I like to say to my environmental friends, it takes a while for technology to take place and address this whole zero emission electrification quest. Not only does it take time, it takes money. So we need a little bit of delayed gratification with regard to our accomplished goals, but we are on track. And however you measure it, we are certainly far above any other container gateway in the country. Now, what we've been able to do so far is we've collected from the clean truck rate that was implemented back in April of 2022, $10 a TEU container. We've put that into a fund to assist the trucking companies and truck owners to transition to electric trucks. And that fund right now is about $132 million. So we are in the course of providing incentives for truck drivers or truck owners to get rid of that diesel combustible engine and move forward to buy an electric truck or a hydrogen fuel truck. Now, I will admit these electric trucks are very expensive, and we only have about 600 zero-emission trucks in the port complex today. That's a very low percentile, given that we have about 16,000 truck moves a day. Now, I do believe that by 2035, we'll certainly get to that goal of 100% transformation or transition to zero-emission trucks. So, stay tuned for continued progress in this transformation. And if I could kind of make an analogy of the difficulty in terms of doing this overnight, how many zero-emission cars do we have among the commuters today in the nation? It's a very low single digit. In fact, California leads in terms of percentile, and that percentile is around 10%, 9%. And there's challenges. Charging infrastructure, the cost of these cars. Although I will say that the cost of buying an electric car today is a lot lower than even 5 years ago. But judge for yourself when you're out in the streets or in the corridors, how many of us drive electric trucks? Oh, excuse me, electric cars. So it's going to be a transition, it's going to take time. Now, I myself, in 2018, I leased a Honda Celebrity, 90-mile range. Wasn't the car that I really wanted, but in my position, you have to lead by example, right? And then a few years later, I bought a Tesla in 2021, and pretty expensive at that time. But again, one of the principles of leading is you have to lead by example. But not many people are able to do that, so it's going to take some time. But getting back to the port, I think the message I want to leave with you is the transition that we have made that changed the dynamic of transportation with regard to the port industry, be it trucks, be it vessels. Right now we're working on infrastructure and on a project of having a zero-emission tugboat. So a lot of progress is being made. In 2023, we implemented the Zero Emission Energy Resilient Operation Policy, which again focuses on prioritizing a transition of diesel combustible equipment to electric equipment. Now, let me pause a little bit and tell you a little bit more about the Port of Long Beach and how we continue to lead and be visionary. A couple years ago, we presented the concept of peer dumping, which is a concept of staging and integrating wind turbines at the port complex, which will be used up and down the coast, Central and Northern California more specifically, in accordance with the goal that Governor Newsom has of converting offshore platform energy to give us 25 gigawatts by 2045. By 2045. You know what China has today? In excess of 40. They're approaching 50 gigawatts. The point I'm trying to make is, while we're leading on that vision, there are other parts of the world, particularly in China, you'd be surprised what they're doing with regard to the transition to renewable energy and zero emission. And if I was in Shanghai about a month ago, I could tell you about 35% of the cars you see in Shanghai are electric. And you know right away because they have green license plates. And if in Shanghai, if you buy, in China, if you buy an electric car, you don't have to pay registration, license fee, zero. That's the incentive they give. So I think the takeaway here is to, again, indicate that for the Port of Long Beach, we committed in 2005 to make this transition to be a green port. And today we are a green port. And tomorrow we will be a port of zero emission. Now, I'd like to end, and I want to make sure I don't go over my time here.
A little over, that's okay. That's for you.
Okay, so I'd like to end by talking a little bit about our investment in rail. Now again, if you're on the freeways, whether you're on Long Beach Freeway, the 60 or the 10, a lot of trucks you see with containers on them. We're trying to make a difference here by investing in rail, and right now we're investing $1.8 billion in the construction of the largest inner harbor rail facility in the country, of any port in the country. And to give you a context, currently we have 11 tracks in the current intermodal facility that we have at the Port of Long Beach. That's going to be expanded to 48. It will be a game changer. And the purpose is, and the objective is to put more containers on rail so they could leave the region by locomotive and have our input in decongesting the corridors. And more importantly, by that time, when this project is finished in 2032, I can tell you we're way in on an absolute transformation of diesel trucks to zero emission trucks. So I want to leave enough time for questions. So let me know the timeline because I don't have a clock in
Yeah,
front of me.
we're a little over. We can maybe do one question.
And again, let me also indicate, I mentioned my visit to Shanghai. I was there about a month ago to partake in the Green Corridor discussions. So for those who may doubt the progress that this industry has made, the international trade carriers, transportation carriers, let me tell you that today it's a reality that one of these ultra-large vessels that bring cargo to the West Coast can come here with essentially a zero or no net technology vessel. Now, we only have a couple, and I'm talking about green methanol, a transformation that will be made in the years to come to absolutely reduce emissions and decarbonize the trade route, the Trans-Pacific trade route that is from China, Asia, to the West Coast of the United States. Now, that is a monumental milestone. China today is able now to produce green methanol at the port of Shanghai. It's a beginning, but I will tell you this, the challenge, for the most part, that fuel will cost you about $1,400 a metric ton, dollars. If you use low sulfur diesel, it's about $490. So if you're running a business, what are you going to do? the important is, it's starting to move at scale, and that cost would be reduced. So, in conclusion, I talked a lot about the sustainability and Long Beach being a green port, but I believe we're the #1 port for the following reason, using 3 metrics. Not only do we move cargo, we move it in a sustainable way through our green port policy, and third, we give back to the community. $65 million in a 10-year commitment that we made. That's more than any other port in the country. And I'm talking about what we're doing with our nonprofits, our community grants in Long Beach, our workforce development partnerships with the school districts and academia. So I encourage you to visit the Port of Long Beach, so at least you have a bird's eye view, so to speak, of this cleanest port in the country. And again, there's much more to come in terms of the agenda of what we're doing, our Quest to Zero. And I want to thank all of you who are trying to make a difference in transportation, not only to have public use transportation, decongest our streets, our freeways, our corridors, but do it in a way that we reduce emissions in the transportation arena. So thank you again for listening, and but more importantly, thank you for your engagement, because you are the next generation that's going to raise it to a whole higher level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mario. We are excited about the future of the Port of Long Beach and what it means for a cleaner, sustainable living here in the area. We're going to go ahead and move right into the next panel. We're going to have a very interesting conversation, folks, today. This is really a great one because it's something different that we don't hear about all the time, but so grateful that this topic is actually happening here today and that these programs are existing. It is rethinking accessibility, neurodiversity, and the transit experience. And I want to go ahead and welcome our esteemed panelists and moderator.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for being here. My name is David Schumacher and I'll be moderating our panel today. I am with WSP, a consulting firm with engineering, planning, architecture, and construction management. I am a transportation planner based here in LA with a history of working with Metro on corridor strategic initiatives. Today we're going to talk to you about a fantastic new study that Metro is carrying out, which is to understand from the perspective of people who are neurodiverse how they experience public transit and what Metro can do to improve their experience. So with me today, I have my 2 fantastic colleagues, Althea Bavel, Deputy Chief for Civil Rights Programs at Metro, and Ashley Wiley-Johnson, Vice President at the Wiley Center for Speech and Language Development. So Althea and then Ashley, why don't you introduce yourselves?
Thank you, David. Good morning, everyone. As David mentioned, my name is Althea Bavel. I'm the Deputy Chief of Civil Rights Programs at LA Metro. I oversee 4 distinct teams at Metro: accessibility in Title VI, the Office of Equity and Race, EEO and Compliance, and diversity and inclusion. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Ashley Wiley-Johnson, and I am the Vice President at the Los Angeles Speech and Language Therapy Center, which was founded by my mother in 1979. The Wiley Center for Speech and Language Development is our nonprofit arm, and at the center, my primary role is to oversee teams of speech pathologists and support classrooms. We do work with individuals with autism across the lifespan from 18 months all the way well into adulthood, and I'm happy to serve and support the community as we can.
Thanks, Ashley. So Althea, why don't you tell us a little bit about how the study came to be and how it fits in with Metro's broader goals in the accessibility context?
Sure. So Metro is committed to creating an accessible, inclusive, and equitable transportation system. So that requires that we not only comply with federal and state regulations on accessibility, but that we exceed these legal requirements. A common saying around Metro is that the law represents the baseline, and we strive to exceed the baseline in all of our services. As part of this commitment, the agency routinely engages in studies to identify ways that we could benefit LA County and the most underserved communities and individuals in the county. So for example, several years ago, we engaged in a study on how women travel in our Gender Action Plan. And from that study, we implemented improvements that support women in traveling alone or with their families on their regular routine days. From that, we implemented improvements that served and supported these women and our riders in general. Additionally, we partner with agencies like the Adult and Disability Transportation Network, the Accessibility Advisory Committee to have them pilot our new services or to have them come and walk through our new stations so that we can learn from their lived experiences and make things better for all riders. So at this point in time, we're seeking to better understand and support the needs of our neurodiverse riders. While many accessibility efforts focus on physical and mobility-related needs, neurodiverse riders may face different barriers such as sensory overload, unclear signage, unpredictable service changes, or difficulty with communication or wayfinding. In line with a recent motion approved by Metro's Board of Directors, we aim to improve travel experiences for these riders and to support those who don't ride yet. And through our Focused Rider Experience Initiative, we seek to identify and eliminate barriers and further enhance accessibility. The bottom line is that when we improve services for those with physical or hidden disabilities, it results in an improved rider experience for everyone. So we've partnered with these awesome teams from WSP and the Wiley Center, and we're off to the races.
Thanks so much, Althea. Ashley, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Wiley Center? What are your services, any previous work with Metro, and in particular the role of public transit for people who are neurodiverse?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Wiley Center for Speech and Language Development, as I mentioned, serves individuals across the lifespan. Traditionally, we are a speech therapy clinic. However, we focus primarily on the needs of individuals that are neurodiverse, and one of those things that is a diagnostic feature is differences in social skills, and so much of our treatment is dealing with cognitive behavioral therapy from a young age all the way to an adult that might be obtaining or looking for meaningful employment. The mission of the Wiley Center for us is it is the nonprofit arm of our organization, and we really focus on building a collaborative network and reaching as broad as possible to support the overall development in terms of the social, emotional, and physical well-being of individuals with autism. So we partner with organizations that have a key role in their development with the ultimate goal of changing what autism and neurodiversity looks like for individuals. So in terms of, with that, we see some of the things that you might see with individuals that have autism is difference in, for example, communication skills. You might see differences in how they interpret sort of social cues and signals. And so also we know that as more and more individuals receive targeted treatment, the face of autism and neurodiversity in general is really starting to change. So the best part about this is helping individuals get to that meaningful employment, becoming independent, and we can't do that, of course, without the role of transit. It plays a big part. In terms of the one thing about autism specifically is that you will see a restricted and repetitive interest or behavior. And so for many of our kids, that might be a very restricted interest in transit. Some of our kids, the very first word that they say is bus because they're so excited about it. And that restricted interest, as the individual develops across the lifespan, will turn into understanding all the lines, knowing the routes, having a very laser-focused understanding of transit. And so we are able to see some of our clients now transform from saying bus is their first word to now working within the transit system and providing that expert knowledge because they've been all in on it for most of their lives. So in terms of Metro, as we embrace the role of transit, our first interaction with Metro began in April for Autism Awareness Month. During that time, Metro had a company-wide effort to get employees to bring in what we call toys that make sense. Of course, you know, every child loves toy. Every person loves toys, right? And things that we are interested in. But our idea was if the toys are clinically appropriate and also help to develop and support individuals with autism who may experience sensory overload, then we're seeing that the kids get a toy that actually makes sense. And so what we did was serve 350 individuals, and we stuffed the bus with all of the toys that Metro employees provided for us. And that was our Autism Awareness Month effort. It was amazing to be able to see like how everybody was so excited about it. And what we realized was that if we can take this out of just the month, bring that awareness, bring the fact that, you know, people will benefit from these sensory toys, but they also can benefit from any change that might occur by way of a neurodiverse person. And so we decided to take it away from the month and now join in with Metro to do these efforts, which will hopefully impact not just this month, but all of the years in the future ahead.
Thanks so much, Ashley. That's great. Can you tell us a little bit more about, in general, what do neurodiverse people find impactful or important in a public transit experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you know, the thing that's very interesting is while there's differences in sensory skills, there's also differences in how they interpret sensory experiences, brightness, lights, sounds. People will talk about, for example, just the sensation of a shirt touching you can feel like needles or daggers for an individual that's neurodiverse. And so they have an extremely heightened perception of some of the things that we may not think, we might feel that's normal or not even be aware of. Also concerns, so as a result, concerns with personal space is a big piece. Even just being within their, what we would call a space bubble can be very disturbing. And then also wayfinding in the sense of knowing where to go, when to get off, what their stop is, you know, how to pay. If you don't pay correctly, being aware that you've not done it. So some of those things are differences and challenges that you would see that are consistent with their disorder.
Thank you, Ashley. So, Althea, why don't you walk us through the study? What are the goals? What's in the scope of it that we're doing here to help understand these issues, and so Metro can work to improve?
So we have a hefty goal of surveying 5,000 individuals who identify as neurodiverse and also surveying their caregivers or parents. In addition to this survey, which will provide us with quantitative data, we're partnering with regional centers, and regional centers are county organizations that partner with the California Department of Developmental Services to support and provide resources to individuals with disabilities. But we're also partnering with healthcare organizations, elected officials' offices, and nonprofit organizations to cover all of Metro's territory to ensure that we have representation for all voices in the county. We've engaged in focus groups and mystery rides for qualitative data. We're also interviewing other national and international transportation agencies and organizations who may have engaged in similar research, or to hear their lessons learned and to identify any best practices in which they've engaged with a neurodivergent audience. Our ultimate objective is in line with what Metro does every day, though, and that's to identify challenges and the unmet needs of our riders, and especially our neurodiverse and disabled riders. And we're working to remove those barriers and improve the rider experience for everyone. We also want to explore, however, what is working well and expand on those items and continue them. So through this project, we'll gather information directly from the riders themselves and from their families and other agencies who may have done this work before, as I mentioned. And this project will help guide improvements to Metro's planned rail services and expansions, including the Purple Line extension, the Foothill Gold Line, and beyond, and to ensure a more inclusive and accessible travel for everyone.
Thanks so much, Althea. As a status update, you can see on the slide here, we have a QR code if you'd like to register your interest in the survey. It's not live today, but it will be live soon. We are in the midst of doing our focus groups and have some great information learned from those, as well as some initial interviews with the transit agencies. So Ashley, why don't you walk us a little bit through the key topics that folks have raised so far in the focus groups from neurodiverse people and their caregivers?
Yeah, thank you, David. You know, it's been very interesting because we are seeing two distinct paths. One is the individual that's neurodiverse, and we're seeing that that is an adventure and also means independence to them. So regardless of the challenges or the difficulties, they feel empowered and have love for the transit system. The other side of this is the caregiver, which caregiving, for the most part, typically should be easier as your loved one gets older. However, individuals that are caregivers to loved ones who are neurodiverse, their job oftentimes gets harder as they get older. Their worry gets greater as they get closer to being independent. Independence looks different for an individual that's neurodiverse, and their caregiver is distinctly aware of that. And so we found that on, so far, the neurodiverse side, the rider has identified differences in sensory things. For example, we're noticing like lights, colors, smells, even not just on the bus, but the stop or leading up to their stop is something that will discourage or change their experience. We are also seeing that personal space is a significant need, and oftentimes that they're feeling lost in that process of figuring out even where they can sit or where they fit in. For the caregiver, however, we're seeing that they are primarily concerned with safety. And not just safety, on the bus or on the train, but wanting to know exactly where their loved one is. Like, where are they on the bus? Which bus are they on? For individuals, and it's for parents who have said, okay, my child's on the bus, but also for parents who are like, I never want them to ride the bus. The fact remains that reason why is because they don't know where their loved one is, and it's hard to let go. So those things that we're seeing though, on the opposite side, when you're sitting next to your child who says, I actually do want to get on the bus, this is helping me to become independent, then we're seeing the caregiver like, well, how can I feel better about this? And so what's come from this has been some amazing recommendations. One of my favorite questions that we've come up with as a team was, what's your dream transit experience? I mean, we've heard everything from, well, I wish it could fly, to maybe the community can care for the stops and ensure that it's bright enough for our kids to be there, because we all love our individual communities and maybe partnering with nonprofit organizations. So we've heard some amazing things that has turned into our wheels churning as we get to the place of ultimately providing recommendations that will answer some of the gaps that these riders and their caregivers are experiencing.
Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, and so you can see some repeat topics here that come up. There is clarity and accuracy of real-time arrival info. There's understanding of the crowding of vehicles. There's the understanding of safety. And so we're going to try and match what we're hearing with things that Metro can feasibly implement. I want to share a little bit about what we've learned from some of the transit agency interviews so far. And what we're hearing is a theme that there are a number of elements of engagement related to April, which again is Autism Awareness Month. And so a lot of the agencies out there are very excited and successfully participating in bringing students or other neurodiverse people to, for example, their operations center to look at all the lights and the buttons and get a tour and see what's going on there. They have some of the, typically it's children or students make special recorded announcements that play on the vehicles or at the stations during April, And it's a really nice thing, a really nice memory for the people participating. You know, sometimes these announcements are like, "Hi, I'm David. You're hearing my voice because it's April, and I want to tell you to stay back from the platform edge," and things like that. And these are all fantastic, but they are also limited to periodic engagement, typically focused in April for Autism Awareness Month. And so what we're also seeing is that what Metro's doing now for this study is somewhat unprecedented, because although Metro does do some work and engagement on that, and those are fantastic memories for the people attending, and those are events that it would be great to continue, Metro also has an eye on longer term, more permanent improvements that actually might occur on the system to see how someone's daily experience being neurodiverse could improve. And so that unprecedented element of this is both exciting, but also means that Metro is working through, or as a team, we're working through new territory in terms of formulating, the materials and receiving recommendations and teasing information out and balancing that with what can be done. So what we do see is that a lot of peer agencies have a lot of technological pilot programs or other applications that are supportive of improved accessibility. They might be things like augmented reality, right? Where if you are able to, you have an app, and if you hold your phone around and you point it down that hallway or out that door, it can tell you, what is that way, what buses or trains are that way, when are they coming, where do they go? And so that sort of extra element of, wayfinding at your chips is not something that was done in those agencies, in those places for the purpose of serving neurodiverse people. It was maybe for a broader element of improved customer experience, or something was developed to improve the experience of people who are visually impaired, but they may have applications for people who are neurodiverse that might be tailored or done differently. There's 3D mapping of stations. That's something that's becoming more popular, and again, via phone, typically introducing that so that wayfinding, and not just where things are, but other elements, amenities like fire extinguishers, emergency exits, things that were developed this way for other reasons, not necessarily like the study we're looking at, but again, they have applications, or at least the technology could be tailored or tweaked or updated to serve neurodiverse people and benefit neurodiverse people. And so that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on, right, is what is out there, and how can that help serve neurodiverse people for this study. So as we come toward a close and open up to Q&A, Althea, why don't you tell us a little bit about next steps for this project?
Sure, so as David mentioned, we anticipate the survey will be live shortly, and it will be live for about a month. So if anyone in this room or their agencies are interested, please do scan the code that you see on the screen behind us. Once it's completed and we receive our summary findings and the analysis of all the data, there'll be a report prepared for us with recommendations about implementations to consider. And so we'll look at those along with some of the current pilots that we have, like the wayfinding app currently at Union Station, and an upcoming pilot on hyper-legible font on some of our website pages. But we'll determine which recommendations we can move forward, that we can implement in the short and long term. We hope to be able to share our findings with other agencies so that they can implement similar enhancements to improve their ridership experiences as well. And the timing of all of this is especially important with, as you all know, the upcoming large major events, where we'll have millions of visitors to LA for the World Cup, for the Super Bowl, the All-Star Games, and of course the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And so we hope that these visitors, some with hidden and physical disabilities, and older visitors, and those traveling with families, will be able to benefit from these enhancements that we'll be able to implement, while also serving our everyday riders getting to work and to school and around the county on their routines. We anticipate that many of these improvements will be legacy improvements that last beyond the major world events, to support our neurodiverse and neurotypical riders, and to improve experiences for all of our riders. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. We do have some time for Q&A. If there are any questions, we can bring the mic around.
Thank you. Yeah, quickly, I just wanted to say, listening to you has, this is a weird thing. My dad moved in with me 3 months ago, and he was also diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And I use Metro, so now he uses Metro. And by the way, Metro was very helpful in getting him a senior card.
Awesome.
But I guess this is just a moment I'm having where I'm realizing that, like, while I might not have walked into this room thinking that this was for me, it is. And it's really hard to have certain groups understand how these things affect them. And I'm just curious, through the work you've done, helping folks realize how this applies to them at the macro scale, to the everyday rider, whether it's at the fore of their mind or not. If there's anything you could add to that.
Yeah, that's you. You bring up such a thoughtful point, and I think that's really the essence of the project, which is it will benefit everyone. And you may not even realize it until you experience it, and you're like, wow, that was a way better ride or a way better situation. In terms of what we're seeing specifically, and can you just ask me like the specific part of the question?
Yeah, sorry. Like it really spoke from the heart there for a second, so it caught me off guard. But when you said the improvements of like wayfinding, it's an experience I've had with my dad now several times where I'm seeing him look at the system in a way totally different than me. The audio instructions are hitting him in a different way. And I guess just speaking to some of those elements so that they're easier to get buy-in, to get participation and all these things. And have there been any tactics? I think my original question before you spoke was, we're doing all these investments for the games. We're doing investments for wildfire relief, all these things, right? And rather than asking, how can things like this serve the games, I'm also just curious, and how can all this games work not get in the way of the work you're doing? So I guess that led me to say, how are we making this more personal for people to understand how this impacts them?
If you don't mind. Well, Metro is engaging in enhancements all the time, every day. We're moving projects forward that are designed to improve the overall rider experience. So it's not just with an eye towards the big major events. My accessibility team is engaged in this research with our agency partners, the AAC, the ADTN, and others on a daily basis to try to find ways that we can improve the lighting, the sound, the colors, the wayfinding with our Waymaps app. And so it's an everyday experience for us, and we're constantly wanting to exceed those accessibility limitations, or regulations, I should say, to ensure that people do, older individuals, folks traveling with families, women traveling alone late at night, but just a variety of experiences. We want to make sure that we're seeing those and identifying those and eliminating whatever those barriers may be.
I was going to add, too, that's such a great point. And on top of that, for individuals with autism, while we don't want to, we want to improve the experience now, I will say that for the neurodiverse community, they feel like this is so cool that they're finally centered. So when we're talking, they're like thinking about the Olympics now when they weren't even thinking about this, but then also feeling like I'm at the middle of this and I'm not usually at the middle. So it's been really cool to see.
I think one of the things we did do is have a focus group, particularly for caregivers, which does sort of influence our understanding of how this experience is viewed from both people who are neurodiverse, but also who are caring for those. And so, we are partway through the study, the project here, and so that means we are still learning. And so understanding that perspective is something that, you know, we're still learning how we might work that in and the framing of the project itself. In terms of, well, the point being that it is an important part, and I think there is space, and we are getting information that can view it from that angle. In terms of beyond the games, I would actually say that, although Ashley's right that people are excited to think about the upcoming major events, most of the information we're getting so far in the focus groups, you know, there's not a major event every day. There's usually not. And so the information we're getting is typically from people's daily experience. And so that is likely to influence the recommendations, as Metro has an eye on the future and long-term daily improvements anyway. That is also a lot of the input we're getting, because a major event is not most people's experience. And so the daily information we expect to be influenced in the outcomes.
Now this is, I guess, a question wrapped up in a statement. My name is Sharon Toji, and I'm a longtime official delegate to the American National Standards Institute that writes the accessibility standards that are used by the United States. We're right now in the process, actually, of revising them. We really need input, frankly, from this community. This is one of the disability communities, along with what I call the disabilities of aging, which I obviously express. I'm almost 90 years old, and have all of the little things that go around with reduced hearing and cognition and etc. And we need to have input from neurodiverse communities, because when we write the standards, one of the most important things is consistency. People who are neurodivergent need consistent wayfinding. For instance, the restroom signs in this building are so illegal that I almost dropped to the ground when I saw them. And it's important to people with these kinds of disabilities. So I'm interested in asking, have you thought about the possibility of interfacing with the NC A117.1 community and trying to even get membership? We'd love, I think, to have a membership application from a group that would represent this significant group of people.
Yeah, I think, oh, I'm sorry. That would be great. I'm happy to connect with you after this panel. I'd love to hear more information and see how we can partner. That would be awesome. Thank you.
If there are more questions, I know we're coming toward the end of our time here, but some of us, I'm sure, will be hanging around the event today. So if you see one of us around, don't hesitate. Come on up to us and let's talk. But thank you all so much for having us today. Really look forward to learning what else comes out of CoMotion. Seeing you all out there. Bye.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to do just a 2 or 3 minute reset here on the stage, and then we'll get started with our next panel. So please don't go anywhere. We are going to keep the trains, trucks, scooters, bikes, etc. moving. So stand by.
Margo, I'm working on the best practices. Good to see you. Yeah, thank you so much for always sending those great thank you notes. Oh yeah, of course.
organization is a membership organization. We have an incredible board from across the country and across the pond. Amsterdam is on our board, and we're looking to expand even further in Europe. So we're really, really lucky to get such an engaged board. We also have a lot of private companies, and we're trying to get some slides up here. Yeah, anyways. Thank you to all of our private companies for the, of course, the financial support. A foundation like this doesn't run without finances, so thank you so much for that. But honestly, it's also the labor and the love that companies put in to our organization. In essence, I mean, our open source software foundation, right? And to build open source requires a community of engaged folks, intelligent folks, who are driving the needs, doing the actual programming, and all of that. There we go. There's our board. Here are our premier members who have really helped this event. And let's keep going. And then a big thank you. We're continuing to grow. These are our new private sector members who are making our organization that much better. All right. Thank you. Let's keep going here. Okay, so 2025 was an incredible year for us. We launched our CDS, which is our curb data specification version 1.1. We baked and just launched our OMF Academy, which I'll talk about again in a second. We built out and executed a great deal of our curb collaborative, which brought cities and companies across the country together, and a huge investment from the federal government to build out and implement what CDS is across the country here. We have baked, but we haven't fully launched yet. We will right in the beginning of next year, our MDS, or Mobile Data Specification, version 2.1. And we really hope you join us in continuing to do this. The big focus for this next year is making sure folks know how deep the ecosystem we've already built is. We have, basically we've built an incredibly complex game or a system. You kind of think about it as like a video game with 100 levels. Most people are kind of hovering around level 1 to 5. But there's so much more depth than what we're doing. And so we're going to be spending a lot of time this coming year with things like the OMF Academy, getting folks deeper into what we do and understanding how we can make that much more connectivity between the public sector and the private sector. All right, with that, I'm going to pass it off to Aileen to lead our session.
Great. It's not working out yet. There we go. No?
There we go. Thank you. Hi, I'm Aileen McCallum. I'm the Director of Partnerships and Development at the Open Mobility Foundation. I'm really pleased to have 4 of our leaders here joining us today to talk more about innovation and using the OMF data specifications in their agencies, and also just kind of fleshing out what does innovation mean when you're also just trying to keep the streets running in your cities, in your respective roles. So love for you each to introduce yourselves first, talk about how innovation relates to the role in your agency, and then use this moment to quickly brag about something that maybe you're really proud of, or that's something that's going on in your city that's not on the front page of the newspaper or a website newspaper. Jarvis, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for everyone for coming. I'm Jarvis Murray. I'm the Commercial Rideshare Mobility Administrator for the City of Los Angeles. And in my role, really what my team, what we do is we're kind of the incubators for innovation a little bit. I manage and deal with policies and regulations for legacy modes as well as innovative modes. So typically we're the people you call when you want to try something new in Los Angeles. You want to try a new mode, you want to try a new type of service, you come to us. And so that's where innovation comes in for me and having to balance those things. I think, and if anyone's wondering, what does that mean? We regulate taxi cabs, we regulate private ambulance, non-emergency medical. We do the scooters, the delivery robots. We also run bike share and car share within my division, and we're also planning multiple other things, bringing mobility hubs, and there's a lot going on for us. But I think the thing that it's kind of not a headline, but we've been really happy with it. It's really, so all of our taxi cabs currently have partnerships with TNC companies. And through that, their utilization has grown tremendously. And, you know, and for those of you who don't know, in Los Angeles, all of our taxi cabs are actually on mobility specification. So we're watching the growth, and we're getting to the stage where we're going to start having enough data to begin really doing real planning around pickup and drop-off zones and various needs of you know, directional travel and things of that nature. So I think that's really exciting that the legacy products are working with kind of the new technology folks now.
Excellent. Really leaning into using what you have as a city to make it work, make your city work more efficiently. It's great. Akshay.
So, hi, my name is Akshay Malik. I'm the Smart Cities Director of Philadelphia, and we work on innovative projects. The thing that, so our city uses MDS for our bike share network, we use CDS for our smart loading zone pilot projects, but the thing that has not made it to the papers or websites yet is that we've been working on a right-of-way spec that is still under development, and it's in partnership with Open Mobility Foundation. It's one of the Smart Grant funded projects that Philadelphia is working as part of the Smart Grant Collaborative at WMF. And I just want to highlight, it's not the right-of-way spec that I'm really excited about, it's mostly about the collaboration that went into working with 10 cities across the country, learning from how others have been dealing with the problem and not trying to reinvent solutions that they have already solved for. Collaboration is hard, and I think OMF made it sort of easy. It was like managed really well, and even though there were a lot of differences regulation-wise or procurement-wise across 10 cities, we were still able to lean on each other. It was more than just a therapy session. So just want to give a shout out for the collaborative.
That's awesome. I think that you really hit on something that the OMF does really well, and we steward these open source data specifications, and the moment I start sharing that with my friends and colleagues about what I do for work, and their eyes glaze over, and you basically just said it's about collaboration and relationships. That's what it is, so we can use what we have out on the streets more efficiently. Tim, you want to share a little bit more about your role and some things you're excited about?
Yeah, thanks, Aileen. Tim Sexton, so I serve as Public Works Director for the City of Minneapolis. And Public Works in the city is drinking water, wastewater, garbage, recycling, and the whole transportation system. So pretty diverse portfolio. And so for me, I think what really excites me about the work with the OMF is not so much the technical work itself, but we have a vision of a sustainable, equitable, and safe city. And to get there, we really need these tools that both help us move in that direction, but also provide us with the sort of the best practices. They provide transparency and accountability to our constituents, and they give us space to be innovative. We can talk more about what that, how I think about that later, but I think that's what really excites me about this is having that standard that we can refer to, that we can leverage, and then all the collaboration and best practices and lessons learned that come with that. In terms of something that's exciting, that might not be on the headlines, it's some of these smaller tactical things that kind of get me excited, that are really consumer, resident focused. There's a lot of stuff that happens that makes our life easier, that help us be more efficient and effective in the work that we do. But I think what really gets me excited is how do we help the people in our city using the curbside. And one of the things that we're just starting this year in the city of Minneapolis, we have winters, right? So it's a northern climate, it creates some unique challenges. One of those things that we do is called a snow emergency. And what that means is it's really a parking exercise. But if we have a larger snowfall, we tell everybody, you've got to move your vehicles off the street. And there's this whole, it's quite the dance that happens throughout the city. So we can plow up to the curb. But it involves people moving, and especially in some of our denser neighborhoods, that can be an ordeal. And so we're continuously trying to get better at communicating that to people so we don't have to ticket and tow them. which we still do to the tune of like thousands of tows per year for these. But to get to the point, we have our parking app that for the first time we're trying to leverage that to communicate to people that the snow emergency is happening and help them understand sort of like the parking restrictions and how they work. And the idea being like the more that we can consolidate in different things into a single app or a single experience, I think we're making lives easier for the residents that we're serving. And so those are the things that get me excited. And then those do come back in different ways to the CDS and the MDS and all the work of the OMF.
Yeah, thinking about how many mayors have lost their jobs due to snow emergencies, I'm really glad that we're not reading about that thing that you're excited about in Minneapolis, right? It means you must be doing something right there, so thank you. And Tim, you were kind of referencing this idea of balancing change and innovation. I mean, like, innovation, just this concept of being innovative, like, just naturally is it's a warning signal to everyone, like, change is coming. And it feels sometimes us human beings don't love change. So how are you stewarding innovation in your departments and helping everyone like hold their hands through the change? Like, what does that look like in your departments?
Yeah, so it's a great point. I will say that I want to get to the point where innovation is an expectation, and so we don't have to talk so much about innovation because it's something that we're always like that strive for continuous improvement is just something that is expected. And so even some of our strategic planning work that we've done, we haven't focused so much on innovation because it should be like trying to reinforce that that is something we're always doing, always looking to get better.
Like, how do we ask our private sector to change so much, and then we just ask our public sector to stay the same? It's crazy.
So I mean, I think this gets also to different roles within government, and I mean, I will say one thing that I've really tried to reinforce as much as I can. I can always do a better job, but it's giving the staff the flexibility and the time so they can focus on those technical challenges. They can work on the thing without getting caught up in the politics or the constituent responses or the political pieces of all of this that are inevitable, but that also just suck up a huge amount of time. So I think for me, like I feel like in my role, one of the things that I can do and focus on is just giving staff the freedom to work the problem, defining where we're trying to go, but giving them the flexibility and the freedom to do the thing. Because we have some super talented staff, some of which are here today. And so, yeah, I feel like that for innovation in my role is sort of like reinforcing that it's an expectation, and then again, giving people the time and the opportunity to do the work.
Yeah, that's awesome. Akshay, Jarvis, do you guys want to chime in?
I have to agree completely with Tim. A lot of it is giving your people the ability and the time to do that and keeping that open for them. It's my job to take the slings and the arrows, so I tell them not to worry. You just kind of, I focus on the outcomes. Here's what I'm looking for. But you do that, and, the angry politician, the angry constituent, that's my role. And a lot of it for us is also, because I work with the private sector a lot, I have to balance their ability to grow a business with the impacts on the community. So I'm kind of balancing two ways. I'm playing a little bit both sides a lot of times because I want growth. I want growth from attorneys. I want them to build their business strong, but I have to also ensure, you mentioned we don't want cities to change. It's not that we don't want to change, it's a lot of our people don't want to change.
Yeah.
Our innovators.
You're managing change for your constituents.
Correct.
And your residents, and yeah, you're open to it, but there's only so much they can take at one time.
Right, I mean, everyone wants to say, we're going to bring you to the land of milk and honey, but my constituents might be lactose intolerant. So there's a lot of that
The
I have to
analogies
manage.
always go to like food and dating when we talk about the OMF.
Oh, I'll just add, innovation is the buzzword. We all want to sort of focus on that and allow people to focus on it. I think I spend a lot of time translating technical problems for people so that they can sort of allow change or not be resistant to it. And I think this is where I want to dive into, like how Open Mobility Foundation has been instrumental in allowing that space for conversations with folks who I may otherwise lose on what an API is. You say the word API and half the room just looks at their phone and you're like, okay, he's going to talk some techno-babble crap for a minute and then we'll get back to operations in a minute. And I think trying to help them see that the technology is part of the problem that you're trying to solve and part of the solution that you hopefully get to without them having go through a computer science education in that room is part of what I try and spend a lot of time on.
Akshay, we did not plan for this, but Akshay and I were at a conference earlier this year, and I might put him on the spot. Do you, just to help our audience, bring them along, just in case some of you did get a little nervous when Akshay mentioned an API, do you want to share your waiter and restaurant example?
Since Chavez took up the food topic.
Yeah, we'll bring it back. It's kind of right before lunch, so
so
what we're all thinking about.
For like folks who do not deal with APIs on a daily basis, it's sort of a question answer between two computers in a specific format. And the way I've explained in other settings that Aileen is referring to is an API is just a recipe for a dish. So a recipe gives you all the ingredients you should put in what order, how you should go about cooking it, but it doesn't really give you the dish. You can't smell it, you can't taste it, you don't know what utensils to use, what kind of, are you cooking on a screen, like an electric stove or gas or whatever. Implementation, like the softwares that use CDS and MDS, are the cooked dish. And you may, the idea that I feel the API development through this community engagement that OMF has cultivated allows us to ensure if you order chicken tikka masala, you don't get Alfredo pasta. It is sort of in the realm of that dish when you get that software. This is a lot of overlap between food and software. But the idea is like, going from a recipe to a cooked dish is a huge leap. And I think that does not take away from the need to define the recipe well, but it also helps people, or should help people, think that when you're doing the recipe, you're not really cooking, and you'll have time to figure out the cooking as you go about.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Okay, so let's start talking about the resources that your organizations need to do your job better, whether that is time or partnership or grace. What do you need from your fellow city leaders, from elected officials, from the private sector? Maybe you're welcome to think of this as an individual leader or leading your departments and the folks on your teams. What do they need?
So we need all of those things, along with some funding.
That's the easy.
But,
please elaborate for us.
Yeah, we need expertise in some of these spaces. And one of the things that's been helpful for us, because again, like I said, I work with the private sector a lot. And part of the beauty, the thing that we do like about having a group like the OMF involved is that, kind of like with your analogy, Akshay, it's this idea that every city you go to, it should taste the same, or not too different. So we often, let them know.
Maybe a little local flavor, but it's the same basic dish.
Correct, yes. Exactly, because, my partners, my private sector, they're not just going to be in LA. They're going to be in New York, they're going to go to Miami, they're going to go to Vienna, they're going to go everywhere. So we like to tell them, hey, if you work with us on these data specifications, we look to the OMF, we look to Andrew, and we say, when you get to another city, you'll be doing the same thing. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, you don't have to create a new white label product. It is something that you'll be able to translate, and maybe I don't want mine with salt. They want theirs with pepper, but it'll be all the same ease of access for you, and that's something that we try to communicate to them. So for you private sector individuals out there, what we also need is your cooperation, and talk to us, work with us, and share your data.
That's awesome. You guys want to add?
So, I guess the way I think about it is it gets back to this sort of like freedom to do our work. And so, I mean, the OMF it's so valuable because we have these best practices. We can defend what we're doing. We can show that accountability and transparency. And so what that gives us then is the ability to think creatively. How do we want to season the food, right? Because we have this base that we're really confident that we can build off of. And then at the same time, I was trying to think of an analogy, and all I can think of is like the German purity law for beer, which is like 500 years old, right? And there's 3 ingredients, water, hops, and barley. But yet there's countless amounts of different types of beer that come from that. And I'm not sure that that's the best analog because that hasn't changed for 500 years. And I think what's important is that there is that stable foundation, but what the OMF provides is the chance to not sacrifice the autonomy of generally, the government that is having to really be be accountable, but recognizing also that like maybe you do want to add lactate or you want to add some other sort of crazy stuff to your beer, which for the record you shouldn't do because some of that's kind of gross. But you have that ability to do that and to do that in collaboration with the private sector because we don't always know best at the government level, but we do have a different level of accountability that I think is really important. And so having that public and private shared learning opportunity, shared space for collaboration so that we can evolve as we learn more and as technology and other needs change, I think is super important.
Well, and there's this intersection where the government can get better at being accountable to their shareholders and the private sector can also get better at being accountable to their shareholders, their actual ones.
Yeah, just to reinforce one other thing that Jarvis said, that when I think about the OMF and the work that we're doing, it's so important is that I think it's really unfair to ask the private sector to go to different cities and do things differently. Like that is not a recipe for success. And so understanding their needs along with ours, I think it has to be that partnership because otherwise I think we would also be asking things that are probably unfair and unreasonable. And that is not a success. That's not a recipe for innovation either.
Yeah, we're really trying to encourage all of our members, public sector members, to start moving away from bespoke specifications. We still see it all the time. We are a small organization, so it's hard for us to provide all that support out there, but the more we can encourage cities to move away from these bespoke data specifications that they're asking the private sector to do, I think the cities will find, and the public agencies will find more success in what they're asking for, and they'll make it easier for the private sector to be a good partner for them. And that's, for all that's said about cities, they actually don't want to get in the way of economic development being fostered and supported in their city. Akshay, did you want to fill in any gaps?
Nah, I'm second everything that was said. I think to the question of what I would want to do our work better, I don't know, more money, more people, everything. But I think other than HR approving everything quickly, the idea is like, I think there's an adage or there's an assumption that the public sector doesn't want to change. And it's mostly because, and this is coming from somebody who's worked in IT, we buy bad software for people and we're just too good at that. And then when you ask this employee who spent like 30 years learning the previous bad software to learn the new bad software, you'll always see pushback. So I think with OMF being the agency to collaborate and make sure software is prioritized, it's standardized in terms of how we receive information without being a computer science expert, allows us to not have people worried about what is this new thing that I have to learn about. And the other thing is that I think the digitization of processes is helping cities sort of identify some of the policy gaps that I never thought would be a thing. And I'll give you a small example. Like we're working on a separate project where we're working with the Parks and Recreation Department to figure out how to digitize their programming. And there were some things that were just assumed we don't charge money for it. And I was like, is this a policy or a lack of policy? And then we found, oh, it's like lack of policy because nobody actually ever stated that that's the answer. Same thing happens with transportation as well. Like, when you're digitizing, you just can't leave things blank. And I think that's where the recipe format and the recipe making is so critical, because you want to make sure you have space to put in the policy. Even if you don't have a policy right now, you want that like little space to put that in there.
I always tell my kids to clean their room before they try to organize it, and because then they can see the gaps. So and I give them a list. Here's your checklist to get to do before you clean your room, or before you organize your room. And I think of it the same way. You kind of need to organize, and then you can find the gaps of what needs to happen next. Okay, thank you. So we're innovating, we're pioneering in our cities. What do we do to make sure we don't leave someone behind? And also, not just like a constituency behind, but what do we need to do in our storytelling efforts to help the whole ecosystem understand what we're doing? How do we make sure that our stakeholders are not left behind when we're pioneering in our cities?
Should I go? Go ahead. I was sharing this example with Tim yesterday. We had our first project called the Smart Loading Zone pilot with Sidewalk Labs back in 2022. I think it was one of the first CDS deployments. And it was a funny conversation with the folks from Google that I was trying to explain my biggest KPI is nobody yelling on a phone call about this. And like, yeah, we did education, we did campaigns around like, how to use this new loading zone, this is the app and all that stuff. My KPI is the council member is not getting bad calls. That did not, like, we were spending
in this world of data, that was your KPI, no yelling.
It's hard to explain that as to corporate entities that's a metric for me. I mean, some people on the product side do understand that good technology should be invisible, but I mean, they get managers asking for KPIs, or they ask us for KPIs, and I'm like, this is not aligning. The constituents shouldn't be burdened with the technical and we were just having this in the academy, this discussion about, does a passenger boarding a taxi deal with CDS? And probably the answer is no, they're not supposed to be. It's in the back end where a ride-hailing company is dealing with the internal operations of their software and hardware, and it's sending a point for you to be picked up, and that point could be sent in whatever technology, whatever stack they want. All we're asking is, as a city, tell me this little thing out of your operations. I don't need to know how other logs were created, how you colored your buttons, all that is irrelevant.
So, yeah, I mean, in terms of not leaving people behind, I mean, my mind automatically goes to, equity is just a fundamental principle in everything we do in the city of Minneapolis. And, one of the things, with the mobility data spec, we're really focused on shared bikes and scooters, and we run that, we evaluate all the data internally. So we do a bit more internalized functions of data scientists and data engineers in some other cities. And we've done some great things in terms of in our contracts about where certain scooters or bikes need to be, what percent in certain parts of the city, which is really great. But then I think about, that's all good, anybody can do that, it's pretty high level kind of policy decisions. But then there's also the piece about data and the role it has in reducing implicit bias and racism that's within our systems, and being able to tell the story. And I don't know that, we definitely haven't perfected this yet by any means, but there was a situation a couple summers ago where we had a number of people, council members concerned about scooters all over our riverfront and, quote unquote, wreaking havoc or whatever. And the perception was that the scooter companies were dumping all their scooters by the riverfront and encouraging this, despite some of the restrictions we had about that, and it's because somebody took a picture of one drop off or something. Anyway, the point being, there's a lot of anecdotal evidence, and I think having the data that we do helps to verify, are these things that people are observing really happening, or is this a one-off? And then, adjust things if we need to, but in that case, I think we were able to sort of dispel that this was like a wholesale strategy by the company, but this is one instance. But I mean, I think it can't be ignored that a lot of these claims of, sort of like bad behavior, there are some maybe unpleasant historical, implicit or otherwise bias that comes into who's complaining and how. And I think having the data is really important for us to understand and then tell the story back about what the reality is, and potentially dispelling some of these anecdotes that often are untrue and have a really ugly history.
So hear the story, the anecdote, synthesize that with and compare it to the actual data that your city has, and then be able to retell the story with the actual data that can back up your story. I like that. We need a lot of storytellers at the OMF, so if you want to help us tell some stories, we'd appreciate it. Jarvis, did you want to add anything to this?
I was just going to say I 100% agree with Tim on that. I go through that all the time with all the moves that I regulate, which is a perception versus a reality. And the data for us is really helpful in that sense. I think in the public sector, I don't think it's us leaving anyone behind. Because, like, as Akshay said, I know this TNC pilot is working with my taxi drivers because no one's complaining. No one's at a meeting screaming, no one is upset. Then you guys are okay, and we're doing great. That's how it really works for us. And I just left a commission meeting this morning over a parking issue in Larchmont, packed room, and they have a whole lot to say. So that's not really us. I think our challenge is often getting the private sector to understand it's important to not leave these groups behind, because we're hearing it. We hear all the complaints. We get all the 311s, and even if it's good, hey, they have this service, why don't we? So we hear all of it, and us trying to storytell to the private sector, this is why you need to, listen to us a little bit on this.
Yeah, they are a private company, and they are operating and providing a service that is regulated largely to the public. And so it kind of crosses that intersection of some of the equity and access concerns that you as public sector leaders are really honed in on. Okay, so just a heads up, we are going to have some time for questions from the audience, so feel free to think of a question, and I hope we have a microphone to help gather those questions. But let's finish up with my already planned questions with a last question with you guys to give them a second to think about their questions. Where are you heading in the next 12 to 18 months where you want someone to reach out to you afterwards and just start opening a relationship with you and picking your brain, or you pick their brain about how you can maybe implement? What are some projects that you're currently working on that you'd love someone to talk to you about afterwards? And think like 12 to 18 months in advance.
Sure, I don't think I started yet. So we are really excited to have been awarded a Stage 2 Smart Grant. And the City of Minneapolis partnered with the City of Seattle to expand our Stage 1 work, which is really focused on commercial loading zones, some digital twins, and doing, it's exciting work. But I think the details are important, and using sensors combined with AI cameras and and then informing our policies. I think what's really reinforces the whole message of this group, which I think is cities working together. We have more value and bring more weight to the conversation, is having this shared grant. It's a $15 million just shy of grant, combined, split with the City of Seattle and Minneapolis. But while these two cities are leading this work, the goal is to then share all those lessons with other cities. And so, so we're excited about that. I'm not as involved with all the details, but I want to recognize, I see Dylan Freed is up there waving his hand, John Lundstrom and Max Gonzalez are all here too. So if anyone else is here, just raise your hand. I'd suggest you talk to them after. I'm sure they'd be happy to share some more of the details and share more about what we're looking for, because we're always looking for more partners and collaboration.
Love that.
So it may not look it right now, as you travel around the city, but we really are prepping for some major events over the next few years. We have FIFA coming up next year. The Super Bowl will be here in 27, and then of course the Olympics. And so I think, if there's anything we want is to be able to talk to, especially the private sector companies that are going to be providing services. What have you seen? What have you done in other cities? Have you done these major events before? And some of them have, but for those of you who may have been in Paris, please talk to us and tell us what you've learned so that we can help build better. Because that's something that we are 100% looking at. I've already talked to some of my companies, even the scooter companies. I reached out, hey, how do you guys manage major events? And they're already putting together plans to help us manage, kind of the ridership, and that's what we want. For us, I want higher utilization, I want more ridership, and and I tell everyone, like right now, maybe we're at a baseline of 10, and by the time during the Olympics, maybe our utilization is at a 20. But what I don't want is that the year after the Olympics for it to go back down to 10. I want it to actually come maybe down to 17, or something like that. But it's basically so to build out that growth. And I feel like in order to do that, we kind of have to start now. So that's the thing I would want the companies to talk to us about.
Well, and you're such in a unique position where you get to try out some of your new ideas at the FIFA World Cup and then figure out what worked and didn't work, iterate again for Super Bowl, and then iterate again, and you'll be at the Olympics, which is probably the biggest of them all?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you'll have a lot of experience and you need good partners, hopefully to fail forward a little bit together so that when the world is looking in 28 that you have a lot of success stories to share. Akshay?
So the example or the case that I would highlight City of Philadelphia would need help with is specifically around street closure permitting. And I think I've shared this example with some of you before in other settings where, and I know that this problem exists in other cities as well. When somebody pulls a permit to close out a part of the street, they usually do it based on their tentative timeline. So you pull a permit for 3 weeks to dig up a plumber's ditch and connect a line from your house to the thing. What somebody's doing is estimating when they'll have that availability with their crew to show up and do the work, but the work is actually just a week. And you're pulling a permit for 3 weeks, and in our systems, that place is closed for 3 weeks. We don't know when they are actually doing the work. And how this translates into bad traffic issues is, say somebody took up a permit to dig up a street for 3 months. They're supposed to be there only for a week out of 3 months. They will choose that date or that week based on their availability of crew. We would know that, and the only way a bus driver would find out that they need to detour is when they're at the block and they see somebody digging right there. So they technically have a permit, but we have no way to ensure that we get a feedback when they're there. And I think we have to figure out how that works compliance and regulation wise, but I think the technology needs to be built out in a product format, because this is a problem almost every city has, when somebody's there. And I always give an example of somebody riding Uber or Lyft in their own personal vehicle. Your insurance and other things change based on you saying, yes, I'm doing Uber work or not. And it's a toggle switch on and off. We should have that for somebody in the street trying to dig up the street.
Well, these are, what a great variety of projects that all three of your cities are working on, and it feels like there's just so much opportunity for collaboration and partnership from all the folks that are in the room, so I hope you have a chance to talk to our panelists or maybe talk to some of their colleagues about some of these great ideas that they have for their cities. And with that, we have about 15 minutes for questions. Are there any questions in the audience? I think we might have someone who has a mic that can go around. There he is. Just raise your hand, there you go.
Hey all, Ravi Abinor, Natural Resource Defense Council. Love the work OMF has been doing since sort of the launch of MDS. As you got it earlier, a standard is valuable. When is the standard? So I would love to hear more about the work you're doing to recruit more cities into this and the challenges you're facing besides what you said, Aileen, about sort of the operational capacity, lack of resources of the foundation.
So I'm actually going to start talking about that. One of the biggest things that we're going to be doing in 2026 to reach out to more cities is give something to cities that they need, which is support. Our board chair had shared a great example of the video game, and we want to help create the YouTube videos that show how to get to level 100. Right? So that's what we're going to be doing in 2026 and delving into professional development programming through the OMF Academy. We'll be doing it virtually. We'll be doing it at conferences. We've been receiving feedback from our existing members on how they'd like to see the OMF Academy concept grow. So they've asked us to look at a cohort model so that you can build relationships with your peers around the world that are also using MDS and or CDS. And then just throwing it out there because I'm a big believer, you gotta put big ideas and big vision into the world and maybe somebody will meet you out there. But we're looking for a philanthropic partner to help invest and scale this program. So we can bring a lot more content to our cities if we have the resources to scale it more quickly. So if you know anyone, let me know. And then you'll have to be a member to join the OMF. That's the big carrot. Like, hey, we're gonna give you this, but we want you to join our coalition and help us make it better in the future. For cities, the barrier is really low. It's an application that you need to have someone review and sign in your department and then get it back to me. For the commercial companies, we do ask for membership dues, but I think there's a lot to be said by investing in the OMF because you're basically stating to all of our public sector members that you're invested in this and that you want to support them and succeed and you're looking for partnership with them. I don't know if the rest of the panel wants to add to that.
I'll just add one quick thing. I think there's a critical mass needed to tap into the problem of like the large delivery companies. I mean, it's a problem across every city, not just in US. And the paradox is that the smaller companies do not have the bandwidth to adopt technology. So there has to be broader adoption and productization so that the price point could fall. It's like Spotify being used by everybody, so I can afford it at like $10. But then the major players will only adopt it when enough cities have said, our compliance requirement or regulatory requirement is CDS compliant in the city. And then that makes a dent in their business model that is beyond their budget line item for enforcement action.
We've talked a lot about the US-based cities. How about other cities in Asia and Europe, both in terms of collaboration between among cities, but also for OMF and deployment of CDS and NDS outside the US? Can you talk to that?
Yeah, so thank you for that reminder. The OMF is a global organization, and we do have members globally, both commercial and public sector members. And in fact, our next OMF Academy program, the CURB Collaborative, we're starting to rebrand all of our professional development programs under this moniker of the OMF Academy. But the CURB Collaborative will continue to help cities explore using CDS and adopting and implementing CDS in their cities. And we have, I'm looking at my colleagues, I think 3 to 5 cities that are based in Europe who are participating. I believe a city in Norway and France? Dublin, thank you. And interest in others, we actually received some interest from cities even in Australia who are looking at implementing CURB management programs and want to seek out help from their public sector partners around the globe. And CDS is the standard and how the recipe, right? But each country does it a little bit differently, and for these standards to be applicable globally, we do need as much participation from cities around the world, and we're open to it and welcome to it. We want that challenge, so please make us wake up at 2 in the morning to host meetings globally. Good problems to have.
I have a question up here. Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, no.
No.
Take two, better?
No.
Okay, I'll just really project.
Yes.
So, now it's on. In my non-Waymo life, as a private citizen of the great city of Oakland, I've spent the last 10 months fighting for a bike lane. This is my tear that many of you have heard. And so what I see is really standing in the way of doing it is a protected bike lane, which is innovation. We often think of innovation as Waymo, but changes to our street are also innovations. And I find that the city wants to make everyone happy. And they're really challenged to handle the trade-offs, that there are winners and losers, and some people may, quote, get more out of this, or might lose and might win, to put it bluntly. And so I'm wondering, as all of you are navigating change in your cities, how do you think about whether it's winners or losers, or simply, things don't make everybody happy. You have people yelling at you, so how do you, and there was a lot of talk yesterday in the Culture of Innovation panel about goal and sticking to your goals, and my dear city has lots of goals around vote share, but they often crumble in the face of that opposition. So that's my question to you is how do you as leaders in the field, again, think about these trade-offs, things about making, what it means if everybody isn't happy as a result of what you push forward? Small question.
Yeah, I can take a crack at how I think about that at least, is the first thing is you have to accept that you're not going to make everybody happy. And in some ways, if you're not making everyone happy, you're probably doing your job. But the bike lane is, I think, a great example of just why this work, I don't think it's just important, but it's really critical for cities who have ambitious mode shift goals, who are trying to add density in a constrained geography, right? Who are increasing their multimodal investments. Because, in the simplest terms, the outcome will be less parking. That is just, at least the way I view it, that's a fact. That said, we still have a lot of people who need to drive or choose to drive. And so as we lose that resource, whether you like that word for parking or not, but we have to be more efficient and effective with how we use it. So whether that's how we manage the lanes, how we price the curb, this work is more and more important to make people less and less angry, right? So that we can get those bike lane projects, we can convert lanes to transit priority, we can be more flexible with the time and how we use not just the curb, but the traffic lanes that we have. But I just feel like this is so critical if you want that multimodal future. Like, we have to make better use of the curbside, and the best tool, or a very critical tool right now, is the work that OMF is doing with the data specs.
Data isn't emotional. Data is data, right? And so, you might have an emotional reaction to what the data tells you, but the data is the data, right? And so the data can tell you, it just gives you the answer. This is the answer. This is how many people are using the facility. This is how many people aren't using the facility.
Well, and not to wax on about this, but this is where data is important to help us, especially with parking, manage the curb and how we're using it, and to help us make life easier for people who are doing the deliveries, right? Like, I bike commute a lot, and there's on 6th Avenue in Minneapolis, or 6th Street in Minneapolis, there's always a truck loading in the morning, and I'm not hitting it on the side or yelling something on my way in, but that driver just wants to do their job, right? They just want to get home to their family too. And so if we're not making it easier for them to do their work, then we're not going to make our bike lanes function, and there's going to be these ramifications. So it's about the data and understanding how we use the curb first of all, but then it's like, what do we do with that? And I think that's the part that gets me excited, is how do we price it? How do we regulate it? Ultimately, though, we just can't lose track of like who are we trying to make life better for, and the people doing the deliveries, the people violating the rules, like sometimes they're lazy and careless, but oftentimes they just have a job to do too. So I just think that's important to think about the people that are doing that as well.
That's what I was just gonna say. You just said the magic word, people. Like we talk about data, but at the end of the day, we're building systems for people. Actually, you look like you want to add something.
Oh, I can talk about data all day. So data is emotional. And I think I said yesterday about how a lot of people would use data as the new oil analogy, and I've shared this before that you don't put oil in your car, you put gasoline, and there's a lot of infrastructure that goes from making oil into something that your cars can use. The analogy and I'll use transportation as an example, cities have had crash data for decades, and it only was a recent phenomenon where the Vision Zero programming, and I started with the city of Philadelphia as working on the Vision Zero team, taking decades of data, turning it into a high-entry network where we were saying the level of risk of you dying or losing a limb on this particular street is X based on historical data. And therefore, we will do things here like put speed bumps around schools because we know 90% of crashes involving kids were around a mile radius of the school. And so I think trying to solve for the most vulnerable, and this is from the Gandhian literature if anybody's ever dug into it, if you solve for the most vulnerable, you solve it for the rest of the folks. And I think we have to, one, identify who the vulnerable population is, and usually that's why I said data is emotional, because if you're talking about people who are having the privilege to navigate through the chaos of the city without worrying about being in a crash or other things, your car is a fancy car and has the braking, automated braking, then you don't have to worry about the crash. But I'm talking about the general, the person with the term is clunkers, like things that are not smart. They also need to be as safe as the rest of them on the street. And I think that's where the data allows us to, one, pinpoint who the vulnerable populations are. Second, identify the solutions that will fit our budget and still make it work for everybody. And third, I think it allows us a baseline to start evaluating. It is not a one and done, and I think cities are doing a better job now using this collected data and the pipelines to turn it into gasoline to sort of tell stories.
So I'm just going to echo everything they just said, and it's true. I started out my public service career in the Bay Area, so I recognized one of the first things I learned was that every block has a constituency, and so there is compromise. It's part of why things are a little bit slow within cities. But we're building a bike lane right now, a separated bike lane along Pico, and one of the things we had to give, one of the areas was, well, can we get some parking? So we're gonna remove this, car share EV station and let you have parking over there. And so it's part of the compromise. It's what you have to do. As Tim said earlier, in our roles, you just have to recognize you're not going to please everyone. We have to make tough choices. It's not my staff's choice. I take the arrows. It is a kind of role where people may get so angry with you that you may lose your role. You may lose your job, but you can't work out of fear. And I think a lot of us do this because we love it. So you don't work out of fear. You do the best you can, and you listen to everyone as much as possible. But sometimes you do have to. We're going to do this. Sorry, and you keep moving. And so that's how it goes for us.
I think we have time for maybe one brief question, if there is one final question from the audience. Okay. Any other final positive remarks? I'll just say thank you for joining us today, and please join our work too. So please reach out to any of these panelists or myself or my OMF colleagues if you're interested. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like it says, there is lunchtime, but make sure you come back. We've got had a great final closing couple of panels. Be sure to see you guys in a
So
little
we
bit.
talked at our hotel. So music outside. I'm trying to see if I can hear it.
Oh, I hope not.
Oh, I am getting it.
Well, that's a pretty sensitive mic, huh?
Yeah, the bone, yeah. I'm getting it a lot.
Mosquito fight.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're going to get started here in a few minutes. We have a really exciting panel, and looking forward to grabbing Alan Olson, the senior editor from Forbes, will be with us in just a minute, talking about green lights and guardrails. Be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, folks, with our panel. Be right back.
Is it an English expression that someone is
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Despite the time they're saying 1 to 12 p.m., this is going 1 to 2 p.m. It is a 1 hour. We're not going backwards in time. We are doing green lights and guardrails, not going back in time. Thank you all so much. It is day 2. It's been lunchtime, but we've got an amazing, amazing panel coming up. Again, like I said, senior editor from Forbes, Alan Olson, is joining us, and everyone pay attention because this was worth staying awake for. Thank you so much. And just flip the mics on.
There we go. Is everyone fed? I heard that lunch ran a little short. Well, I'm really happy to be doing this panel because it falls right within, the realm of what I write about all the time. And as we're seeing, autonomous vehicles become day-to-day reality all over the place. They're here in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Dallas, Phoenix, soon dozens more cities a year from now. Undoubtedly, we're going to have, every major city in the United States is either going to have commercial or demonstration fleets operating there. And then at the same time, autonomous trucking, which seemed to be on a very fast track several years ago and then was sort of sidelined for a bit, is picking up. And in places like Texas, it's already pretty active and growing quickly. So all of this is happening in an environment in which there are officially no clear laws in the United States at the federal level, and state by state, it's a different set of rules in every state. So it is an interesting time. The technology is maturing, and it's moving faster perhaps than what we're seeing at the regulatory side. Perhaps this year and next we will see some very specific new types of programs, but at the moment we're not really seeing that. But I want to start first of all with Ron, because Ron, you have particular expertise since you're right in the thick of this with your role at Zoox. But then, of course, you come from a regulatory background and with working for NHTSA previously. So this is an area where you have particular expertise. I wonder if you can kind of set the table right now with Zoox, how you are working with different communities where you're operating, and sort of the lessons you're learning at this point. You are giving rides currently in Las Vegas. You are testing in the Bay Area, and I think you're expected to be in San Francisco pretty soon. You're sort of pre-commercial, though, I guess. So you're not charging for the fares, but you are letting the public ride. But can you kind of walk us through what this process is like right now as you're setting things up and getting up and running?
Yes, happy to do so. And first of all, good afternoon. It's actually a delight to be back at CoMotion in LA, which is such an incredible American city, which is also a Zoox city. A little bit about me. I've been with Zoox for about 3 years. Prior to that, I was a White House political appointee to U.S. Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, that's a mouthful. NHTSA is the federal regulator of autonomous vehicles. It's really an incredible journey that we are on. And a little bit about Zoox and how we got here. Founded in 2014, just south of San Francisco, we are a robotics, AI, autonomous vehicle company with a really clear mission, a very clear laser-focused mission. Dealing with sustainability, dealing with livability, dealing with equity, making our place in the role of American great cities a place that we can reimagine cities. So I'm a city guy. Before I joined NHTSA, I have spent years advising mayors with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I ran NACTO, National Association of City Transportation Officials. And what Zoox is doing in our engagement with cities is the ability to rethink how we move in cities. So when I think about this, it's really quite simple now. It is creating vibrant places where you can use shared modes of mobility, not just Zoox, but public transit, bike share, scooter share, and your legs to move around. But what you will not need in a dense urban environment is your personal automobile. And the result of that, and it's a big reason why I'm at Zoox, is laying the foundation for incredible cities that people want to live, work, raise families. So this is a moment in time to really push back, get rid of mistakes made in the past that led to unsustainable cities, led to sprawl, opportunity to connect cities again. So it's a big reason why I'm here. You know, when I think about how do we engage with cities, Phil Pierce, raise your hand. Okay. Phil Pierce is our city lead. He has a team of former city staffers, professionals. Because in most cases, the city is not our regulator. Federal level, it's NHTSA. Here in California, it's Department of Motor Vehicles and the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC. But what the city is an absolute critical partner. So we work with city DOTs, we work with the mayor's office, we work with community groups, city council, board of supervisors, because we want to know what you want from us at the end of the day. We're not going to show up and tell you what we want. We want to hear from you. And so we're not going to repeat the mistakes made again by TNC operators in the early days of shared mobility, where in many ways cities were not listened to, cities were ignored. Our goal here is to sit down with city officials and work with them, connect communities, first mile, last mile, how can we support transit? So I can get into more detail, but again, it is a real pleasure to be back at CoMotion. I think this conference brings together like-minded individuals that believe in cities and the power that cities can have and offer to mobility, and equity, and affordability. And affordability is being used everywhere nowadays. But when I think about what we're doing, it's about affordability. One last point, then I'm going to stop. If you think about someone who is struggling and they get a job, they need a car, they need insurance, they need gas, they get tickets, you're going down this rabbit hole. When you think about shared mobility from an affordability standpoint, being able to use a Zoox vehicle or public transit to get to opportunity and access, that is the exciting reason why I'm at this company at the end of the day. So,
I wonder, before we move on, a quick question for you. Las Vegas, where you launched several months ago, you've been testing the Bay Area forever, and other cities, but as you ramped up in Vegas, were there some unique learnings there in terms of the input from the city, what their concerns were, issues that had to be resolved before the program began, and then since you've launched, what's sort of happening, what's the regular dialogue with the city of Las Vegas?
actually, I'm going to go back to you. You said we've been testing the Bay Area forever. That's important that you said forever. It hasn't been forever. That said, it is core to the way we approach our relationship with cities. We will often say tiny, small, medium, large. So it starts with testing here in Los Angeles. It is the white Toyota Highlander that many folks who live here may have seen. This is an autonomous vehicle. We spend as much time as necessary to map the city, understand the road network. We will test software. We don't approach this as a sprint. This is a marathon. And so I'm actually okay with forever, because it is a way that we approach entering cities, entering markets. So Las Vegas, now you're talking about a dynamic, exciting city. It is, I think it's 40 million visitors a year, somewhere in that ballpark. You have people that live there, work there. You have tourists coming from not just the US, but around the world. And they are experiencing our vehicle. Right now, yes, we are in operation where you can download the app and ride the vehicle to many of the exciting destinations. We got there because we prioritized the engagement with first responders. That's really important. Before we even put the vehicle on the road, we spent months engaging, having engagement sessions where they would come out and kick the tire on their vehicles, understand every aspect of the vehicle, how it works, understand the battery, for example, incredible battery, up to 16 hours per charge. The design of the vehicle, we have subway-style doors, which if you think about the resorts, really crowded places, the doors slide open and not out, reducing the chances of collisions with doors opening with cyclists and pedestrians and other vehicles. So that was key to this, engagement with first responders, engagement with Clark County in particular, engagement with also the various organizations like the Chamber, engagement with the resorts, before we even brought the robotaxi. Then of course engaging with our federal partners, with NHTSA in particular. And last year was unique. It was an election year. And so it felt like every other week you had campaigns going through. And so that was a lot of engagement with the local first responders, the Secret Service, the FBI. And so again, because Phil does a great job, that's why I keep calling him out. If you have a question about LA cities, Phil is over there. We prioritize that engagement. That's just a high level summary.
Great. Kelly, I'm glad you're here because coming from Fort Worth, the Dallas-Fort Worth area is already becoming a hub for commercial robotic trucking. There are a number of companies that are doing runs now or are preparing to and testing heavily in your neck of the woods. Can you talk a little bit about that experience in Fort Worth? Like, what conversations you're having with the companies that are operating there, issues that have arisen in this early stage. What is the dialogue right now with regard to the trucking companies that are operating in your city?
Well, right now I feel like we've been pretty open to these revolution with autonomous trucking because we're recognizing, even though generally we think of Texas as having wide open spaces and plenty of land and everything to go around, that's becoming more and more constrained in resources in general. And so, we look at really autonomous vehicles and that sort of technology is really the only way that we can long-term be able to gain more capacity in our supply chain and in our goods movement areas, and then also just on our roads themselves. So it's actually been quite well. We've got several different projects that are going on, and it's, like I said, it's mostly been on the freight side. We're not a Waymo city yet. We are working with a company called Cavenue, where they are their software, and they have software that connects to trucks that allows them to platoon and run autonomously. We worked with them on getting an agreement to allow them to add a lane to one of our arterials that's going into our inland port, where the trucks that are subscribed to their system will be able to use this actual hard capital infrastructure to get to our inland port, which is really important for us. We've also got a company called Torque that's working with us. They're based on the north side of our city, and really right now what we're trying to do is we're a SMART grant recipient from the feds, and so we've got that's a weather sensor project, and we're trying to figure out how to be able to share that data directly with Torque. It's kind of the test case for being able to share that data with some of these other companies as well as infrastructure. And if you're in my session this morning, I brought up that really what we're trying to do in Fort Worth is around that inland smart port that we have that has rail side, air side, auto and land side as well, is really trying to focus all of our efforts into creating a critical mass of autonomous vehicle and technology in a certain area to really capitalize on that economic generator for our city. So we've had some success with companies, of course, basing themselves in Fort Worth, specifically, like I said, Torque. We did have a company called Cleavon that was there. They just got bought. They were an Estonian company they had bought, but they were a major partner with us. And then we also are establishing what we're calling a heavy haul zone in our inland port that will allow for autonomous hostler vehicles to be used in a specific area for certain goods movement. So we've been really leaning on the goods movement side and building out our capital infrastructure with it. So in addition to our SMART grant, we also received, through our NPO, received a build grant to actually build direct connectors to a managed lane system we have on the interstate that we're using to platoon freight up from the ports to our inland port for intermodal transfers and whatnot. But that build grant infrastructure will connect into the infrastructure that Cavenue's building. The weather sensing project that we have that we're hoping to go after phase 2 on to scale that up will help build that big data side of some of the needs that these companies have, to provide predictability on weather and road conditions directly to these companies and heavy haul users. And we're really just leaning into it both from a practical side on the capital projects that we're delivering that can be used by these types of vehicles, through our policies such as like our heavy haul zone, and then also just trying to be an open space for companies and being a good partner with them going forward. So we're really using the fact that the state of Texas is very friendly towards this type of technology. We're really using that to our advantage. And a lot of what I think is, as Ron works with cities, you know, generally we're trying to be good partners and stay out of your way so we can have a good dialogue about what we need and be able to go ahead and move forward with advancing different innovations. We want to be partners in that sense. We think it's good for everyone.
Are you already, I mean, it's still relatively early, so the volume is not high yet, but are you seeing that there is going to be a need for some physical modification to roadways and things like that, demarcation and marking lines for, as you mentioned, your heavy haul zones? And are you talking to Dallas and Houston and other cities about things that all the major cities can do to coordinate? I mean, do you see that as a necessity, adjustments to lane markings and roadways?
Yeah, and a lot of that deals with kind of, you know, this is not just Fort Worth working in a vacuum. We have to work with the Texas Department of Transportation. To your point, when it comes to those interstate or intrastate trips that are coming from the coast up. So, you know, certainly when we're talking about the managed lane system on our interstate, that's going to be something that's largely run by the private concessionaire that's contracted.
Can you elaborate on the managed lane system? What
Sure.
exactly is that?
So we have a fairly robust managed lane system in the Fort Worth area that is not too different than the 91 managed lanes here in the LA area, or that you see everywhere. It's dedicated, especially the guideway, but carriageways in the interstate that are tolled, and they are electronically tolled, and it's demand pricing essentially. And so it's been helpful for not only freight, but also on the transit side as well, because we're able to maintain those lanes at 45 miles an hour, which provides a degree of predictability for freight users and other folks trying to get their goods to market, and for transit, because one of the programs that we'll be kicking off the next year is what we're calling guaranteed transit, where if we have a route that will be running between our east side downtown and north side, this inland port area, to where if you get on that bus and it gets you there late, it's supposed to be a guaranteed ride, we'll actually pay your fare back. And so it's a way for us to actually not only think about it for the big heavy haul users or people, the big businesses or inland port, but also the workforce that's getting there as well, to ensure a degree of predictability. If we're able to provide that to our businesses, we should be able to provide it to the workforce that's the backbone of our community or whatnot. So yeah, that hard infrastructure is really important. There will be sensors on the road. We're never going to get out of hard infrastructure. Not everything's going to be able to be done through LiDAR and a drone. It's going to actually have to still impact our system. And effectively just lets us use that infrastructure a whole lot more swiftly and efficiently to be able to get goods to market and people to these jobs.
It's interesting because, you know, I can remember 30 years ago, there was all the excitement about intelligent roadways, where it seemed that all the guidance was in the physical infrastructure, and then with the rise of autonomy, it's like, no, it's on the vehicle, and what you're pointing out is it's both. It's going to be...
It's really both. It's kind of like when we talk about AI.
Yeah.
AI is not necessarily going to replace people, it's going to just change the way we do our jobs. It's a tool, and it's the same thing. This technology is helping us free up some of our infrastructure, but it has to be toggled with that physical infrastructure as well to really get the most out of it.
So Miriam, I'm kind of setting you up now because we've talked about robotaxi and we've talked about autonomous trucking at this point. As you are studying the development of the technology as it's becoming a day-to-day reality in more parts of the United States, are you seeing any concerns at this early stage where, you know, both at the local, state, and federal level, where there is a need for some sort of additional certification or, you know, setting of guidelines? Because it is a bit of a mixed bag right now from state to state, city to city, and in terms of what the feds are saying.
Right. So I think there's always interesting historical context for how these regulations and requirements evolve. I mean, I think looking at early auto history can sometimes be a precursor to like how we're managing these regulations today. Which, when the automobile came out, well, we can go back even further to 1878, when there was a steam car that came out, and the city of Milwaukee decided that, you know, this is too dangerous for our kids on the streets. This is creating all these like emissions in the air. We're going to ban it. And lo and behold, a few decades later, a not too dissimilar vehicle was accepted by the public, and not because it somehow didn't carry those same problems, but because the public, I think, was generally more receptive to it. And that also in part is, but the way then that the same kind of regulatory issues that we see today with different jurisdictions trying to gain authority over these regulations, like what, do we ban it outright? Do we, you know, provide for state preemption? These same debates were happening at the turn of the century. And what you ended up with initially was this kind of hodgepodge of regulations. So take license plates, for example. You know, the license plate was a tool that authorities thought they could use to, you know, for liability was a big issue, and for, you know, being able to track anyone that did a hit and run. And what you would, or also just to, as a way to charge users, right? And so what you ended up with was that you would cross city line and then need a new license plate. And so people would have like piles of license plates that they would take off and put on each time they had to change jurisdictions. And of course it became extremely confusing for the drivers, very expensive, and hard to enforce. And I think with autonomous vehicles, some of these same questions come up, which is you see in California not so long ago that cities wanted to be able to set limits on autonomous vehicles. And operators, for several reasons that I can go into, did not think that that was a sensible route or a way to create this affordable alternative. Or whether it was even in the capacity of a local, each jurisdiction to set those requirements. So kind of taking a step back, I think that if we look at the big question mark often around AVs is first and foremost safety. And safety is something that the federal government has historically, and now still does through NHTSA, have kind of authority over technology and kind of paratransit stuff. So I think there's definitely a role for the federal government to play there, but if you look at other types of vehicle requirements, those are often set at the state level for driving requirements, right? And so there I can imagine something like in the early auto era, where there was this movement towards standardizing these things across states. There would be kind of voluntary, kind of standardized compacts that states would enter into. And I'll stop there.
You know, we're not hearing right now at the state level where states are thinking about coordinating standards. For example, Nevada has a specific, I mean, they have their guidelines, California has its, Texas has a different set of rules. So there's not harmonization between states. And I guess you could throw in Arizona as well. Has there been, are you aware of any discussion across at the state government level?
I've heard of discussion around finding standardized like metrics for these vehicles, because you do have the same operators operating in different states. I'm not sure of any like legislative efforts to create some sort of standardized statutes, and part of that is also a relic of like previous, so how states define different vehicles can in turn affect how they are kind of regulated, right? So if we look at another interesting kind of perhaps precursor, the micromobility versus TNC, we can kind of see that the micromobility in different states was initially, and still I think is, differently defined in different states. So it could be just considered a vehicle, and then it's questionable, so does that mean they have to be treated like cars? Is it treated the way like a bicycle would be? And you could even see within a state, different cities defining these things differently in their local statutes. And similarly with So that has led to a lot of kind of disparate treatment within the same state for a certain same vehicle type, like a scooter. If you compare it to TNCs, they very quickly said, no, we don't want to be treated the way that scooters were. We're going to try to find state preemption as much as possible, and we're going to be treated like a taxi, right? We're going to define ourselves that way, more so. I mean, differently, but like, you know, we're going to make sure that there's kind of a uniform treatment there. And I think with an AV, something, you know, that would need to be sussed out in each state is like, how are we defining this like within the same kind of legal treatment you would with a taxi service, and avoid these kind of local regulations to some extent.
You know, one of the things that strikes me as very curious is public pushback right now is very low. About 2 or 3 years ago, I guess, we had in San Francisco, because I can remember being on stage with Aisha Evans at the ABS conference, and this was when the coning was happening and when you had street protests against Waymo and Cruise vehicles in San Francisco, where it seemed like suddenly there was this, you know, pushback at the local level, and then that kind of quietly just went away. Waymo, I know, experienced a little bit in Phoenix when they launched in the early days, but currently you see very little of that, where there are public protests or people seem to be upset. It's surprising to me how quickly it seems to be accepted, and very quickly. So you're not getting that grassroots, like, stop this, do not allow it to happen. Are you surprised?
I think I was a bit, but then it made sense, because if you look at first the way they're rolled out. So I think just as background, you know, some things, some requirements for companies to kind of gain public trust. So doing sorts of public outreach in certain, you know, are generally things that operators actually voluntarily do. They aren't necessarily always required to do those things. And I think the way that these public outreach events happen and just like getting people to try it, like your service is free for people to try. Like this whole idea is like, if you get people to try it, they realize how much safer it is, and it's purely a matter of exposure. I think that's right. I think also part of it is that the vehicles aren't that dissimilar from cars. The vast majority of Americans basically take the car for almost all of their trips, and it's not like an autonomous version of that is ultimately at the end of the day you're sitting in a vehicle, right? Versus going on a scooter and suddenly being much more exposed to traffic and to the road network, or to, you know, so I think that there were kind of different, really tangible differences there between the two.
You know, I'm curious, and this is something that comes up in discussion a lot. You know, for a human, when we want to become a driver, we have to pass specific requirements. You know, we're tested on it: a written test, the driving test, a vision test. And these are non-negotiables. With the robotic system, whether it's driving a robotaxi or a truck, we don't have hard requirements, because I don't know if there's agreement on what those requirements should be. We do seem to have more of a voluntary self-certification system for these issues in the United States. You know, NHTSA is actively investigating Tesla, but they're also investigating Waymo. There have been concerns about some issues there. There are not a list of functions. The car must be able to do this, 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 and this. Should we have something like that? You know, would it make sense to have an agreed upon performance spectrum for vehicles that they can execute certain actions in traffic and do that demonstrably? Is that even possible to create something like that?
I mean, as a total non-engineer, I would assume that we'd want to program the cars just to follow traffic codes, right? That seems to be a baseline that we should maybe agree on, I don't know. I think another part of it is that would be interesting, you know, I'm just kind of projecting like what could be happening, is if you look at driver's license policy, right? It's a policy that we put in place to say, okay, this is how we know that the person behind the wheel, this is how we know this vehicle is going to be going safely, right? And it turns out that the driver's license is an incredibly poor tool to make sure that people are driving safely. It's extremely difficult to enforce drivers. And then as soon as we find an enforcement technique that actually works, we say, actually, no, we don't actually want those. We don't want cameras. We don't want speed governors if it turns out that you've been, recklessly driving. We will instead agree that, okay, we'll suspend your license, which is an extremely poor way to get someone to actually stop driving recklessly in the future, because it does nothing from preventing them from actually getting behind the wheel, and it instead just basically is an extremely, generally punitive thing that we do with little impact on road safety. I'm saying all of this because I think it's an interesting example of the way that these regulations that we set early on that we thought would affect public safety, even though they probably even knew it at the time that they were creating these things, they don't necessarily work that well. It's a huge, very slow-moving ship to change, this policy that we've created. And so maybe autonomous vehicles provide an opportunity to rethink these things. What does a driver's license look like if you are just going to use an autonomous vehicle? Like, maybe there's new categories that we can come up with there. But
I know, Ron, I wonder if, because of your background on the regulatory side and your discussions across the industry, would there be any agreement on sort of the basics or the basic requirements for an autonomous system that all companies could agree on, all developers of the technology?
So it's a good question. In order to operate an autonomous vehicle on public roads, let's use California as an example. We have to obtain a permit from the state, the DMV. That is essentially us demonstrating to the state regulator that we meet the rules of the road. So in many ways, if you want to call it a driver's license, the permit to test, deploy, is that. And so here in California, it's a mature system. We get really good questions from the state regulators. I would imagine that the other companies, we call them our fellow travelers, get similar questions. So I think we have a system in place today, especially in California, where you have that regulatory authority to engage and ensure that the operators can meet the requirements of operating on public roads. What I believe is necessary, and this is where I think you're going, is we don't have a national set of standards. Right now, we're operating under a patchwork approach. And I must admit, I got into space back in 2015 when I was with the governor of New York. I spent many years in Washington, 17, 18, 19, trying to get an AV bill done. I am surprised in 2025 that we are still in the same place as in 2017. We urgently need a federal law that makes it very clear that the federal role, NHTSA, is the design, the construction, the performance of automated vehicles, which is the same case as traditional cars today. And that the state role, and in places where the state gives the cities that authority, is over the operational safety of the vehicles on public roads. And so that is needed, because we're not going to win this global race, especially, for example, China, who is determined to dominate this industry by 2035 with a patchwork approach. Zoox we have our robotaxi operations in the Bay Area and also in Las Vegas. We have our test fleets in LA, Austin, Miami, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., in addition to these locations plus Seattle. In all those locations, we have to follow a different set of requirements. Right. Now, at Zoox, we believe we have to earn the right to operate on public roads. So we're going to go through that process. But that said, my concern is we're not going to win this race. And if you have to meet one requirement in Nevada, a different requirement in Texas, and some of the requirements are beginning to get into what is federal authority over the performance of the vehicle, So in turn, we have to design a vehicle based on the requirements of a state. That's not how we're going to win this.
Kelly, how about from your perspective? Because you're at the municipal level, but I guess Texas passed a law, did it not, where basically only the state can make decisions on the operation of autonomous vehicles. Does that raise difficulties or issues for you at the city level in terms of what you can and cannot do as the vehicles arrive?
I guess it makes it actually super clear for us what we can and can't do since it's the states, preempted us, and really it's allowing us just to be really good partners with these different entities. I think part of what like I said, what we're trying to do is to through partnership, we're kind of as we're getting people more comfortable, even ourselves more comfortable with just the concept of full autonomy on vehicles. Is we've done a pretty good job in having some degree of predictability where we're really allowing, I shouldn't even say allowing, but incentivizing or creating spaces where it's going to be somewhat predictable, where you're going to see these vehicles like in our smart port zone or on our managed lanes or whatnot. We're not at the point yet where we have the autonomous delivery robots in Fort Worth, although I did meet the company last week or two to talk about, is this another way we could use our bicycle lanes that may not be as heavily used in certain parts of the city, but I'm doing a lot to harden that infrastructure. But is that a good use for those in those little robots in those spaces? And it kind of goes back to a point where we were talking about, how are they seen in the law? And they're like, well, this is actually seen as pedestrian in state law, whereas the vehicles out on the expo floor, the Honda vehicles are seen as an actual bicycle. That's some of the things that I'm trying to navigate too, is kind of breaking where the state's fairly blanket in certain things. There's certain specificity I need to be able to run on our streets or whatnot. So, this map up here does show our smart port area, where we're basically trying to create that critical mass of both hard capital infrastructure as well as technologically supportive infrastructure to really focus this technology and kind of getting ourselves used to it in a particular area. It's kind of an easy sell because it ties back to economic development jobs. And then also when you're getting people's Amazon packages to them on time, it makes all the difference in the world when you can appeal to all of our sense of time and convenience as well, the technology or whatnot. So it's kind of allowed us, I think, to provide that sandbox of being able to work with companies, to be able to try new things, to be able to toggle traditional infrastructure with and really kind of scale it up. So I feel if anything, it's the state preemption has gotten us off over the hurdle of just not saying no to the technology being used, but actually embrace and figure out how do we deal with it because it's part of the future.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Fort Worth is not yet, you don't have active robotaxis operating in Fort Worth today, but inevitably it's not far off. And I think Waymo's announced Dallas, but they're not there yet, but they're getting ready to go into Dallas. So undoubtedly Fort Worth is not far off. Are there already discussions and planning, thinking through how you need to prepare for that in the next year or so, and maybe Zook shows up there pretty soon too?
Yeah, I mean, going through this process now with kind of engaging companies on the delivery side on micromobility, because the freight side, it's a broader discussion. We start talking about land use and metropolitan form. We're getting to that point where do we really need these big trucks inside the city the way that they have in the past? And there's their drayage point where they're able to go to smaller autonomous vehicles that then take it to some type of hub, and then those get to smaller vehicles for deliveries. It's allowing us to kind of slowly turn up the heat on it. As far as Waymo, the nice thing about some of these technologies is we get to see San Francisco and Austin kind of do some of these things first, and so we'll have a better understanding and different comfort level with it. I think probably where we're going to get a lot more pressure in the meantime is going to be with the World Cup coming and thinking about how do we move folks around. That's both on the you've got the autonomous technology on one side, then you've also got the micro technology on the other side, like the circuit vehicles or whatnot. So it's getting folks used to these different things. The freight side's been easier because it's about convenience. largely in supply chain. I think since we're going that route, that eventual tie back to, you know, TNCs and ride shares being autonomous or having just full fleets, and that's something else that I've been trying to kind of, the fleet side is probably where is it each one of us having our own vehicle that, you know, the vision is what we have our vehicle that's autonomous, it drops us where it needs to be, then it goes and picks somebody up during the day, and so it's being used. That's one way, but a lot of the impact of autonomous technology to us is really on the fleet side. These trucking companies, the Waymos of the world, and those types of things. So it's also explaining to people what does all this mean to it. But yeah, it's coming, and I think we'll be ready for it once it's here because we've seen it before. But you know, I think, you know, we're kind of coming at it from the other angle where we're focused on like the big logistics side of stuff before the Waymos.
Miriam, one last question, and then I think we'll open it up to the audience to take some questions there. One of the things I notice in my reporting, and comes up a lot, is you look at Zoox or Waymo, and those vehicles are just packed to the gills with sensors. Dozens of cameras, LiDAR, multiple LiDARs, radar, thermal imaging systems. I mean, it's just, it's crazy. I mean, the sheer amount of sensing capability is wild. There's another company that claims to have a full self-driving system and gets by solely with camera. And I just wonder, do you think there should be any concern publicly on the regulatory side looking at sensing systems? Because that's something where maybe there could be some agreement, because you can actually demonstrate what your system can observe of the surrounding environment. As we think through for public safety, should there be a requirement on sensor technology, or requiring companies to demonstrate, I'm not using LiDAR, here's why, and this is totally fine?
I mean, I can't speak to the specifics of sensor technology. I can say that, you know, speaking to operators, so there's kind of different forms of regulation. So regulation generally, right, it's intended to manage different externalities. So crash risk, emissions, you might have other public policy goals you're trying to further with these things. And what you end up, you can have kind of mandated things, like technological mandates, saying, you know, this is the exact type of sensor technology you need, or you can have kind of performance metrics and say, you know, this is like the outcome that we're looking for. And generally operators would prefer that. It kind of generally stimulates more innovation, it allows for a lot more differentiation between these models. So I can imagine there being, you know, maybe a preferable regulation is one that doesn't mandate the technology. An example I can give would be, if you look in New York, not so long ago, the TNCs had a requirement for how much, the proportion of their fleet that had to be paratransit accessible. And you know, that is difficult to accomplish. It was a proportion that they felt was difficult to manage, it was expensive to manage, and that they instead successfully lobbied for a certain percentage of their paratransit ride requests be responded to within a certain time frame. And that's, you know, was more of a performance metric than saying we're going to require these things. Or similarly, you can see with like scooters, cities requiring a certain number of, or percentage of their fleet that have, you know, seats on them, regardless of whether the demand was there or not. So I can imagine just generally, like, as I said, performance.
Hitting a performance target there. And finally, before we open up, I did have one last question for Ron that I really want to focus on, because I think, you know, you've talked a lot about what Zoox is doing, but Zoox is also doing something that is very different than any other company in the space right now, because you are launching with the first truly bespoke robotaxi that is unlike any other vehicle on the road. And that's been a long process in terms of developing that, talking with regulators, getting, you know, an exemption from FMVSS rules to be able to test, and I guess now, you know, as you pursue commercial operation, there's still some more steps to go. But can you just talk a little bit about that factor? I mean, how distinctly different what you're doing, because, you know, Waymo perhaps made a decision years ago, we just want to launch, we'll work with an existing vehicle and will modify it, whereas Zoox is doing a pure, true robotaxi, the first one, I guess.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'd like to start with a belief that is within this company, that is safety is foundational. Safety is foundational. And so when you look at our vehicle, which is a ground-up purpose-built vehicle, designed for urban areas, and if you've not looked at it, I urge you to take a look at it on our website. It has over 100 innovations, safety innovations, that you will not be able to get in a retrofitted vehicle. Just not possible. The placement of the sensor stack as far out as possible on the four corners of the vehicle versus on top gives us much greater visibility around the vehicle. You know, I mentioned the subway sliding doors. Again, you cannot do that with a traditional car. Never intended until recently as an autonomous vehicle. And so since 2014, we've had a very laser focus. And in addition to the safety aspects, again, 100 safety innovations, the experience is key. Carriage, campfire seating. I think about on a transit bus or Amtrak in the Northeast Corridor, and I'm thinking about driving. You don't see a steering wheel moving, where you want to reach out and grab it. It's about the experience of the ride, the journey. And it's where the industry is trying to get to. We have no plans to ever put the public in our test vehicle, because at the end of the day, it's safety, it's the experience that will make the difference here. And so yeah, it's been an incredible journey. It really has been. And I'm sure at some point in the past, the strategy has been questioned by other companies who wanted to race and put a retrofitted vehicle on public roads. But now you see that focus to create a vehicle like ours. And I would argue, to this day, we are the only purpose-built vehicle. And that is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. It's an incredible experience to be in the vehicle. I mean, I take it for granted now. We use it as a shuttle between our buildings on a campus in Foster City. I ride it 5-6 times a week. But my daughter sat in the vehicle recently, and she was just blown away by it. And I also felt safe putting her in the vehicle. I would feel safe as a dad putting her in a vehicle where I know that there are no questions about the driver, for example. So yeah, it's an incredible experience. And I welcome everyone in this room when you have the opportunity in either Northern California and San Francisco or Las Vegas or community soon to experience our vehicle.
Did it, and in your discussions with your former employer and at with state and local officials, I guess what questions have come up with regard to the bespoke robotaxi, the purpose-built robotaxi, that are a little bit different? I mean, are there any anecdotes you can think of or questions people have?
Well, of course, with NHTSA, the focus is on safety, and we have been able to demonstrate that the vehicle meets safety requirements. It's the local community. It's really about an understanding of the vehicle, the purpose of the vehicle. How can the vehicle complement transit? That's a huge issue. Not replacing transit, complementing transit. It's also about job opportunities. There's a lot of conversation about job loss with autonomous vehicle technology. Because we are the only company building the vehicle right here in the United States, we're not importing our vehicle from elsewhere. We have a facility in Haywood, again south of San Francisco, that is 3.5 times the size of a football field. Capable at full production, 10,000 robotaxis a year. Each robotaxi will have humans working, putting it together. So you're talking about job creation. We are a 4,000 person strong company already, and it's growing. I look at Vegas as an example. This is a city question. We had a conversation recently with another city. They said, well, what are the job opportunities? And I was able to point to Las Vegas. We went from a handful to well over 300 workers within 3 years. So we're creating jobs that didn't exist before, well-paying jobs. So that's the city conversation. What are the job impacts, land use opportunities? How can this technology reduce the need for parking spaces? Those are the kind of conversations we have at the city level.
Got it. And in the time we have left, we're happy to take questions from the audience. We want to open it up. We have any right here. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I have a question for Ron. I really appreciate what you said about the need for a federal bill so we can really be clear that design isn't its issue, operations are a state issue. But then as you say, a state like California, relatively mature when it comes to autonomous vehicles, they're asking the right questions. Probably not every other state is at that level. As people who are interested in seeing, sort of the rise of safe autonomous vehicles, do you have thoughts about how we can make sure that the rest of the states come along and are also asking the same questions of you and your fellow travelers?
I think there are a couple opportunities. Number one, I would argue that a critical role of NHTSA is to engage with states, DMVs, to help them understand this technology, what regulatory requirements should be in place at the state for the operational safety of the vehicles. Also, there are numerous organizations at the national level, I think of PAVE, which is Partnerships for Automated Vehicles, that can help states. ASHTO, which is a highway association. So, and then, I worked for mayors, I worked for governors, and they learn the best from other mayors and governors. And so bringing them together at the National Governors Association, or NACDO, National Association of City Transportation Officials, that's an opportunity to learn. Use us as a resource as well. Zoox is a resource. We want to help states understand, from our standpoint, the best regulatory model that, number one, focuses on safety, but also encourages innovation. So I think there are many ways to do this. I mean, we're fortunate, to be honest with you, to be in California. A very mature system. Texas, another different approach, but also a well-developed system. Florida, same situation. But yeah, there are opportunities for those states and cities to understand the regulatory systems required.
Hi, I'm going to ask a little bit of a different question. I will say I'm a dinosaur, Luddite, whatever you want to call me. I grew up with a car, was independence, and now I'm entering my senior years. And this is a very new technology. And how do you see the transition for people like me that have grown up with owning our own car and potentially evolving into maybe owning my own autonomous vehicle as I'm physically incapable of maybe doing some of the driving functions as I age?
I'm happy to take it, but anyone else join in as well. It's interesting. Number one, we will not sell our vehicle for individual ownership. It's a very complicated technology, which makes it good for you as well, because you're not going to have to deal with maintenance of the vehicle, for example. You're not going to have to deal with the charging of the vehicle. It's about the experience for you to get to point A to point B. As far as the transition, I think maybe you still want to keep your car for when you need it, but what I'm saying is in an urban area, your personal automobile should not be a necessity. And I think at the end of the day, when you look at how complicated it is to move around in that environment, you're going to see the benefits of shared mobility, including Zoox. We prioritize engagement with community. We do farmer markets, engagements at farmer markets. We do engagements at the community level to really introduce the vehicle. We want you to be comfortable getting in the vehicle. We want you to understand how it works. We want you to understand the safety benefits of the vehicle. But we see this every day in Vegas. Once as you get in the vehicle, and you go for that ride, it changes your entire thinking about the technology. And you're gonna want it more. And so, you know, my mom passed recently, but I thought about the opportunity for her to experience this technology as she was getting older. And I think it would have been a game changer. I had to have that conversation with her. But, you know, should be driving late at night, for example. This is the game changer that we're talking about.
And I'll just add to that, I don't know if anybody in the room's ever made a decision not to go someplace because of the parking situation. But, you know, it's kind of rethinking what freedom looks like when you can get on an app and it's easy to use. Hopefully something's gonna come pick you up. It may change, you know, not only how much you're able to get out, but when you're able to get out and where you wanna go to. So I think it is kind of, you know, like you had said, that, you know, having a car was freedom, because in many cases it's the easiest way to get around in a lot of places from a time perspective, and also just need to go point to point logistically. But if these fleets are managed in a proper way where it's not like when scooters first came out and they were just everywhere, you know, it really can help folks redefine what they think freedom is and be able to age in place and age gracefully and be independent as they go forth. So it is going to be thinking through that. And I think also Ron brought up a really good point, designing the car to where you don't want to have to go grab the wheel, where you see the pedals going down and stuff like that. And it is more like your own little chauffeur. It's a very different experience. So I hope to see more of that, to where even the design impacts folks' psychology, to where they'll feel a whole lot more comfortable in using those technologies.
I had a question. You called on me, but I got a microphone, so. Quickly, Miriam, I think the work that you've done on licensing is such a real cautionary tale, and such a cautionary tale, and really exposes the challenges of policy making, that we never evaluate. The policymakers like, look at this cool bill I passed, and they walk away. So as we think about autonomous technology, that is so new, but other policies as well, how do we break that pattern of not have these policies on the books that aren't achieving their outcomes?
I think it's a really great question, and I think a particular problem with it is, like, with the license, for example, you created these administrations, these agencies, these bureaucracies, the DMV, and that is, you know, they grew and they grew and they grew, also alongside growing driving population, and it's just really hard to shift that whole establishment. It's not even just the policy at that point, it's a whole universe that kind of is behind it. So I think it's very tricky. I don't see evidence as always moving the needle there. Like, there have been DMV authored studies, decades in the making, like, you know, from the 60s and 70s, showing, hey, these policies aren't working, and nothing really changed. And so I can imagine there just needing to be, like, in some ways this AV, in some ways is like a chance to kind of reset and think about, like, well, what hasn't worked? And also let us kind of, with a fresh mind, be like, hold on, people driving is actually, like, we've kind of become inured to the danger associated with it, right? Like, we're just, like, we don't even publish in the newspapers car crashes, really, right? Like, it's just a common tragedy that we try to avoid and continue forward with, right? And I think this lets us also see that as, like, hold on, no, I don't want my kid to have to learn how to drive. I would rather them be in an autonomous vehicle. How do we, like, create policies that really encourage that being a viable option for most trips? I don't know if that answered your question, because I just think it's really hard to change some of this stuff once we have this kind of path dependency, honestly. But yeah.
Well, I'd love to keep going because I love this topic, but we are at time, and I want to thank the panel and the audience for your attention, and have a great rest of the day tomorrow.
All right, folks, thank you all. We are going to keep moving. We are just a few minutes behind, but very excited about the next topic. We've got the CEO of Bicycle Transit System joining us today. You go ahead and connect the magic cable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're going to keep moving. We've got Allison Cohen. She is the CEO of Bicycle Transit System. Stick around after this. We've got another great panel, and then we're wrapping up with our winners of our LA Innovators Challenge. Thank you so much, Allison.
All right, thank you everyone. It's afternoon of the second day of the conference, and now it's a tough time, so thanks for coming out to chat about bike share. And sure you're interested to understand or think about how I got to this title, the Dow Bike Share. So quick question, how many people have heard of the Dow or the Tao Te Ching? Okay, a few people. Well, I hope maybe I can do a little bit of enlightening as to what this awesome book is about and how it's connected to bike share. When I was thinking about what to talk about today, it had to be bike share because that's all I do and all I think about. And I was thinking about the theme of CoMotion, which is the new mobility playbook. I was thinking about the mega events that are coming to LA in the next few years, thinking about the political and new environment that we have with funding drying up for sustainable mobility, and massive cultural change with AI and the ground changing beneath us. And in my little weird niche of the world of bike share, I've realized in the last 15 years, bike share has adapted to so many different environments and will continue to adapt. And there's nothing, no better example of flexibility and resilience and adaptability than the Tao Te Ching. So first, a quick background on myself. I'm a bike share guru. All I've been doing and thinking for the last 18 years is about bike share. I learned about it in 2007, and my wife and I went on our honeymoon to Paris, and we rode Vélib around, and it was just such an amazing way to connect with the city and the community. And I came back, living in Boston at the time, started my first bike share company. And not long after that, I co-founded a company called Alta Bicycle Share. And this was the launch of Capital Bike Share in Washington, D.C., one of the first large-scale bike share systems in the U.S. I'm in a green shirt there with Mayor Adrian Fenty to launch that system at the U.S. DOT. In 2011, I led the launch of Boston. This is with Mayor Menino, who at that launch bravely declared the car is no longer king. In 2012, I led the contracting and sponsorship and financing of City Bike, and here I am with Mayor Bloomberg and team as we announce the sponsorship for City. So, really exciting times. Not long after that, I founded my own company called Bicycle Transit Systems, and this is the launch of the Philadelphia bike share system, Indigo. I'm in the hat there with Mayor Michael Nutter as we cut the ribbon on Indigo. And then here in Los Angeles at Graham Park, this was the launch of Metro Bike Share in partnership with Metro, with Mayor Garcetti. And it's been an amazing ride. So for about 10 years, Bicycle Transit System operated our three systems, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. Last year, we acquired our equipment provider called B-Cycle, and we now have bike share systems in 28 cities around the U.S. So it's been a wild ride, and I just feel so privileged to have had this career. Here in LA, we've been operating Metro Bike Share. It's been exciting to build it and expand it. We, in partnership with Metro, have powered year-over-year ridership growth, even though the system has stayed at a steady size. And we've increased access with about a third of the rides being reduced fare rides here in LA, which is awesome. And we've gone through so much. The pandemic, the George Floyd protests, wildfires, ICE, so much. And we have adapted a lot here at Metro Bike Share. All right, so a little bit of background and why I made this connection to the Tao Te Ching. This is I'm not an expert on the Tao Te Ching. I read some philosophy in college, and it really left a mark on me, both sort of deep and simple at the same time. Amazingly, it was written in 500 BC, and 2,500 years later, if you look at this text, there are just amazing insights into individual growth, leadership, business, government. So highly recommend it. It's also not very long. But the reason I want to talk about it today is its approach to change. And according to the Dow De Chang, and I think I see this in bike share and mobility in general, flexibility and adaptability, it's not a choice, but it is a requirement of survival. So I'm just going to read, a few quotes here and there from the Dow De Chang. But men are born soft and supple, dead they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant, dead they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible will die. Whoever is soft and yielding will live. The hard and stiff will be broken, the soft and supple will prevail. And we have examples throughout history and in our lives about this. Species who evolve and survive for millennia, others don't evolve fast enough and they go extinct. Blockbuster and Netflix, they're everywhere. So I'm going to talk about this with regard to mobility and how resilience is created by flexibility and adaptability. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is, near and dear to my heart, is our acquisition of B-Cycle. As I mentioned, we, for about a decade, had operated 3 city contracts, not diversified, a really inflexible business model. And we had no control over the bike share product or pricing or anything. And we purchased equipment from B-Cycle, and they would do the equipment design and manufacturing and software, but they were owned by a larger company who's not focused on bike share. And after months of negotiation, we acquired them, which was amazing. Now we have multiple business lines. And with all these different opportunities, we can now be much more flexible with our services and our products and really be responsive to the local community, whether it's LA or Madison or Philadelphia or Las Vegas. Every community is different. And now we can invest in innovation, and it's really increased our resiliency. And we're super excited about our future and expansion at Bicycle Transit. But really, what we're here at CoMotion to talk about is sort of mobility systems. And when I think about bike share, we have like a network of flowing things, and it's always sort of reminded me of water. And I came across this quote in Dow De Chang: "Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water, yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it power." And the bicycle has survived 200 years. So much has changed in the last 200 years, and I really do believe the bicycle itself is here because of its adaptability, which is in flexibility, but also our systems. So I'm going to go into a little case study of one of our systems in Madison, Wisconsin. And I will say, I don't have this is like a challenge we're currently facing. I don't have like the perfect case study with like tie it in a bow and finish it up, but it's really interesting. So Madison B-Cycle, we converted to fully electric in 2019, and ridership has just been growing. It's been awesome. And the first quarter of 2025, we noticed that ridership was diving by 25%, a lot. So we went to look at what was causing this drop. And the first thing we quickly discovered is there's a new BRT line in Madison. And the coverage areas, you can look at these two maps, they're very similar. And although our monthly pricing was cheaper than the BRT, our one-time ride pricing was 4 times as expensive. So we decided to look a bit deeper, and we jumped on a BRT. And this is what we found, is tons of young people standing, really enjoying their quiet time, looking at their phones while they're being transported, and not actually jumping on a bike and being actively transported. We got off, our system covers the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and so we got off on a campus, and what we found are empty bike racks, and we found beautiful bike share stations full of clean e-bikes. And we asked ourselves, like, is this a massive cultural change that we need to, like, deeply think about? In this case, we decided that this is probably not the case for Madison. We have a system in Boulder, Colorado that covers CU, and that system, the ridership has been exploding and continues to explode. So this is probably a case of a great public transit option being there, and we're not going to try and suck rides from the public transit system. We're both trying to fight climate change. But we still need to adapt. So, so we're actively thinking about, what can we do to adapt and flex to this challenge? And, so we do have we've had a similar case in Boulder, where the bike share system 4 years ago was sort of not thriving. And what we did was look at the service area, make sure that move around a whole lot of stations, and we also created a partnership with the university, and ridership has gone out the roof. Bike share is being taken like 15 to 20 time rides per day in Boulder, Colorado in a peak season. So we're optimistic that a lot of these strategies, we can take from one ways that we adapt and put them here. So pricing is another thing. We definitely need to look at our single ride pricing and hopefully increase our partnership with the university to provide low-cost passes for students, looking at the transit agency for connections and cross promotions. And then we're thinking about new messaging about the experience of a bicycle. Some of the things, we're just sort of playing with some ideas, less scrolling, more rolling, never a passenger on the journey, field of freedom. And then here's my favorite, let's see who gets it. Turn a 6-7 day into a 9-10. Okay, it landed. I didn't make that up. It's one of my colleagues, and I love it. And I have tweens. So I mentioned a minute ago that we didn't think that the Madison case was, a massive case of culture change. All that being said, culture change and mobility innovation happening all around us. And so, as mobility providers, we have to constantly think about what's happening in our world and fight against a city that's full of automaton cars with people sitting in back. I don't think anyone in this room or anyone in any city wants to live in this city. So to do that, we really have to understand what is happening and to respond to it and adapt. And so I'm focusing on the youngest generation who are adults right now. And there are some cultural trends that are really, really going on. They care about fitness, which is great for us, on social media all the time, but they don't really want to be. These are some surveys we found. And isolation and loneliness from the pandemic, from remote work is a real thing. And so how do we as mobility providers understand these trends? And an example that I recently saw in a Mamdani election, they understood that isolation is a real thing and made the campaign rallies and events really social, and they had the largest voter turnout from young people in a New York City mayoral race in generations. So, how do we as mobility providers understand this? And we have to be thinking about it all the time. I'm going to pivot for a minute to mobility innovations. Here at CoMotion, there are all sorts of flying things. And short distance aviation. As a bike share person, I've often sort of been like, that's not related to us. But it's coming here, as we've seen. And looking at commutes, these red pins are where there's a company called Archer Aviation, who I think is here, is creating hubs for these short distance, and they're going to be here for the World Cup and the Olympics, and they just bought this an airport in Hawthorne at that southernmost pin. And so even with this coming to LA and a sprawling city, there's still a first and last mile issue. So I think that as a bike share provider, we have to look at our service area and we have to look at those easy connections with new mobility innovations that come. All right, so finally, there's this concept of space. And I'm just going to read this quickly. Maybe I'll just read the first one. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon or bike, that's my own addition, move. And so I want to talk about creating spaces for the large events and specifically talk about the Olympics coming here to Los Angeles. And as a bike share provider, we've been thinking about how we would recommend what would bike share look like for the Olympics. And so we have friends in Paris who operate the Vélib system, and Paris 2024 was a huge success with regard to bike share and micromobility. So we asked them, what did they do? And their main objective was to increase the capacity near competition venues. And they created 14 staff valet stations that held 3,600 spots, about 200 to 400 bikes apiece. And what happened with that? So the most surprising thing to me was that overall rides for the Vélib bike share didn't go crazy. It wasn't 2 or 3 times. There was a 20% increase that was probably driven mostly by Parisians leaving the city because of all the tourists, and then outsiders coming in. But unsurprisingly, the long-term pass sort of makeup of riders didn't change very much. But there was an explosive change in the type of rider for the short-term passes. It's not like super surprising, but on a baseline 2023, about a quarter of the riders are from outside of the Paris region. During the Olympics, about 45%, that increased to 45% for the regular short-term passes and exploded to 71% during the Olympics Games for the valet station pass. So, when we're thinking about the LA Olympics, how could LA flex with regard to bike share? So this is a map of the major competition venues in Athlete Village for the Olympics, as well as the transit connections. And LA is a little bit more complicated than Paris because our bike share footprint is much smaller. So there are a number of venues here that are not in the current bike share area. So one of the lessons we learned is expand the system early. We would, I think there's a potential to really expand down to the SoFi Stadium and Intuit Dome, which is in the middle there, and that also happens to be where that aviation stop is. And then there's venues that are outside the bike share zone. So we would say leading up to the Olympics, put some mega stations there, connect to transit, and have these manned valet stations, create a games pass, and work with the various transportations to make sure that connection to bike share is easy, and be able to pivot. So I want to say thank you for being on this journey, and I'll leave you with one more quote from the Tao Te Ching. If you realize that all things change, there's nothing you'll try to hold on to. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut yourself. So, thank you very much. Enjoy your time here.
I want to see everybody on a bike. Let's go. Thank you very much, guys. We've got a couple more real quick panels. Really excited about our next group. We have the LA Metro Fast Tracks to 2028, Smarter Streets for Buses and Transit. We're going to go ahead and have an esteemed panel join us, talk a little bit about the Olympics, folks. It is not that far away. I think someone said the other day less than 1,000 days away. So everybody get ready, here we go. All right, let me introduce Paul, our moderator, and the rest of our esteemed crew.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thank you to CoMotion for inviting me to moderate this panel. This is the panel. It's my first time here. I've only been here for a couple hours. It won't be my last. I've just heard there's one in Miami, which is Miami and CoMotion. Sounds like a good idea. I'm going to just I'm going to read the bios of each one of our panelists. If you just wait till the end, if you want to do an applause, and that way we can get right into the conversation and make things move a little quickly. Immediately to my left, I have Tim Framont. Tim Framont works as a principal transportation engineer for the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, overseeing two divisions, ATSAC and Metro programs. The ATSAC division is responsible for the city's traffic signal systems and signal timing, while the Metro program division supports LA Metro's expensive rail and bus infrastructure program and projects within the city through interagency collaboration, transportation design, and plan review. Tim has worked for LA DOT for over 24 years in varying capacities, including oversight of the Borough of Design and Plan Review, evaluation requests from the public, and elected officials in district operations as lead engineer for the city's Vision Zero Transportation Safety Program, and as project manager for bicycle infrastructure projects. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Southern California. Tim grew up in LA, Connecticut, Strasbourg, France. Wow. He lives in Burbank with his wife and 5-year-old daughter. In his free time, he enjoys hiking, traveling, and playing pickleball. Next to Tim is Al Martinez. Al is an executive officer, operations at the LA County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, LA Metro. In his role, Al is responsible for overseeing Metro's bus and rail fleet systems that support transit service to 1.3 daily riders. Al's primary responsibilities include managing the fleet and operator scheduling systems, fleet management, CAD AVL systems, fleet video and audio systems, fleet arrival systems, passenger counting, and stop announcement systems, as well as systems oversight of the bus and rail fleet operation centers. Al is also implementing the bus lane enforcement program for Metro and is working to support state legislation for an expanding county-wide implementation. Prior to his role in operations, Al was a deputy executive director in IT and program manager in planning, where he gained an appreciation for the various systems environments used in the different business units as LA Metro, units at LA Metro. Al has been at LA Metro for 20 plus years and previously worked at Caltrans in Los Angeles, where he was involved in Northridge earthquake recovery effort of the collapsed freeway network and incident management response throughout LA County. Al has a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, computer engineering, and a master's in business administration. He was a parking and transportation commissioner for the city of Whittier, I hope I said that right, and is currently a California lemon law arbitrator. Al enjoys running, skiing, and traveling, and resides in Whittier, California. Next to Al is James Shahimiri. James is a transportation engineer and leads the speed and reliability program at Los Angeles Metro. He oversees improvements such as bus lanes, signal priority bus bulbs, and boarding islands, and other operational improvements to prioritize transit through congested corridors and intersections. Next to James is Charlie Torito. Charles Torito is the Chief Growth Officer at Hayden AI, a leading provider of artificial intelligence and computer vision solutions for smart and safe cities. With more than 2 decades of experience in mobility, transportation technology, and public policy, Charles has played a key role in advancing innovative solutions that make urban environments safer and more efficient. At Hayden AI, he oversees growth initiatives, including strategic partnerships, communications, and new solutions that help cities leverage AI to improve transit reliability and safety. Charles is a passionate advocate for using technology to create more equitable, sustainable mobility ecosystems. Round of applause, please. I'm actually excited for this subject for a couple reasons, 2 reasons. I'm an associate principal at ARP. I work in our New York office, where transit ridership is key to get to work. Transit ridership is very high. We're not only back to pre-COVID ridership numbers, we're actually elevated, as New York is the poster child for congestion pricing. And the model around congestion pricing to shift people from their vehicles to transit, as well as using that revenue to improve technology, improve operations, and maintenance. So curious to know how this is done in LA, which is a very similar city. The second reason why I'm excited is ARB is the consultant working with FIFA, contracted with FIFA to deliver the World Cup. We actually wrote the bid book with the USSF and MLS to win it. Now we're working with FIFA to deliver the actual World Cup. We don't say much about it because we're on an NDA, so you don't hear too much about that. We also sit on we sit with them in their headquarters in Miami, the FIFA headquarters in Miami, so we co-locate with FIFA. We sit on the New York panel, the World Cup panel in New York as the transportation lead. So we're always pitching ideas to FIFA on how to make things run better operationally, while respecting the local transportation leaders. So, we do know that the final is going to be in New York, even though the stadium is in New Jersey, where the New York Jets and the New York Giants play. So I'll let the football fans figure that one out. So with Los Angeles preparing to host some of the world's largest mega events, from the World Cup to the 2028 games, the need for reliable, high-capacity transit has never been greater. This session highlights LA Metro's efforts to put buses first on city streets through accelerated bus deployment, advanced signal prioritization, and cutting-edge automated enforcement to keep lanes and stops clear. This panel will explore the strategies around this deployment, the surge of mega event travel, but also create lasting improvements that speed up service, reduce congestion, and deliver a more dependable transit experience for everyday riders. So my first question to the panel is a very high-level one. Why reliable, high-capacity transit is so important to these mega events?
Well, I think here in Los Angeles we have a fast-growing rail system that Metro's been leading on and has made a lot of progress. But It's not quite where it needs to be in terms of to support huge crowds, bi-directional crowds attending events like the Olympics or the World Cup. And even though the venues are connected with that system, there's a need to supplement that with bus service in order to handle those crowds. And I was in Paris for the Olympics last summer, and I saw how effective their very robust transit system was. But even with that system, they had challenges in terms of the capacity of the stations, which are very old. So, it's a layered approach basically. And for us, the city of LA, working with Metro, we want to come up with strategies in order to make those buses run faster and more efficiently. That includes the buses that we have on the ground today that are going to be used, as well as potentially a large fleet that's going to be temporarily in place to supplement the games as well. So we're working together on a number of strategies to dedicate space to those buses, and also to ensure that they're operating exclusively in those spaces and using signal timing as well as a strategy to improve that speed.
Well, from my perspective, it's not just about preparing for FIFA or the Olympics, etc. Los Angeles is kind of a work in progress. We have a gigantic county. Our rail implementation started 30, 40 years ago, and we still have a long way to go before we can reach kind of like a Paris-style Olympics where rail kind of went everywhere, all the venues, it didn't matter what time of day. And so while that would have been the ideal situation in LA, it's just not practical for where we are at this point in time. And in general, 70% of the transit riding public are taking buses, not rail. So the focus for us is not just about events, it's about being able to get the average Joe to choose transit from a day-to-day perspective. And we are hoping to do that by implementing a variety of different programs, one of them being bus lane enforcement and bus lanes, so that you can entice a rider to choose either bus or rail. And so, like Tim said, we're working on a variety of different aspects. Yes, there's rail construction and expansion. Yes, there's improved buses and bus lanes, but it's not one program that we're looking to change the county. We're looking at a variety of projects and programs to kind of inch our way into an improved transit network and an improved transit system.
So yeah, I agree with my fellow co-panelists. I think we've made tremendous progress in deploying rail throughout LA County, but it doesn't go everywhere. And we're really focused on making these connections at our rail stations. So having high capacity bus service along our arterials, connecting those with rail or directly with the venues. The Olympics is essentially going to be car-free, car-light. Due to security perimeters, we can't actually have people even drive anywhere near these venues. And so we have to fill those gaps. Our bus lane program has really been focused on quick build. How can we bring these improvements quickly, cheaply, less than 1,000 days away from the Olympics now. We can accomplish a lot with paint science. We are working on the D-line extension under Wilshire. That's going to be open for the Olympics to connect with the UCLA Olympic Village. That's a project that's been 50 plus years in the making. And so, the power of quick build bus lanes is we can start a project and we can have the paint dry within a year. And we can really move a lot of people very quickly.
Thanks. I don't think I have too much to add. I think my other panelists have covered it pretty well. I think the one thing I would say is these are multi-day events that we're talking about. And while, the World Cup games may be at SoFi, and SoFi hosts a football game every Sunday, it seems like, these are going to be events that attract visitors from around the world for significant lengths of time. And so for the network to perform, it's really got to be trained as well. And the sooner we can start making these types of improvements to the network, I think the more effective the network will be when it's put under the ultimate stress during these big events. One of the things that my company's technology tries to do is help change behavior. You know, if there's no way to change the way people drive, there's certainly going to be a limit to what we can accomplish through just paint and signs. There needs to be, I think, a three-legged stool, and that stool has to include engineering. It has to include engineering, and ultimately it has to include enforcement as well. And that enforcement, I think, will make all of the different enhancements to this network be that much more effective over the next 18, 24, 30 months until the Olympics are complete.
I wanted to kind of just piggyback off of what James has said as well, with regards to kind of, you know, how and where we're gearing up for Olympics. And again, for those of us that can remember the last Olympics here in 1984, there was a lot of discussion with regards to it's going to be a gigantic mess, there's going to be congestion, how are we going to go through it? And actually it wasn't necessarily just the city, just the county, just the transit, just our office, you know, law enforcement that was dealing with, you know, preparing for the Olympics. It was the mindset of the public. And at that time, you know, the kind of the takeaway is everybody got the message and everybody stayed home, everybody worked at home. Nobody was really on the freeways. It was really not as scary as everybody said it was going to be. The expectation for this Olympics is a little bit, you know, kind of along the same vein. It's not just the transit agencies or law enforcement or the various, you know, agencies that are trying to find a solution. It's working with the public. In this situation, we're looking for a car-free experience. But car-free means the public needs to also help in that car-free experience. So some of the lessons learned from last time we're kind of piggybacking onto this time. And so collectively, we hope that that experience will be positive for, you know, not just LA and the state, et cetera, but also for our country.
Yeah, I think it's important, especially as you said now, that there's a little bit of a different message for Angelenos, which is that this is more of a participatory event, not just stay home and let us have this event, which it was successful, but there's a lot more thought now into how it can be the sort of the local experience can be integrated into that. How people can experience the games even if they're not attending the venues. And a lot of what we're doing is meant to support the experience of everybody in the city, whether they're going to a venue or not, and also to leave that lasting impression and that infrastructure that's going to last well beyond the games. So it's kind of serendipitous because a lot of what we've been doing was already happening before the games. So it's almost like it's, you know, the games are a catalyst to accelerate that, but much of what was already being planned is kind of, you know, we're just trying to push it forward faster and more robustly.
Yeah, I'll just add on to the last bit that Tim said. One of the legacies of the '84 Olympics was LADOT's ADSAC system, which is a centrally connected traffic control system. It started small, you know, at Expo Park, and now nearly 5,000 signals across the city are connected to it. And we have been leveraging that connected technology by upgrading our transit signal priority to be a cloud-based system. And so we're currently operating through about 1,700 signals with an old system that's going to be transitioned to cloud-based next year. We're adding another 300 signals to that system to support various BRT projects that we're deploying ahead of the games. And it's really a game changer because it allows us to really push the envelope in how we're prioritizing buses and trains through these congested intersections. It's a key technology that we're going to have in place for the games to help us move people, move crowds, and just manage the areas around the event venues.
I want to just piggyback on something what Charles said earlier about training behavior and familiarization with the system. The World Cup and the Olympics are two different types of events. The Olympics, the world comes here, they stay here in this one city, and they can learn the system over several weeks. The World Cup, you have rotating fans. Today you can have Mexican fans, next day you can have German fans. Some speak English, some don't. one of the approaches we're taking in the New York area for the World Cup is to tighten up the coordination between bus and rail. We're afraid to call it the Transit World Cup because they did that one time for the Super Bowl and it was a giant mess. So the second you call it the Transit World Cup, you put a target on your back. But what, in terms of operationally, what coordination efforts have been made between bus and rail to make a trip fluid, if any?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we have been aggressively deploying bus lane projects, especially over the last 5 years. So to put things in context, our first bus lane in Los Angeles was on Spring Street in 1990. It took us 30 years to increase that to 20 lane miles. In the last 5 years, we've more than doubled that. We have 70 lane miles of bus lanes, and in the next 2.5 years, we're going to more than double that again to nearly 150 lane miles. And the key with all of these projects is they all make connections to high-capacity rail. So all of these bus lane projects connect with existing and future rail stations that will be operational for the games. So as Tim was saying at the beginning, it's really important to have this network, right? We have our high-capacity rail that brings people from various parts of the county into the city, and then we have these high-capacity bus lines in bus lanes that takes people to venues and other destinations.
Yeah, and we also have the opportunity in that we have some very wide roads. Granted, they are often very heavily occupied by vehicles, but we have the luxury of the actual physical space where we can make some, we can rebalance the road in certain ways, and there's trade-offs certainly, and there's part of that is having these robust discussions with communities about those trade-offs, but we've been, one of the configurations we've really taken advantage of, I think, is the peak hour parking, off-peak parking, peak hour lane to off-peak parking, peak hour bus lane. So we essentially either keep the parking restrictions as is, or we may expand them slightly. But in terms of the parking impacts, they're negligible, generally speaking, because they were already there for the most part. The changes to the driver experience, but actually it's quite negligible as well, because what we found in some of our data collection and research is that those peak hour lanes are not as heavily used, not proportionally as used as the other lanes. There's often people parked illegally in them, or people turning right, or buses are already in them as well, and sometimes the roadway is physically kind of challenging there with the crowns that it crosses, and so there's a lot of reasons why people don't generally drive them as much. So it's not as much of a rebalancing as I think some perceive when we say we're taking a lane away. So it's part of this is looking for opportunities where those opportunities line up with the need, and oftentimes there is that alignment.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of that, I think that's where Charlie's comment and Al's work really comes into play, is that behavior change and that enforcement. When we do have these peak hour lanes, it's very tempting for people to park at the curb, which is where the bus lane is.
I wanted to go back to kind of the general thought with regards to Metro's plan, though, for the Olympics from the bus side, anyway, from how we expect to provide transit service. I don't think it's a secret that we do expect a lot of people to be coming into this area for a short period of time, and we just don't have enough vehicles within our existing agency to support them. So the plan is to likely double or triple the number of vehicles that are going to be in LA to support this car-free environment. Those buses are going to come from a variety of different locations, and that effort is a separate effort that's going on right now. And let's just say we double and triple those vehicles. They're going to come with operators, they're going to come with mechanics. We've got to train these people. We've got to, they may not really know the lay of the land within LA. So there's a big effort with kind of integrating the vehicles and all of the support staff that will be needed. But we also, from an operations standpoint, need to be able to have two things. One, we need to know where the vehicles are, and number two, we kind of need to make sure we can communicate with every operator on every vehicle, whether that's a Metro vehicle or a local agency borrowed vehicle or a different state vehicle. So it doesn't matter where they are, we have a common thread with regards to what needs to be done. That is the vision of what is needed to be done by the Olympics. And then again, that's a work in progress. And we look at next year, World Cup, as kind of our little baby trial. We will be putting into practice a kind of a mini version. I say mini because World Cup is only at SoFi. Olympics will be distributed around the county, different locations. But within that SoFi environment, we will be taking a look at, this is a subset of how we expect to operate for Olympics. This is the tool, this is the operator, this is what the operator will be seeing, this is how they will be communicating. And then we will use World Cup as a lessons learned to fix it, get it right, expand it, and make sure that we are as ready as we can be for the Olympics. That's the intent.
I want to just circle back to the types of technology. What we're talking here has been that will be deployed, the types of systems. I just talked to how these accelerated bus lane deployments, advanced signal prioritization, automated enforcement. How's that all together play a role in achieving reliable, high-capacity transit?
I guess I can start with that one. I mentioned earlier, the goal is not just about, talking about Olympics. In general, we want to get all of you folks that are sitting out there to dump your cars and get into a bus or a rail car. That's the goal, right? We have about 6 or 7% of people taking transit in some form, whether that's local or commuter or whatever, but about 6% of the public is riding transit. That's not even half of what New York is doing, or a Londoner. And so we need to do something in order to improve that 6 to 7% of transit riders. And again, one of the things that we're doing with regards to bus lanes is if it takes you 1 hour to get to work and the transit experience is going to take you 45 minutes, that sure is an enticing thing. And we're not there yet, and we know it has to be obvious. It needs to be an obvious benefit to take transit. And that obvious benefit doesn't happen overnight. And again, something like a dedicated bus lane, and that's why we're looking at expansion of bus lanes throughout the county so that you have a real option and that you can see that taking a bus is a real benefit to taking a car. That is where we're headed. If you're going to sidestep and you're going to get on the bus lane because you're in a big rush, we're going to do an enforcement, so it's going to cost you with a citation and with the hope of changing the behavior so you don't use that as an option. That is the long-term goal.
I think one of the other benefits of the technology that we've deployed with LA Metro is that there will be a significant amount of data available to the agency. And that data will give them a pretty good idea of how the driving public will respond and how quickly they'll respond to different changes in the network. And so over the next year, we'll be giving LA Metro data regarding not only the number of violations that are captured, but the volume by day, the volume by hour, the volume by route, the volume by bus interval. And so very quickly, I think we'll be able to provide Metro with an additional data set that can be used to understand how the different changes they're making to the network are liable to impact the network and how long we can expect them to take root. Things sometimes take time. One of the things we've seen from the programs that we've deployed across the country is that in the first 18 months or so of deployment, there's about a 40 to 60% reduction in the number of events that we see. Sometimes that's lower, sometimes it's higher. But ultimately, data like that can be used to help understand where certain changes can be made to the network and what the likely impact of those changes will be.
I think, part of it is the perception that people have about buses, and I think there's a lack of respect for the bus in general. And some of these tactics, I think, aim to bring more respect to the bus and have it taken more seriously. Enforcement is part of it, right? If the punishment for parking in a bus lane is a significant monetary penalty, then people are going to think, wow, the city really cares about moving buses. This is really important to them. Same with the investment in the infrastructure itself, such as the lanes and the TPS system and everything else. The goal is to eventually get people to first start thinking about the bus as an option, right? I think a lot of people in LA, it doesn't even, they look at Google Maps and then they've already made up their mind. They're not even necessarily thinking about it seriously. Once we get it into the equation as a consideration, then does the math pan out? You said something earlier, Al, about the timing. It doesn't necessarily even have to beat the car. That's going to be very tough. You obviously have stops, and it's not always going to take you point A to point B, but can you get closer to the driving timeline, right? Right now, depending on where you're going, it can be competitive, but in a lot of cases, it's double or maybe even triple, especially if you're going to kind of an interconnected destination, a non-interconnected destination. So if we speed the bus up and we bring that respect up, ultimately all those things are going to contribute to the bus being taken more seriously and being a real valid option for someone to consider in terms of when they decide how they're going to get to where they're going.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Tim and I have been working on red bus lanes for a few years now. Really trying to highlight the importance of transit. I mean, obviously, red bus lanes have a compliance component. We've seen a 40 to 50% improvement in compliance with drivers driving in red bus lanes compared to non-red lanes. But I also view it as highlighting the importance of transit infrastructure to the public. It really makes it visible when you're driving down that street or walking down that street, that red bus lane is in your face. Like, you see that the city has prioritized it, that this is of value to the city. And I think that does get people thinking about transit. And then, just talking about data, I was talking about this cloud-based TSP system earlier. One of the things that we're really excited about is we'll finally have some data on how our buses perform in relation to traffic signals and traffic signal timing. We'll have a very robust data set of, our buses stopping at red lights, our buses always requesting transit signal priority. These data points can help us go and diagnose issues, with traffic operations, with traffic signal timing, and so we can iterate over time and make things better.
So I just want to touch on, earlier you mentioned kind of the plan is the ultimate goal to deploy this technology is the Olympics. Can you talk to what we can expect in different milestones from now into the Olympics? Specifically, those systems what are tangible and visible. So, for example, TSP, nobody knows TSP has been activated, right? You get an extended green. If you're on the bus, you don't care. But bus lane enforcement, when you get a ticket, right? So that's very tangible. What things progressively will be in place from now until the Olympics as best you can describe?
Well, we kind of mentioned that there's a variety of programs and projects. We are looking at the expansion of the network for bus lanes. And so for all of you folks who work downtown, you're here downtown, so something's got you here to downtown. You know that there's congestion in downtown, and so we are looking at freeing up a lane so that you can travel on a bus easier and faster. We are looking at enforcing that. We are looking at the potential expansion beyond the central to the heavy congested areas. And again, that supports a car-free experience for Olympics, but we're not, again, building it for the Olympics. We're building to improve the transit. That's a sample of what we're doing. And I mentioned we're going to try a variety of different methods, a variety of different technologies, a variety of different tools that we can accomplish within 6 or 7 months for the World Cup, but a little bit more beyond that for the Olympics. So there's still a lot of work in progress. There's not a lot of tangible with regards to specific technology. We are improving our vehicles. We are getting better cameras. We are improving the timeliness of the data that we get from our fleet, kind of an Uber experience. Everybody gets their phone out. Everybody knows that the car is coming. We'd like to move towards that experience on the bus. We do have it. We do have it today, but we're working on a better experience, making sure it's timely, making sure it's accurate, making sure we're not like an Uber. So we do have construction. We do have detours. We do have operator cancellations because they don't show, for example, during the COVID experience, we had a significant 20-25% cancellation rate sometimes. So then, you know, the average Joe was waiting at the corner for a bus that didn't show up because the operator didn't show up. So again, it's about getting the data to the rider. So we may not be able to, you know, do something about an operator that calls in, but we can do a better job of making sure that the public is aware of what goes on in real time. So those are samples of things that we're doing. Again, it's not specific to Olympics. We're kind of moving the entire chess set forward, if you will.
But, you know, I think we shouldn't be too humble in the sense that we're on those three fronts: the bus lane expansion, the TSP system, the cloud-based TSP system, and the enforcement. We're rapidly expanding all three. And I mean, by the Olympics, we're going to have, I don't know, you mentioned the lane mile targets, but we're going to be pretty far along between now and then as far as how many lane miles. Do you think the cloud-based TSP will be fully online by 200?
Yeah, Cloud TSP will be online mid-2026, and that's just in the city of Los Angeles. We have another 600 signals in addition to the 2,000 in the city of LA, throughout other cities in LA County, which will also be on the cloud. So we'll have the largest installation of TSP in the country, with over 2,500 signals connected through the cloud.
James, you mentioned earlier, I think Tim also, you mentioned data a couple times in this conversation, access to more data, which is basically everyone's desire. How do you, it's a kind of a combined question, one for Charles as well. Tying in AI and the speed AI is moving, and you're acquiring all of this data, what type of data analytics do you think you'd be able to use? What kind of metrics will come out of that data using AI that will help you run transit more efficiently, specifically the buses? Quite a few of your fellow agencies in other states, they're deploying decision support systems where they're gathering massive amount of data and third-party data, and they're using AI and coming with some predictive metrics. What is the impact AI will have between now and the Olympics, and with the type of data what would be collecting?
Sure, so I've got some good examples related to our cloud TSP system. Our current TSP system uses a loop in the roadway. It's a fixed point away from the intersection. The bus passes over it and then requests an extension, a green extension or an early green. But the travel time between that fixed point in the roadway and the intersection varies by time of day based on traffic congestion. And so we are using machine learning AI in our cloud TSP system to learn and anticipate the estimated travel time so that we can put in the TSP call at the right time. Because one of the worst things that we can do with transit signal priority is to request a green extension that the bus doesn't actually take advantage of because it can't get to the intersection in time. That shifts the whole cycle forward, and it actually delays the bus even more than if we had never requested TSP at all. And one last example of how we're using this is we typically do not use TSP at a near side bus stop. So if the bus stops before it crosses the intersection, we don't request a green extension because we don't know how long the doors are going to be open, how long it's going to take for people to get on and off the bus. Again, we don't want that situation where we've requested a green extension, but we don't get to use it because now the next green is further out in time. But through machine learning and AI, we can actually develop models around how long does that bus stop activity take by time of day, so we can actually put in a TSP call at the appropriate time. So we'll be able to use TSP even at near side stops. So those are some examples of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and I think one of the benefits of using a vision-based AI, one of the key differentiators of our technology, is that while there are any number of systems that agencies use to tell them the what, we can tell them the why. We can provide context for all of these types of delays that they may or may not see. I know why it is that a bus is stopped for 90 seconds at a specific intersection. Maybe the system that they have today just tells them that the bus is stopped. But I can say it's stopped because there's a vehicle double parked in front of it. Or I can say it's stopped because there's a delivery vehicle that was parked there that is inhibiting that vehicle. I can say that every day, I can tell them every day at a certain time, your bus stops for 45 seconds at this location, or your bus misses a signal at this location because there's a restaurant at this location that has 3 DoorDash drivers lined up getting food and blocking the bus. And that context isn't something that's readily available today. But over time, we'll develop these trends, we'll have this data, and we'll really be able to start to help the agency pinpoint the locations on the network that are the most congested, and not just where those locations are, but why they're most congested, so that they can apply the right countermeasures, the right preventative measures, and the right tactics to eliminate those different challenges.
So just to follow up, with using that data and AI to fine tune the TSP, one of the issues I experienced in New York with bus deployment, TSP and queue jumps, is the bus operator needed training to understand. Now TSP is one thing, if TSP is activated, as I mentioned earlier, the ridership doesn't know. We have queue jumps. And for those who don't know what queue jumps is, it actually stops all 4 approaches, and the bus has its own signal to go through. So if the bus doesn't make it through, and you've stopped all 4 approaches, you're making a call from the governor's office. Are you working with the bus operators along with tying them into the technology to understand, because they actually activate. One of the issues we had, they didn't want to activate the queue jump. But they weren't activating, they were just driving the bus, but they still felt they were activating. What kind of training, is there any training involved with the bus operators and the technology that's being deployed so it works? There's a synergy?
Yeah, so I can share some experiences. I used to work for the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, SFMUNI, before my time at Metro. And one of the issues we encountered there, and it's still true today here in LA Metro, is when we do a green extension and the pedestrian signal is active, somebody's pushed the button, or it's in the downtown area where that ped signal comes up every time, the operators can see that countdown. They see it, counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're preparing to brake, because usually they know when the countdown goes to 0, they're going to get a yellow light. But that doesn't happen with TSP. The light stays green. And so, we encountered this situation where operators were actually slowing down almost to a stop, even when the light was still green. And so that did require operator training. We were talking about it backstage before we came on, but the importance of talking to your field staff, to your operators. I mean, they're the eyes on the street. They know the system better than you. They're out there living it every day. And so that's something that we've been trying to incorporate into our project planning and decision making, is actually going and talking to our operators and trying to understand what is their experience, what are they seeing, because that helps us deliver better projects.
And one of the things I think we find with the operators in our technology is that they ask for it on their buses. We don't typically deploy a system on every single bus in a network. But what we do find is that drivers ask specifically to have our systems deployed, because they know that if those systems are deployed on the routes they drive on, that there are going to be behavior changes, as we talked about. One of the things we observed in New York City is that routes that are enforced have seen a 32% reduction in bus-related collisions. The fewer times the operator has to leave a dedicated lane, the fewer opportunities there are for that bus to be involved in a collision. And for the operator, those are probably some of the most stressful moments of the day. The times that they have to move this 60-foot bus out of a lane into traffic and then back into a lane because someone's parked in front of them. And so for us, we don't have to train the driver. The system works independently. But we do get the drivers requesting that the systems be installed on their buses because they know it's going to make their day a lot easier.
It's such a good point how the drivers, they're familiar with the nuance of the routes and how people behave and how they behave how they need to behave when they drive. How do you how do you capture that knowledge from the bus operator so you can now deploy it in the system itself? One of the CAD systems we used in New York, the bus driver is actually able to punch in some very quick information while they're driving. If somebody cut them off, they can, if there's an incident, they can quickly punch in as an incident, which will send in real time to a CAD software in the back. Are there any ways that you're using to capture this driver knowledge so you can deploy it in the system?
Well, let me chime in on that because that's there's a balance of how and when you want to get information and when you get information from an operator. Being a bus operator is not an easy job, and over years we've added technology and safety concerns and a variety of different things on the part of an operator. So an operator has got a lot going on. And you want him to be paying attention because he's driving a vehicle with X number of vehicles on there. So safety is the number one, the number one thing to be aware of. And so we are not a proponent of punching in numbers while he's driving. That's a safety issue. He needs to be on the side before he does anything, before he even, suggests advising the bus operations center of anything. He needs to make sure that he's in a safe position to do so. But at least in Metro, he's got encapsulated. We're trying to protect him from any of the security issues. He's looking at fare and fare evasion. He's looking at, radio communication if someone is talking to him from the bus operations center. He's looking at safety issues. He's looking at, wheelchair boarders. He's looking at bicycles being loaded. There's a lot going on for the operator. So we do want to try and minimize some of that. We do want to make as much of what's going on as transparent as possible, so he's not actually involved in any of that. But you're right, we do communicate with the operators. We do have safety meetings because we want to hear and learn from the operator's experience without putting the burden of, can you do this when this happens? Can you punch in this? Can you see this? Can you contact this? It's just too much on the part of an operator. So again, it's a balance of what we do and how we do with that operator.
I think, once we do get that information from them in a safe manner, whether it's through an interview later on or some other interaction, that information is actually really valuable to us in the city in terms of how we design and implement the infrastructure. It's, as James touched on, something you might expect to be intuitive and obvious. You just follow the signal, if it's green, go, etc. A change like the green extension is going to require more than that. It requires them understanding what the purpose is and why their behavior change might be important. We've interacted before about this issue when it comes to the red bus lanes. We wanted to hear from the operators anecdotally. Do they feel like it's helping beyond just the numbers? We've also worked on queue jumpers where we've talked about, can lunar signals be used? Because in a particular circumstance, it's advantageous for us to use the lunar signal. But we wanted to first make sure, because we don't really have many of these, would they be comfortable with the lunar signal? We found that they would be, so we're excited about that. So there's just a lot of value that you would, I think, find potentially unexpected initially, but eventually you would really take advantage of that opportunity to interact with them on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I'll just add, to Al's point, we do value that feedback after the fact. We do meet with our operators regularly. We go to the divisions, we talk with them. If it's a legitimate concern, they can file a safety report, which we review. And Tim and I, we've addressed a number of these, issues. I mean, we've gone out and we've changed traffic signals, we've changed intersection striping, signs, etc., directly as a result of the feedback that we receive from our operators. So it's really important to have that loop.
Right, thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. So these strategies that have been delivered, how can we ensure that these improvements they will last beyond the games and serve everyday Angelenos?
Yeah, so Al touched on this earlier, just in terms of the development of the improvements for the games. It's not a coincidence that almost all of the bus lane projects that we're delivering for the games are part of our original next-gen bus plan from 2020. We laid this stuff out a long time ago, and that also aligns with the City of Los Angeles' mobility plan for the Transit Enhanced Network. So I mean, we have been very aligned, working towards this moment. And it's not that we're delivering these projects for the Olympics. The Olympics are going to benefit from these projects, but we want this to be a legacy. We want people to have fast, reliable bus service, to be able to make those connections to transit, to rail, to get to work, to get to doctor's appointments, et cetera. We want to build something that outlasts the Olympics, and that has been a very deliberate process through this planning.
I was going to say, in some cases, these features are a first step towards something more robust. For example, a quick built bus lane could be the first step towards a BRT with stations. But in other examples, it's the final product. In some cases, it delivers what we intended what we want to achieve. That bus lane in 1990 is still there. It works.
Yeah.
So, and TSP and enforcement, those are the kind of things that can last beyond and don't require, anything more than that to still be very successful. Other than adapting to the technology, of course, there's opportunities to continue to build upon that. And TSP, with the TSP example, we've gone from an old traditional system and now we're going into a more advanced system. So that will happen too naturally, I think.
And I think for the systems that we're installing on Metro buses, from a technology perspective, we're really just scratching the surface. We have a highly advanced supercomputer that uses vision-based AI, and so while doing automated enforcement is certainly one use case, there's a tremendous amount of computing power that we would bring to that bus that in the future could be used for other types of use cases. We have right now a number of pilots going on in other cities where we're starting to identify other obstructions or other things that cause buses to be delayed. Things like road construction that's both permitted and unpermitted. How can we take that technology and then use it to help so that buses could be detoured if they need to be detoured, and make quick changes to plans or routes whenever these types of unscheduled roadworks occur. So, I think we look at our technology as giving the bus one of the most sophisticated pieces of technology that buses have had. And we look forward to working with agencies like LA Metro to really test the outer limits of that technology and understand more about how, in the long term, they can impact the performance of the entire transit agency's bus network.
Thank you. I have one quick question before we open up the floor to questions. This one might be a little bit provocative. What's your favorite bus route and why? We've got 90 seconds to answer.
I'll start. My favorite is Line 2. It's one of our longest lines. It runs along Sunset Boulevard predominantly. It also snakes down to Alvarado Street. That was my first bus lane project on Alvarado, and now I am proposing bus lanes on Sunset Boulevard. We're in the middle of outreach. We had our big community meeting last night. So very exciting improvements coming to Line 2.
My route's probably 720, which is basically the Wilshire line. It goes from East LA to Santa Monica. And the reason I think that line is because it's an amazing line. In peak, it's running 4-minute headways. And with 4-minute headways, it's kind of hard to believe that these vehicles are still packed, running every 4 minutes. It's like, where and how are all these people coming from and going to, that these buses are packed? But they are. And so there's a lot of action on Wilshire, a lot of people moving through there. It's a heavy corridor, and so I would say that's my favorite.
I'm going to kind of cheat. It's a bus, but it's also kind of beyond that. I'm going to say the G line, just because it's kind of the ultimate when it comes to what you can achieve with a bus in terms of everything. It's got its own dedicated right-of-way. It's got the TSP, adaptation of the signals. It's got these beautiful stations. It takes you all the way across the valley, and I live in the valley, so for me, that's my favorite.
Mine is the 720 as well, but for a different reason than Al. It was the first line that we launched on. And so it really gave us an opportunity to showcase our technology here in Los Angeles, and it's proven to be a great place to launch the the cameras. I think there's a good amount of congestion on that road, and I think it was a great place for us to make sure that the systems really work.
Thank you, guys. Nice mix of reasons: emotional, metrics, professional, operational. It was a nice mix. So I'm going to open the floor up to any questions. I believe we have somebody with a mic.
Impressive panel, and that last question was terrific, but I'm not sure I can come up with a better one. But one of the questions I have is it credible to say car-free? And if it isn't car-free, does it set back what you're trying to do for years with the public? Because I think the public has no credibility, gives no credibility to that statement.
You know, I think ultimately we want to see the results of what the event can be, whatever we call it. So if the result is that it's more of a transit first, then we should be honest about that. And maybe it's better that we're honest about it now versus saying car free until the very end. That's really more of a question for the ones who are coming up with the slogans. For me, what I want to see is just a successful event that doesn't rely on people having to drive where they don't feel like they have to, and where they're also probably discouraged to do it. So in order to do that, it's a little bit of a carrot and stick, but that requires a lot of the efforts we're doing in order to make that carrot part really tasty. We want people to feel good and comfortable doing it, not like they have to do it or they're being forced to do it. So the messaging has to kind of follow that, I think.
You're right, it's a slogan. And it's not intended to be, there's not going to be any cars anywhere. The intent is to drive to a specific location. Let's just say, for example, I don't know, Dodger Stadium, because it's got a big parking lot. So the intent is to somehow get yourself to Dodger Stadium, hopefully take transit to Dodger Stadium, but let's just say you take your car. And then from there, you will be shuttling to all of the Olympic events. That is the car-free intent, not that you're gonna get to where you're gonna, get together to take the shuttle. Hopefully you will Uber or take public transportation or somewhere to wherever these locations where you're gonna shuttle to and from. But you're right, it's kind of an easy to understand car-free slogan, but that is the intent.
The question.
Yeah, it's catchier than Mobility Hub Forward Olympics. My favorite mobility hub is North Hollywood, if anyone's asking. Big parking lot there too. Hopefully it'll be housing soon. I digress. My name's Marie Sullivan. I work for Arab. I used to work for Metro. My question is a two-part question. Number one, what have all of these new bus lanes done for the travel times? And what changed that allowed you to build them so much faster? You talked about going from, we build 10 bus lanes in 2 years and then 20 bus lanes in 1 year, or whatever the exponential increase was. So how much faster are the buses, and why could you build them so much faster now?
Sure, so I'll answer the second part first. We're able to work collaboratively with the city and Metro to deliver these projects, and that really stems from a city council action and Metro board action back in 2020 that created the Bus Speed Working Group, and it really institutionalized this collaborative relationship between our two agencies. We meet every 2 weeks, we plan all of our projects together, we conduct outreach together, we design and construct the projects together. We're really one project team, and I think it's the first time in our collective agency's history where we've really felt like there are no walls between our agencies. We are just one team. The Bus Speed Working Group, and we're there to deliver transit speed and reliability improvements to the public. In terms of the speed, travel time savings, we target not only travel time savings, but also more importantly, reliability. Al was talking earlier about, hey, it takes you 45 minutes on the bus, that's great, but what if it takes you 1 hour 15 one day? What if it takes you half an hour another day? It's kind of hard to plan around. And so our goal is not just to improve travel time, but it's to improve that reliability. And we have been seeing those improvements on our system, and oftentimes it's to maintain existing headways, not necessarily to reduce the headways, just given the traffic congestion, et cetera.
From the bus lane enforcement side, again, I mentioned that it was kind of a work in progress. we have more bus lanes than we have bus lane enforcement at this time. So we have, I don't know, maybe, I don't know how many bus lanes you would know. Maybe let's just say we have 10 or 12 bus lanes operational right now, but we only have 5 or 6 that are being enforced as a proof of concept. And so we started I guess we started in December, but we didn't start providing citations immediately because we wanted to outreach, making sure the public was aware of what we were doing. So we needed to, provide 60 days of an outreach, another 60 days of a citation where we're $0 saying, hey guys, we're gonna start citing you, this is a warning, this is $0, but as of May, we're gonna start giving citations. So we really don't have a full year of citations, but we do have a couple of real data points. One is, for about 5 or 6 routes, we're getting about 15,000 events per month. That's a lot of violators. That's a lot of people that are on those bus lanes where we don't want them. So the idea that, are there people on there? Yeah, they're there. So we're using that to support the expansion of bus lane enforcement on all of the bus lanes. And so we do expect to probably quadruple the number of lanes that we will be enforcing in the coming year or 2. And again, that's based on our current experience, the experience that we're seeing month after month, the experience and the benefits that we're hearing from the East Coast. Washington, New York, they've got a head start on us, and they are seeing a 20% improvement in travel times. They are seeing an improvement in ridership specific to bus lane enforcement. And those are the benefits that we're looking to get for us here at Metro. But because we don't have a full year, we'd like to get, and we will get to a point where we can say, this is the data that we're seeing today versus last year on ridership, on trip times, etc. But we just don't have enough operational time yet to put that metric and advertise that yet. But it's coming.
We are not only out of time, we're over time. So apologies to, there's a few hands we didn't get to. I'd like to thank the panel that so many it was very compelling. Appreciate it. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Great job.
And Halsey, Tommy, and Robotics for a great last panel. Thank you.
Okay, so I need to close. Yeah. Well, thanks everybody for sticking around. Really appreciate it. Again, my name is Henry Greenidge. I'm from DoorDash, and would love to talk to you a little bit about robots and autonomy. Who's ready for that? All right, I appreciate the energy. So really, my goal for today was just to give you some of the inside baseball that we're thinking about at DoorDash and DoorDash Labs. We're really committed to autonomy, and it's been that case for the last several years. DoorDash Labs was established about 7 years ago, really with this idea of focusing on efficiency through autonomy. In the beginning, we thought about different forms of robotics and automation, but it was really focused on this idea of how can we address this challenge, what I think is one of our premier challenges of this generation, of really figuring out how to integrate autonomy into delivery. And so at DoorDash, most people think of us as a food delivery company, and that's true, but it's really the logistics piece. And so DoorDash Labs is really focused on
building wholesale solutions to address this issue. And so we have purpose-built solutions, and it's been an interesting time for us. Earlier this year, we made several announcements. First, we announced our partnership with Coco Robotics, a sidewalk delivery company. We also announced our partnership with Serve Robotics, again, another sidewalk delivery company. We also announced our partnership with Wing on the drone delivery side. And we also announced our partnership with Waymo, doing both food delivery and grocery, all leveraging autonomy. And we plan to do this using what we're calling the autonomous delivery platform. And so what the autonomous delivery platform is a purpose-built solution where we can seamlessly integrate autonomous solutions on the existing DoorDash app. I should actually use my slides. And so, actually, it doesn't look like. I'll stop here. And so, we've really been focused on this partnerships-based approach. But in September, what we did is we announced DOT. And I'm going to spend most of the time talking about DOT. But before we get there, I'm going to talk about some of our other products, right? So as I mentioned, the autonomous delivery platform really allows us to integrate any autonomous solution, which is why we can work with sidewalk delivery companies, drone companies, and of course, rideshare companies. And so in terms of autonomy, we are open for business. We are thinking about this problem in every single use case that you can imagine. And so, we just made all of these announcements for this year, but there's no stopping what, the future looks like for us. Moving on to some of the other solutions, I want to talk about Smart Scale. And so for us, when talking about autonomy, it's really about this entire ecosystem. How can you address both the customer's needs and the merchant's needs? What Smart Scale actually does is it's both a tablet and an actual piece of hardware where you can weigh all of your orders. Merchants can track all of the orders. And what we find is that it reduces missing items by 30%. And so when you're doing autonomy, the weights are critically important. If you're going to do drone delivery, you have to make sure that you don't go over the weight limit there. And for our robots especially, you have to make sure that you get the weight limit right. And so for every merchant that participates in our autonomous program, we do offer the Smart Scale, and we're getting positive results there. Just another example of some of the solutions that we're working on at Labs, and there's a ton more. I want to shift the conversation to talking about DoorDash Dot. And I hope everyone had an opportunity to really see DOT. I'm going to fast forward a little bit here. Oops. This is DoorDash DOT. Okay, so this is our purpose-built robot. And for us, we started working with a number of other companies in the space. We worked with a company called Marble. We worked with a company called Starship. And through working with those companies, we realized that we really liked this idea of sidewalk delivery, but that there was a huge gap in the marketplace that was unique to DoorDash. One of the things that makes DoorDash unique is we have what's called a three-sided marketplace, where we have consumers, we have merchants, and of course the backbone of DoorDash, which is our Dashers. And so in working through this autonomy problem and working with these sidewalk delivery robots, we realized that the sidewalk only gets you so far. So, DoorDash is really focused on solutions for both urban areas and the suburbs. And sidewalk delivery can get you what you need in urban areas, but the suburbs, were something that was actually missing. And so we took our time to really develop DOT. And so DOT can navigate parking lots, it can navigate bike lanes, sidewalks, where there aren't bike lanes, the side of a road, it can operate there. And it also addresses this issue of how you get close to a merchant and how you get close to the end user, the customer. And so it can actually deliver up into the driveway. And so there is no other product like this. It is an L4 autonomous system. It has LiDARs, it has cameras, it has radars. It really is the next generation in deliveries, and it's actually happening today. We are live in the Phoenix metro area. We've been there for quite some time now. We're learning a lot. And so for the rest of 2025, we're really going to focus on expanding in Phoenix. But 2026, we're really going to take DOT on the road. We're talking about expanding to lots of other cities as well. And so just a little bit more about DOT. It is highly configurable. So as you can see, we can carry all types of packages. It holds up to 6 pizzas. It has a capacity of up to 30 pounds. And Dot is not a small robot by any means. It's about 350 pounds. And that was on purpose. We wanted something that was sturdy, something that could actually be on the bike lane and have presence. The color allows for visibility and increases safety. And so, we really thought about this solution that is tailor-made for the DoorDash platform. And the thing about it is that iteration will continue. What you're looking at is the 3rd generation, and we are already working on other iterations of this robot. Looks like some of my slides did not make it in. But some of the slides, what they cover is, some of the features like our two-way communication. What we learned by working with some of our partners like Coco and Serve is that it's important to really communicate with first responders and the law enforcement community. And so DOT actually has a two-way microphone. And so when we talk to cities about expanding operations, one of the things we do is we conduct trainings. We want to make sure that they're comfortable with engaging with DOT and leveraging those tools like the two-way communication. Another piece of it is we always have remote assistance available to step in if necessary. And if there are ever emergencies, they can talk to the people on the street, or they can help guide DOT as necessary. And so some of the lessons learned, again, from the sidewalk industry is that, you really need to have a wholesale solution when you're focused on autonomy. A lot of those solutions are great, but they actually rely on remote assistance. And again, that is why we leverage the L4 autonomy stack. It's really to focus on getting us away from sort of the human driver and really allowing DOT to operate in the world around it. And so I do want to open it up for questions. And if there aren't any questions, there's a little bit more I can share. Okay.
I have a question. So you're talking about working with a lot of different delivery folks. Are you just doing your door dashing, or are you collaborating with any others, or expect to see that DOT integrating in any other systems?
Yeah, so right now it's just focused on the DoorDash platform, but the great thing about DoorDash is it really is a partnerships-based approach to everything we do. And so that is part of the thinking behind the autonomous delivery platform. It allows us to integrate seamlessly with others. And so again, there's no shortage of opportunities here in terms of partnerships.
Henry, I'm really curious about the economics of the DOT platform. I mean, what is the, in a 24-hour period, for example, what's the capacity, delivery capacity for one of those machines?
So, again, huge opportunities here. It holds up to 6 pizzas. Right now, we're having it deliver just 1 order per customer, but we can change that depending on the marketplace. And again, I think, for us, the approach was really very much a local approach. And so, with DoorDash, we're doing 8 million deliveries a day. Earlier in May, we hit the $10 billion delivery mark. And so when you have that much volume, you really start to understand not only your product, but your customer. And so before we think about operating in a locality, we do take a look at which merchants are on the platform, how much volume they're getting, where the deliveries are going. And so what we can do is we can adjust DOT's operations accordingly.
I'm curious about how the Dashers have responded to DOT.
Yeah, it's a great question. So far we have had a wonderful reception for DOT all around. DoorDash, we make no secret of the fact that Dashers are really what holds our company together. They are critical. And what we believe is that autonomy allows Dashers to really focus on the orders that are more appropriate for them. One of the things that's not often talked about is the fact that Dashers will decline orders. You will order something and a Dasher will say, you know what? I don't want to take that order. What this does, DOT, is it allows them to focus on the orders that in many cases are more lucrative, and DOT will take on, the coffee or the sandwich, and the Dasher can focus on, the 10 pizza order and things like that. And so far so good. Again, we don't plan on replacing our dashers. You know, at DoorDash, we really have to account for the fact that we continue to grow year over year, and it's been that way since the pandemic. And the autonomous solutions really allow us to address that growth. What I would also say is, you know, this multimodal approach that I mentioned is really the wave of the future. And so what we're trying to do is really increase the customer experience while also addressing that demand.
So what is the distance that the dot can go? And then what is the time that that distance would be as compared to what the dasher would do?
Another great question. So on our platform, again, multimodal, you'll have the dashers, you'll have sidewalk delivery robots from our partners, you'll have DOT, you'll have drones, and you'll have Waymo actually doing grocery and food delivery. And so our algorithm will essentially determine what is the best way, the most efficient and sustainable way to get a delivery accomplished. And so the way we think about it is the sidewalk delivery robots, they're good for the 1 to 2 mile radius. DOT, the sweet spot for us is somewhere between the 3 to 5 mile radius with a maximum of 7 miles. And so again, you know, the ADP or the autonomous delivery platform will assign that order in the best way that makes sense. The great thing about having DOT assigned to your order is you don't have to tip. And it's really a unique experience in that way.
Question on, you're in Phoenix, are they refrigerated units? When you have hot food, are they heated?
Not yet. Not yet. We're working on that for future iterations. Right now we do use the hot bag that dashers use, and we found that that does work. A question came up the other day is, does it make sense to deliver ice cream in 100-degree weather in Arizona? Maybe not. And again, you know, DOT is not going to be the solution for everything. You know, the approach at Labs was really to try to address some of that volume, but not all of it. And so, you know, we have optionalities. And so in that case where you've got the ice cream, it's probably best for a dasher to deliver it.
Hi, one question. From a product development standpoint, I spent many years in the automotive world, design innovation, and there's always something you learn after you build it and put it out that you couldn't sketch or you didn't know anything. I'm just curious if there's been any unusual finds once you've deployed it that you didn't expect, like from dogs or from little kids or from something that just wasn't planned that you've learned by actually putting it out in the field.
Yeah, so the learnings happen every single day, and we're always incorporating the learnings, we're always incorporating feedback. If you encounter DOT in the real world, you can reach out to us and share your experience with us. But I think, again, we're in our 3rd generation. We name the robots after animals. We're animal lovers, so we're on the cheetah now. And the jump from the honey badger, the 2nd generation, to the cheetah really addressed some of those issues that we found in the field. And so braking, for instance, we redesigned our braking to be more efficient and quieter. We're always taking advantage of new technology. I think how we roll out our charging. And so the 3rd generation allows us to switch out battery packs. And the batteries actually last longer. We learned that by being out in the real world and figuring out what makes sense from an operational perspective. And so there are a number of things I can tell you from a design perspective that we learned, and the learning isn't going to stop. We're going to continue iterating on DOT and getting better.
Thank you. I have a question about the deployment. This vehicle is designed to ride on bike lanes, I understand. Is that regulated by city, by state, or how are you going to deploy that? And also a side question, how fast can the vehicle go?
Yeah, so DOT has a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour. We don't typically go that fast. In the bike lane, we try to stay around the 15 to 17 miles per hour. But if I understand your question correctly, I think the answer is, you know, it's very much a city-by-city approach. Every city is going to be different. We work with the city on the routes beforehand, so there are no surprises about where DOT is actually going to be operating. And, you know, the great thing about that approach is the city is often helpful in helping us find alternatives and flagging issues of concern like construction routes or all sorts of things around speed, places where they are planning to put bike lanes. And so let me know if I have not addressed your question, but I think the answer to your question is, it's very much a city-by-city approach. Okay, well, it looks like my time is up. Really appreciate everyone's time. There is a lot of information about that online. If you want to see us, we're on YouTube. You can see us in the real world, and you can find more information on the website.
Well, it's that special moment. It's after 2 great fun-filled days, lots of interesting discussions. It's always a great pleasure to come to this moment when we wrap up CoMotion LA, but also award the winner of the LA New Mobility Challenge 2025. And it's something that we love doing. I think it's great for the community of innovation that we're a part of. We established the LA New Mobility Challenge 9 years ago, the first year that we started CoMotion, and it's something I personally look forward to. And so, without further ado, the winner of the 2025 LA New Mobility Challenge is none other than Variable Grid. So let's give a big hand to Dan Rafferty. There we go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you get in the middle, maybe.
Okay.
This camera right here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch. You'll be coming over.
And thank you, everyone, for being part of CoMotion this year. It's been a great 2 days. I've been fascinated by a lot of the discussions. I hope you have been as well. By the way, Dan will, as part of the LA New Mobility Challenge, you'll be coming to Riyadh in 2 weeks and be part of CoMotion Global in Riyadh. I hope to see many of you there. If you don't want to know more about it, just come and talk to us. It's going to be quite a show. But I want to thank our great partners this year, certainly starting with the Japanese American National Museum, where we are now, and MoCA, of course, our host. Also the Open Mobility Foundation, which we're, I guess, kind of joined at the hip, too, with great pride. The Port of Long Beach, LA Metro, of course, our great friends at LA Metro, AQMD in the South Bay, HNTB, who has been a strong partner year after year, SCAG, and many, many others. So thank you very, very much. I, above all, want to thank our amazing team, Tim, who's, I think, probably in the air now, Vivian, our program director, Dan Epstein, who's here in LA, does an amazing job. Nick, where are you, Nick?
Probably doing a podcast in
Probably doing a podcast, our podcaster extraordinaire. I want to thank also Shaylin and Jarrell, our extraordinary interns. Mary, thank you. You've been just amazing. Oh, there you are, Nick. Okay. And then also our amazing production team led by Frank Ferrer, who's just absolutely amazing. So thank you, Frank, wherever you are. Okay, he's in MoCA, kind of packing up, I suppose. But thank you, everybody, and we'll see you, I hope, in Riyadh in a few weeks, if not next year, here again for our 10th anniversary edition, and we'll have something super special, I hope, huh?
Yes.
So thank you, everybody, and I guess it's a wrap.